Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
It's so cold. On the way to Whiskey Peak, the changing climate of the Grand Line was revealed to Luffy for the first time. Just after leaving Gemini Cape, it would still be sunny and cloudless. However, before the Merry went far, the sky started to snow. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and soon the Merry was covered with a thick layer of snow. Under Nami's order, the two who sneaked onto the boat also started shoveling snow. Fortunately, Nami bought a lot of clothes for Luffy before, which naturally have clothes for all seasons. Even if she still wears short sleeves, she won't catch a cold due to her physique. But don't wear warm clothes, wear short sleeves to get cold, and Luffy is not stupid. In his spare time shoveling snow, Luffy glanced at Nami, who was commanding at the bow, and looked down at Nami from time to record the pointer. All I can say is that good-looking people look good no matter what they wear. The light yellow long padded jacket is still a slim fit with a scarf around his neck, and his bright orange long hair is still softly scattered on the back. As for Miss Wednesday, the Princess of Alabasta, it can only be said that the current outfit is beyond words. But for the sake of her serious snow shoveling, Nami generously gave her a dress. The other man, Mr. Nine, who was with him, was not so lucky. Still wearing his strange costume with frozen snot hanging from his nose, he was shivering shoveling the snow on the Merry. Fortunately, his clothes had long sleeves, otherwise it would have been more difficult. The whole way was basically smooth sailing before, and the Merry did not break here and there like the original. So even in such blizzard weather, as long as you pay attention to clearing the snow, there will be basically no major problems. The climate of the Grand Line is ever-changing. As long as it is not a fixed winter island or summer island, such weather will soon pass. However, even though the blizzard soon stopped, the snow shovelers were still tired on the deck. The stamina is still not enough, seeing that even Zoro and Sanji fell to the ground to rest. Luffy muttered to himself. You must know that the duel of the strong will often take days and nights. If you shovel so little snow, you will be tired. It can only be said that the practice is not enough. Seeing that the weather had become sunny again, Luffy took off his padded jacket and hung it on the railing casually. He jumped to his special seat again, sat on the lovely sheep's head on the Merry, and quietly watched the sea after the snow and the first clear. Nami glanced at the sky, then glanced at the recording pointer again, and after seeing that there was no problem, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although I have learned about the changes of the Grand Line from the book, it is the first time I have faced such a situation. Even if Nami is confident in himself, he still can't avoid nervousness. But fortunately, nothing went wrong, and with the first experience, I won't be as busy as today. Picking up Luffy's padded jacket hanging on the railing, Nami gave Luffy a white glance and walked towards his room. They all live in their own rooms, so they naturally put their clothes in their own rooms. Baroque workers, Crocodile, and Nico Robin, and Neferutari Vivi, what secrets are there in you? Luffy, sitting on the sheep's head, habitually thought about the next plot. Thinking of Vivi, Luffy couldn't help but glance at the woman who was resting on her back, now without any image. Being able to be targeted by there should be some secret. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with that woman? After changing back to Nami, who was dressed in long-sleeved jeans, he came to Luffy again. When I came over, I saw Luffy looking at the woman thoughtfully. For some reason, Nami always had a very uncomfortable feeling. And Miss Wednesday, who was lying down and resting, that is, Princess Vivi of Alabasta, suddenly felt a chill on her back. Neferutari Vivi. Luffy didn't answer Nami right away, but looked back at the unconscious woman and spat out a name. Luffy didn't deliberately lower his voice. There are some things in front of absolute strength there is no need to hide. Hearing the name from Luffy's mouth, Vivi, who was lying there with no image, suddenly froze. She continued to lie down without daring to move, as if she wanted to pretend she didn't know anything. And Nami, who had been paying attention to the woman because of Luffy's eyes, immediately noticed the difference. Neferutari. If the surname Nami is correct, it should be the surname of the royal family of the famous desert kingdom, Alabasta. Do you want to continue to pretend? Contrary to your friend who calls himself a prince as a real princess, there must be a reason for appearing here, right? What? Where is the princess? When Luffy said the word princess, the first person to react was not Nami beside Luffy, nor Vivi who was the party involved. Instead, it was like Sanji and Mr. Nine who had turned on a switch somewhere. It was supposed to be a serious questioning scene, but after these two guys jumped out, Luffy was no longer in the mood to pretend. Miss Wednesday, is what he said true? Are you really a princess? Mr. Nine, who has always claimed to be a prince, was inexplicably excited when he heard that his partner might be a real princess. Oh, beautiful princess, I noticed your extraordinariness from the first time we met. Do I have the honor to invite you to lunch? However, compared to Mr. Nine, it seems that a certain cook on his own ship is more excited. Luffy has an urge to cover his face. You have surrendered before this hostile relationship has been lifted. Boom. Nami punched him without hesitation. Oh, is Miss Nami jealous for me? Miss Nami is so beautiful. Hash. Vivi, who was still nervous because of her identity being revealed, felt a sense of relief at this time. Just as she was about to speak, the swordsman with 3 knives next to her spoke first. Huh. Can't you tell the difference between an enemy and a friend? You must go up to show your hospitality as long as you are a woman. Zoro didn't forget the last time he was ridiculed by Liu Kai. Now that he has the opportunity, there is no reason to let it go. What are you talking about, green algae head? Are you trying to fight? Sure enough, for Sanji, Zoro is more attractive. Seeing the two scuffled together again, Luffy thought maliciously, quack tilde. Just when the scene was a little chaotic, a newsbird flew over the Mary. Nami waved at the newsbird, ignoring Zoro and Sanji who were still fighting, and started to bargain with the newsbird seriously. Hey. As for, now that I and others are not short of money, it is absolutely impossible to hold the newsbird in order to pay back the few Baileys. Didn't you see that the newsbirds were sweating profusely? In the end, Nami couldn't save a Bailey from the newsbirds. I won't buy it if the price goes up next time. Looking at the newsbird that had already flown far away, Nami shouted towards the sky a little unwillingly. The newsbird heard Nami's cry, its wings visibly twitched and then flew away faster. Did I say it's necessary? We're not short of money, are we? Don't you know how much you can eat? I'm not here to keep you full, I want to save some elsewhere. Hearing Luffy's muttering, Nami froze and pointed at Luffy and yelled, "Who is this lady doing this for? You're good, but you still think I'm a fan of money, right?" The more he thought about it, the more angry Nami raised the hand holding the newspaper and wanted to throw it at Luffy's head. Just then, a single sheet of paper floated out of the folded newspaper. The paper swayed and floated in front of Vivi, who was still stunned. The floating paper suddenly caught everyone's attention. Nami took back the newspaper that had not been sent out, and even Zoro and Sanji, who were still fighting together, stopped. Seeing everyone turn their attention to the paper in front of him, Vivi was helpless and could only bite the bullet and pick up the piece of paper that fell in front of him under everyone's attention. Luffy, who was about to endure Nami's blow, also looked at him. If I read it right, that piece of paper should be a reward list, right? What? With the scream of Vivi, who picked up the bounty list and unfolded it, everyone also saw the specific content of the bounty list at the same time. Lulu, Luffy. As usual, Usopp exclaimed as soon as he saw the bounty list. Oh, is Luffy on a bounty? Marine is so quick. Zoro kept strangling Sanji's neck, looking at Luffy's avatar on the bounty list, and said, "No, the front foot had just rejected the other party's invitation and the back foot had already put up a reward. Maybe it won't be long before we will be rewarded too." Sanji looked at Luffy's bounty with envy, but didn't take his hand back from Zoro. 90 million Baileys. After seeing the amount of the reward, Vivi exclaimed again. For her, the highest reward she has ever seen is only 81 million Bailey. And that was the one he wanted to deal with, namely Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Even if the other party's bounty does not increase after becoming 7 warlords of the sea, it also proves that the man in front of him has the strength to become Shichibukai. Thinking of this, Vivi quickly thought about whether he could ask the other party to help solve Crocodile. Hey, Miss Wednesday, this guy has a bounty of 90 million Bailey. Is it really okay for us to bring him to Whiskey Peak? The first time he saw the amount of the bounty offered by Luffy, Mr. Nine climbed up to Vivi and whispered in her ear. Nice photo shoot. For his own bounty, Luffy just thinks this photo looks much better than the smiling face in the original book. As for the bounty amount, the higher the better, of course, but the troubles that come with it will also increase. We have to find devil fruit for Nami and the others as soon as possible. There is really no way, so we can only try our luck with Enel and Golden Lion. A cold light flashed in Luffy's eyes. Maybe I can try it when I encounter demon fruit power in the future. After all, no matter how small the chance is, there is still a chance of rebirth nearby. With his unusual observation Haki, if devil fruit is reborn nearby, it is not difficult to find. Maybe I can always match some fruits on the boat in the future. By the way, we haven't done anything yet, so why is Luffy being offered a bounty by Marine, just because he refused their invitation? Nami didn't understand, after all, his adoptive mother was Marine. However, he encountered people like Colonel Mouse and Colonel Monka, which made Nami distrust Marine. If Luffy hadn't brought Garp, the Marine hero, to save him, Nami thinks he might never trust Marine again. Even if Belmere was once a Marine. However, this time the bounty once again made Nami disappointed with Marine. It's not all about Marine. Luffy shook his head. Nami didn't know the relationship between world government and Marine. How could he not know? With Garp's relationship there, Marine shouldn't take the initiative to offer a reward to himself. After all, he had promised Garp, and he had also promised Nami that he would not become a pirate like a dragon. If there is no reason for world government here, Luffy doesn't believe it. Maybe he has already entered the eyes of those five at this time. After all, Luffy has never concealed his name. The D family has always been the focus of the world government. Although Luffy still didn't reveal what D was before he crossed over, the world government's attention to D was obvious to all. Not Marine's problem. Nami didn't understand what Luffy meant. Luffy did not explain. After all, it is too complicated to explain, and Luffy himself is not very clear about the specific things. I don't know the specifics. In short, Marine can't be completely independent. For some things, the world government has the power to make a final decision. Nami nodded knowingly and didn't ask any further questions. That. Mr. Luffy. Ignoring Mr. Nine's incessant gestures next to him, Vivi was silent for a while and decided to gamble on Luffy. Hearing Vivi's voice, everyone turned their attention to her. Not caring about the others, Vivi looked at the man sitting on the bow, and when he saw that he was looking at himself, he spoke again. As Mr. Luffy said, my real name is indeed Neferutari Vivi. Although I don't know how Luffy knew, but since he decided to ask the other party to take action, some things are better not to ask. It is indeed the Princess of Alabasta, but now Alabasta is in an unprecedented crisis. I'm here and acting in that capacity for that very reason. My country is at war, and I've found out who's behind it all. But I have no way of fighting it, so I'd like to ask Mr. Luffy to help. It's not difficult to deal with Sand Crocodile's crocodile. Hearing Luffy say this, Vivi's excitement flashed in his eyes for a moment, but it quickly subsided. Luffy's words were obviously not finished, and Vivi didn't think the other party would help him for no reason. But what can you pay for it? Vivi's request wasn't rejected, but Luffy didn't intend to help in vain either. Moreover, even if he agrees directly, the other party may not trust him. After all, helping others without asking for anything in return is not so easy to believe in this world where pirates are rampant. What if you kill a crocodile and bring in another stronger one? Vivi was obviously relieved to hear that Luffy didn't mean to refuse but offered to pay. No one is stupid. This approach is beneficial to both parties. As the Princess of Alabasta, I can call the shots and pay you Bailey twice the crocodile bounty. Crocodile's bounty when he becomes Shichibukai is 81 million Baileys, doubling it is 162 million. 162 million, but can you really give out so much Bailey? The current Luffy is not yet familiar with Vivi, and the content of the transaction to be discussed still needs to be discussed. Nami on the side was also a little bit interested in Luffy wanting to accept Vivi's request. But when I heard Luffy say 162 million, I instantly put that dissatisfaction behind me. Alabasta isn't really rich right now, but Bailey has it all. Vivi replied affirmatively. If with Alabasta's national strength even Bailey, who is less than 200 million, can't get it, then Vivi doesn't have to run around for this country. Just let Crocodile take the country away. Okay, we agreed. Before Luffy could say anything, Nami had already made a decision for Luffy. But looking at the appearance of Bailey's eyes, I didn't think about what kind of strength Crocodile really is. However, after seeing Luffy's fight with Hawkeye, Nami felt that the so-called sand crocodile could not be Luffy's opponent. This is why Nami agreed to Vivi without hesitation. Otherwise, based on Nami's concern for Luffy, if the sand crocodile is really strong to the level of Hawkeye, then Nami will not agree anyway. But Luffy didn't care much and Nami agreed. Even without Vivi's request, he and others should have encountered Crocodile. At that time, Luffy naturally wouldn't let Crocodile go easily. After all, sand fruit is a pretty good ability. But yes, but the Mary will go to 2 places before heading to Alabasta. Although he really wanted to go back to Alabasta immediately, but after all, the initiative was in the hands of the other party, Vivi could only nod helplessly. In any case, as long as the other party agrees, then there is hope for him to drive out Crocodile. Regardless of whether the opponent is really capable of killing Crocodile, there is nothing wrong with Marine's bounty. At least the opponent should have the strength to touch Crocodile. Miss Wednesday, are you really going to betray the Baroque Work Society? Mr. 9, who has been silent since just now, looked at Vivi and asked seriously. Yes, I joined the Baroque studio to investigate Crocodile from the very beginning. Now that the evidence is in hand and with Mr. Luffy's help, I have no reason to continue working for him. Now that Luffy's affirmative answer has been obtained, Vivi did not hesitate to answer Mr. 9's words directly. Then what about you? After knowing my identity, are you going to go back and report it to the Baroque Works? If the other party really wants to do this, then Vivi will not hesitate to ask Luffy to kill him. Although they have been together for a long time compared with Alabasta, the status of the other party is not as high as that. Since you, as a real princess, are leaving the Baroque workplace, then as a prince, I will naturally follow to the end. Mr. 9 is quite obsessed with this set of princes and princesses. Even at the risk of being killed, he must follow Vivi. It can only be said that if he is longer and more decent and stronger, it will be even better. Vivi did not comment on his choice, and some things still need to be experienced to understand. You shouldn't really be a prince from somewhere, right? Usopp on the side heard Mr. 9 say that he was a prince again, thinking that the other party was really the prince of a certain kingdom. Just him. Impossible, he must have said that because he wanted to approach Princess Vivi as a prince, scumbag. As for Sanji, whose IQ is basically equal to 0, seeing Mr. 9 towards Vivi like this, he felt that he was courting and immediately sneered. Hey you guy, don't underestimate me. Mr. 9, who was mocked by Sanji, immediately yelled at Sanji. In this case, after reaching Whiskey Peak, let the bounty hunters there settle down and we can leave early to save time. Now that it has been agreed, some things can be said on the bright side. Hearing Luffy's warning, both Vivi and Mr. 9 looked at him in shock. The other party seems to know a lot of things, some things that only he knows, but he can directly expose them. Does he have any ability to eavesdrop on other people's thoughts? Vivi is a little fortunate that she chose to confess to the other party after her identity was revealed. Otherwise, even if you reach Whiskey Peak, you may be killed by the other party, and even all the bounty hunters in Whiskey Peak will be killed. Vivi, who has seen the strength of Crocodile, doesn't think that those 3 religions and 9 first-rate people can stop Luffy. I just said that your codenames sounded familiar before, but now I hear Luffy mention the bounty hunter, and I remembered that the Baroque workers also contacted me. Zoro on the side immediately remembered something about the Baroque workplace after hearing Luffy talk about the bounty hunter. But it doesn't make much sense. Vivi has all explained it and Zoro's news is not bad. You green algae head is really useless, just talk nonsense. Sanji seized the opportunity to fight hard, and then the two pinched together again. Luffy ignored Zoro and Sanji who were fighting. Whiskey Peak is followed by Little Garden and then the Drum Kingdom. Don't let me down, Chopper. I have Crocus medical notes ready for you. Even if there is the professor of Dr. Dolier, this note must be helpful to you, right? Miss Nami, Miss Vivi, dessert is ready, please enjoy it slowly. On the deck of the Mary, Sanji served 2 desserts. But the object is still only 2 women. Hey cook, don't you have my portion of dessert? Mr. Nine, who had no self-consciousness, saw that Sanji only served dessert to 2 women and shouted to Sanji, as if he was really a prince waiting for the squire to serve him dessert. "This is a healthy dessert that I specially made for the 2 young ladies. Of course, it is not for a stinky man like you." But he's already eating. Mr. Nine didn't express any dissatisfaction with Sanji's sexism, just pointed at Luffy, who was being fed by Nami. "Damn it, Luffy, you be ****D, that's what I specially prepared for Miss Nami." Looking in the direction Mr. Nine pointed, Sanji saw Luffy bite on the spoon Nami handed over. Sanji, who was in a good mood to ridicule Mr. Nine at first, became jealous for a while, only to feel that his heart was full of jealousy. "Gee, what are you yelling about?" the curly-haired cook. Hearing Sanji's shout, Zoro cast his gaze decisively and sneered mercilessly. So Luffy didn't speak, and Sanji was attracted by Zoro. Watching Zoro and Sanji scuffle together again, Luffy once again sighed that the two are natural enemies. Mr. Luffy and Miss Nami have such a good relationship. Standing at the bow of the boat, Vivi saw Nami feeding Luffy dessert, and Luffy said with some envy, without the slightest twist. Luffy and Nami didn't speak, just quietly savored Sanji's dessert. At this time, Vivi had loosened the single ponytail that was originally tied, and the bangs on the forehead were put down again. His clothes were also changed into the long-sleeved hot pants that Nami provided him. Compared with the strange clothes that I just saw at the beginning, it gives people a completely new feeling. And after the sky-blue hair was loose, it was more amazing than before. The desserts made by Sanji-kun are delicious. Without waiting for a response from the two, Vivi could only taste the dessert that Sanji had handed before. Just one sip made Vivi a little like the taste. Yeah, if nothing else, Sanji's cooking skills are still very good. At least I have never eaten anything better than his cooking. Neither Luffy nor Nami can fault Sanji's cooking. Still sitting on the sheep's head, Luffy ate the dessert fed by Nami, looking at the calm sea in the distance. It didn't take long for a cactus to appear in Luffy's field of vision, and Whiskey Peak arrived. Since Vivi had already notified Ikelim, who was undercover with her, naturally there would be no more so-called towns that welcome pirates. The Mary sailed into the port smoothly. Although there were no townspeople pretending to be bounty hunters to welcome her, there was still one person and one duck waiting at the port. Looking at the curled hair and the figure with a fat body, Vivi jumped off the Mary first. Quickly walking to Ikelim's side, Vivi touched the large duck next to him and then introduced the Luffy people who got off the boat to the fat uncle. "Luffy Lord, thank you very much for accepting Princess Vivi's request." The figure wearing the straw hat was recognized at a glance. After all, the bounty list with this face printed on it has spread all over the world in the past 2 days. "I don't need to thank you, I didn't help you for free. The reward that Miss Vivi promised, I hope I don't miss the appointment afterwards." "Naturally, please rest assured, Lord Luffy." Without haggling or hesitating, Luffy was able to agree to deal with Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, for 162 million, and it was his own advantage. If you don't know what to say, you don't know what to do. "Hey Tilda, what happened after waiting? You are finally here, the rookie pirate with a reward of 90 million. I don't know if it really has this strength." Just when Ikelim wanted to bring Luffy and the others to town, a discordant male voice came from behind the stone next to him. "And you, Mr. 8, Mr. 9, and Miss Wednesday, since you have made the decision to betray the Baroque Work Club, you must be ready to be cleared by Mr. Zero." Another female voice also sounded from the same direction. "You are Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine." Looking at a man and a woman walking out from behind the stone, Vivi and Ikelim recognized them at a glance. "Zoro, Sanji, let's solve it. If you don't fight, your skills will regress." Compared to Vivi and the others, Luffy and the others have no feeling at all about the new two. You are, what are you? Well, except use up." Zoro and Sanji naturally had no objection to Luffy's proposal but walked towards the man and woman one by one. "Hey, chef, don't you think that the other party is a woman and can't do it? Otherwise, you can go back, and there is no problem with giving both of them to me." "Well, the fight hasn't started yet, and it is estimated that the fight will start on my own side." Sure enough, Sanji couldn't take it anymore after hearing Zoro's words. "Be gentle with ladies, you green algae head won't understand." Huh, don't put your self-righteous thoughts on others, be *****D with curly eyebrows. So before they fought with the enemy, the two of them started their own hands. Are you guys underestimating me? Look at my booger bomb. The noodle-haired man in a brown jacket and sunglasses felt insulted to see Zoro and Sanji completely ignoring him. Immediately stretched out his hand, dug out a piece of booger in the disgusting eyes of everyone present, then threw it in his hand and slammed it towards Zoro and Sanji who were in the fight. And the two people in the fight when the booger was about to talk to the two suddenly separated. Afterwards, Zoro slashed with a knife, directly seeing the booger in two and flying towards both sides. Boom boom. With two roars, the booger that flew to both sides suddenly exploded and bursts of dust were thrown from the fire. Originally, Zoro, who was shattering his thoughts because the knife slashed his booger, finally showed a little serious expression when he saw that the booger he had cut still exploded. At the same time, Sanji, who flashed to the side, also took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit one, put it in his mouth and started smoking. Demon fruit power. I didn't expect to meet the rare demon fruit power in East Blue as soon as I entered the Grand Line. It's a bit of a skill to escape my booger bomb, but it won't be so easy next. The man in sunglasses said to Zoro and the two, and then looked at the woman with an umbrella and a strange construction hat next to him. Give me the one with the knife, and you will deal with the one with the curly eyebrows, okay, Miss Valentine? Okay, but you don't want to be hacked to death by others. The woman called Miss Valentine replied with a malicious smile. You should worry about yourself. After all, you are the accomplice of the pirate who offered a reward of 90 million Bailey, but don't be killed by the other party. The man in sunglasses sarcastically said, and then saw him take a revolver-like pistol from his waist. In this world of pirates with flintlock guns, it is really surprising to suddenly pull out a revolver. Want to shoot me with a gun? Zoro has already taken out 3 knives, and the one in his mouth is still the word headao. The other 2 I have in my hands are the new knives I got in Log Town, but don't get killed by accident. Mr. Five answered, and then saw him take a deep breath and blow hard at the revolver's revolver. Spin the wheel once and then see that Mr. Five is a shot directly at Zoro. Boom. Invisible air exploded where Zoro was standing. Although there was no physical bullet trajectory, Zoro jumped away with his fighting instinct. But although it jumped off, the aftermath of the explosion still blew Zoro into a mess. Although it didn't hurt much, Zoro was upset for a while especially. Hey, green algae head, why did you get blown up like this from the beginning? Just go back to Luffy's side and leave these two to me. Seeing this scene, Sanji, who hasn't fought yet, will naturally not miss the opportunity to mock Zoro. You still have the mind to take care of others, die for me. Just as Sanji looked towards Zoro, Miss Valentine's voice suddenly sounded from the air. Then, just when Sanji turned his head, the slightly petite body suddenly fell, and the right foot aimed at the top of Sanji's head and kicked at high speed. Looking at the apparently abnormal falling speed of the opponent, Sanji did not choose to make a hard connection but quickly jumped to the side. Boom. There was another explosion. This time it was not the sound of a bomb exploding, but the dull sound of a heavy object falling from a height and slamming to the ground. Looking at the place where he was standing, a huge pothole was smashed and even the nearby ground was slightly cracked. Sanji is somewhat grateful for his choice to avoid. Are you also demon fruit power? Sanji, who regained his footing, looked at Miss Valentine, his eyes a little dignified. After all, this is the first time against demon fruit power, so be careful. It seems that I saw that Smoker was easily solved by Luffy before, which made my judgment of devil fruit a little wrong. Is it still Luffy too strong? But yes, after all, Luffy is also demon fruit power. That's right, I eat light lion fruit, and I can change my weight at will between 1 to 10,000 kg. Without caring, he explained his fruit power to Sanji, and Miss Valentine flew into the sky again. Seeing Miss Valentine falling from the sky to him again, Sanji smiled. Perhaps the force of your fall from the air is indeed strong, but... Boom! Too slow. Sanji, who had dodged the crash again before Miss Valentine could get up, she pressed her feet and quickly appeared beside her. With Miss Valentine's eyes widening, he kicked out with his right foot. Is it over there? But this lascivious cook can't change his lecherous problems. Zoro, who was dodging from the left and right of the Mr. 5 air bomb, caught a glimpse of Sanji, who had his feet next to the stunned Miss Valentine's neck out of the corner of his eye, and sneered softly. Then Zoro stopped the movement of his feet and his body suddenly stopped. "Are you finally going to give up?" Seeing Zoro stop, Mr. 5 also stopped shooting. In his opinion, Zoro is already meat on the chopping block and Sen has slaughtered it himself. "Give up, it's not just about trying your new trick." Saying that, Zoro took the third-generation Onikaru and Yukaku back to their scabbards, and at the same time took off the words Waduichi in their mouths. Holding Hediyai in his left hand, he bent and raised it slightly. His right hand held the back of his left hand, and Zoro squatted down slightly. "I just realized this trick not long ago, so let you try it first." Seeing Zoro swinging his knife, Mr. 5, who was far away from himself, didn't care. He just raised his revolver and aimed it at Zoro. On the contrary, Luffy, who was actually fighting, smiled slightly when he saw Zoro's posture. It seems that it is still effective to mention cutting iron to Zoro in advance. Boom! One blade stream, 36 troubled winds. When Mr. 5 fired, Zoro waved the word Waduichi in his hand at the same time. A blue whirling slash wave was swiped from the tip of the Kadoichi character. The slash wave pierced the air, directly dispersing the air bomb that was shot at Zoro, and then flew towards Mr. 5, who was still in the shooting position. The flying slashes hit Mr. 5, who was standing there without incident. In Mr. 5's stunned eyes, he directly knocked him out. "Hey, Chlorella, you're moving too slowly, why did you solve it now?" Putting down her right leg, Miss Valentine, who had been stunned, had no intention of resisting. Sanji took a puff on the unfinished cigarette and said to Zoro, "Gee, sooner or later you will die at the hands of a woman." Zoro just couldn't get used to Sanji's stinking habit of not hitting women. The enemy is the enemy. What is the difference between men and women? Is it really not dead or what? Okay. It's amazing. It turns out that in addition to Mr. Luffy, Mr. Swordsman and Mr. Chef are also so amazing. Looking at Mr. 5, who had been dealt with, and Miss Valentine, who was stunned in place, Vivi covered her mouth in amazement. And Ikelim, who was beside him, was speechless in shock. The agents of the Baroque Agency are ranked in order of numbers. The smaller the number, the stronger the agent. However, Mr. 5 and her partner, who were 3 levels higher than him, were easily dealt with by these two. Ikelim is more confident that Luffy and others can tackle Crocodile. Now that it's resolved, what about that woman? Zoro, who returned to Luffy's side, looked at Miss Valentine, who was stunned by Sanji. He didn't expect the quality of being a killer to be so low. The lustful cook is in trouble. If you knock her down, nothing will happen. Tie her up first, otherwise, if she runs away, there may be trouble. Luffy didn't comment on Sanji's actions, just spoke to Usopp next to him. After all, Usopp has everything and there must be no shortage of ropes. Usopp, who was called by Luffy, responded, and immediately ran to Miss Valentine, who was sitting on the ground, and tied her up without the other party resisting. It takes a day to record the pointer magnetically, so let's fix it here today. Although this is also a subordinate bounty hunter agency of the Baroque Work Society. But at present, apart from the top secret agents, only Mr. 9, who followed Luffy and the others, knew Vivi's identity. So with Mr. 8 like Ikelim, Luffy and the others naturally don't need to waste their energy to kill these bounty hunters. As for Miss Valentine, who was tied up, he was still tied to the stone over there and basked in the sun. Don't worry about her escaping, her light lion fruit can only act on herself and can't fly when tied. But Luffy is a little strange. She herself said that the light lion fruit can make her weight freely change between 1 to 10,000 kg. Even in the lightest state, it should be 1 kilogram. How did she fly? Devil fruit is really strange. Maybe she doesn't fully understand her own fruit ability. A few people rested in the town for a night, during which Ikarim entertained Luffy and others. Although there was not much food left in the town, he left immediately, so he naturally ignored it. As for the other bounty hunters, they were not a group. And because of Vivi's reasons, Luffy and the others had already saved their lives by not taking action against them, so naturally there was no need to feel any burden. The next day, Luffy and others boarded the Mary again, ready to go to the next stop, Little Garden. When he left, Mr. 9 naturally wouldn't follow him, and even if he wanted to, Luffy wouldn't let him stay on the Mary. And Ikelim, under the persuasion of Vivi, took the lead to go back to Alabasta. Since Luffy has been invited as a savior, it is natural that someone needs to go back and tell the purpose of Crocodile to Vivi's father, the current king of Alabasta, Cobra. Moreover, when someone goes back, they can also make some arrangements in advance so as not to cause too many losses in time. Originally, Ikelim planned to let Vivi go back and report the situation to the king. And he followed Luffy and others, and when they were done, he would lead the way to Alabasta. But thinking that it would be dangerous to let Vivi set out alone, it is better to let her follow Luffy and them. Although there may be other dangers on the road, with Luffy's strength, they can fully protect Vivi's safety. Furthermore, the condition was agreed by Vivi. It was completely unreasonable to exchange with Vivi, and Luffy and the others would not necessarily believe in themselves. So in the end, Vivi followed Luffy and the others, but before leaving, Ikelim gave Nami a permanent pointer to Alabasta. As for himself, he had to find another way. But why are we bringing this guy? On the Mary, looking at Miss Valentine, who was brought aboard, Nami looked at Luffy dangerously. You just got yourself, and are you ready to take action against other women? Although neither Ikelim nor Mr. Nine followed the Mary, Luffy took the Miss Valentine who had been stunned by Sanji before. What does Mr. Luffy need this woman to do? Although Vivi felt that Luffy didn't bring her up because he fell in love with the other party, he really couldn't think of any other possibility. Maybe this woman could be used in Alabasta. As for whether there will be any damage on the ship, leave it to our merciful chef, Mr. Cook. Slightly staggered Nami's line of sight, although this Valentine looks good, but Luffy didn't fall in love with her at a glance. That's not the way to keep tying her like this, right? Taking Luffy's word for the moment, Nami wouldn't be surprised that Luffy always knew something. As for whether this woman is really used in Alabasta, as Luffy said, that will be discussed later. If he dared to lie to himself, Nami wouldn't let Luffy in his bed. Hearing Nami's words, Luffy looked towards Miss Valentine, who was bound. Our cooks may be merciful to women, but if you do something that harms the ship, I'll just throw you into the sea, understand? Frightened by Luffy's eyes, Miss Valentine nodded hurriedly. That green-headed man with curly eyebrows and 3 knives without a reward can easily defeat himself and Mr. Five. Miss Valentine doesn't think she can escape from this big pirate with a bounty of 90 million. The other party didn't mean to kill him before, so it's better to be honest. Maybe he can leave alive. Name. Miss Valentine was always calling, and Luffy found it annoying. Mikita. Miss Valentine didn't hesitate and immediately said her name. Use up, untie. Although there is no guarantee that the other party will not make small moves, but with Sanji watching, there will be no major problems. No matter how bad it is, his own observation Haki is not for watching. Just monitoring someone. Luffy's observation Haki consumption is not too much. Hey, is it really okay to just untie her like this? Nami was still a little worried. Don't worry, as long as you're still on this ship, no one can hide from my observation Haki. Luffy patted Nami on the shoulder, then continued looking in a certain direction. Are you right, Miss Nico Robin? Someone else got on the Mary. Where is it? Luffy's words were out of his mouth, and Zoro immediately put his hand on the hilt at his waist. Sanji also stood in front of Vivi for the first time. Usopp, on the other hand, looked around nervously, not knowing where the person Luffy was talking about was. Monkey D. Luffy, I'm so curious how you know me. In everyone's eyes, behind the deck on the second floor of the Mary, a woman in a denim leather jacket walked out from there. You're Miss All Sunday. The first time she saw the woman, Vivi recognized who she was, but obviously Vivi only knew the identity of the other party's Baroque Work Club but not her other identity. Miss All Sunday? Also an agent of the Baroque Works. Hearing Vivi's shout, everyone's first reaction was that the other party was also a Baroque worker. Ignoring the others, the woman stared solemnly at the man who directly called out her real name. Nico Robin, who wanted to make fun of the other party, was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. In his profile, the other party is obviously just a newbie pirate who has just entered the Grand Line. Why can he recognize him at a glance? You must know that on the reward order your portrait is still at the stage of a child. Miss All Sunday, are you Mr. Zero sent to deal with us? Vivi, who is quite familiar with the behavior of the Baroque Work Club, immediately thought that the other party was here to kill him. I have no orders to deal with you. Although it was surprising that Luffy revealed his name, it was obvious that he did not reveal himself by looking at the appearance of others. He was slightly relieved, but Nico Robin didn't dare to be careless. In any case, if the other party really wanted to keep him, he might not be able to escape at all. At this moment, Nico Robin regretted why she had come to check on this ship. If he hadn't been so curious, he might not have fallen into the current predicament. But even so, Nico Robin didn't show any fear on her face. She still answered Vivi's question with a smile. After so many years, if you can't even manage your own expression well, then maybe you have died a long time ago. Hearing Nico Robin's answer, Vivi didn't let down her guard. This woman, it's not easy. Don't be so nervous. You must know that the results of your investigation were obtained by me deliberately letting you follow. If I want to deal with you, why wait until now? Although he was provoking Vivi, his eyes never left Luffy. Of course I know that. Vivi is not stupid. On the contrary, she was able to go undercover for 2 years in the Baroque Work Club thanks to her own agility. Stop talking nonsense, Nico Robin. I don't care what you're on this ship for, but right now I have something I want to ask you. Luffy looked serious, and the others on the boat didn't say anything when they saw Luffy talking, but looked at Luffy with curious eyes. They actually heard Luffy call the woman Nico Robin this time, which meant Luffy knew who the woman was. But looking at the woman's expression, it was obviously the first time she had seen Luffy. After hearing Luffy's words, Nico Robin was stunned for a moment but then looked at Luffy vigilantly. As long as Luffy made a move, she would jump on the turtle ship following the Mary without hesitation. What do you wish to ask? With her eyes fixed on Luffy, Nico Robin didn't dare to be careless. Don't be so nervous. I'm not trying to hurt you or ask embarrassing questions. Not slackening by Luffy's words, Nico Robin just watched Luffy silently, waiting for his next words. My ship is short of people now. How about you? Do you want to come to my ship? What are you talking about, Mr. Luffy? As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Nami and the others who reacted first, especially Vivi, reacted the most. Nico Robin also apparently didn't expect Luffy to invite herself aboard. She didn't respond for a while. She just blinked and didn't make a sound. The goal of my trip is Crocodile. After the fall of the Baroque Society, you are going to run away anyway. Why don't you come to my ship? Luffy ignored everyone's surprise and confusion, and you still looked at each other calmly. Hey Luffy, what are you doing? You just brought a Miss Valentine. You said she was useful, and now you're inviting this woman of unknown origin. Don't you really like them? Luffy ignored Nami and the others, which didn't mean that Nami didn't speak. As soon as she reacted, she touched Luffy's cheek. Don't make trouble. She's different from Makita. Nico Robin's presence is necessary if we want to navigate the world. Luffy held Nami's hand that wanted to pull his cheek, but he didn't mean to let go, so he held Nami's hand and explained. Since Mr. Luffy knows me, he should know about my past. Even so, would you still invite someone like me on board? Although she didn't know Luffy's specific purpose, Nico Robin wasn't so nervous at this point. As long as the other party thinks that he is useful, he will not move him easily. This is Nico Robin's experience of struggling alone for so many years. And when others don't need me, I have already made all the arrangements so that I can get away easily. What, Luffy, can you say hello before you invite people next time? It's a sudden invitation every time. If you don't say whether people will agree or not, we'll find it very awkward. Zoro still believes in Luffy's way of looking at people. But I always feel that Luffy seems to have known these people for a long time, and his every action seems to be specially designed to invite himself and others. Looking carefully, isn't this a beautiful lady? Luffy, you finally did something worthy of praise. A question mark slowly appeared on Luffy's head, and Zoro said it was fine. Sanji, do you think I didn't do anything right before? Luffy, you don't really want to invite this woman, are you? For anyone and anything, Usopp is inherently timid. I know you've been looking for historical texts, and it just so happens that I have several pieces of historical texts on my side. How about that? Luffy felt like a human trafficker now, and he was destined to rely on these sidelines to invite people. Even the historical text, I'm even more curious about Mr. Luffy now. On the surface, it was still calm, but when Nico Robin heard Luffy mention the historical text, the vigilance she had just dropped rose again. I sincerely invite you to board the ship, or do you need to think about it? Of course, you have to think about it. You are such a direct invitation that no one dares to accept it directly, right? Nicole Robin secretly complained, but she didn't mean to refuse directly. After all, Luffy was right. If he did beat Crocodile, he should have run away too. But what if you can't beat it? If he promised to get on his boat now, wouldn't he be finished by then? Are you worried we can't beat Crocodile? As if seeing through Nicole Robin's heart, Luffy directly expressed her concerns. Nicole Robin was taken aback, although she did think so, but she didn't show the slightest expression of wanting to agree. Can you see your hesitation? Why don't you do it like this after I and Crocodile officially fight? If I win, how about you agree to my invitation? As for losing, there is no need to hesitate when everyone is dead, Nicole Robin thought. At the same time he said, since Mr. Luffy has said this for the sake of it, if I refuse again I will be a little confused, then I will wait for the good news from Mr. Luffy. After agreeing to Luffy's offer, Nicole Robin left in her turtle boat. So, can you tell us now why you invited the woman from the Baroque Work Club? After Nicole Robin left, Nami grabbed Luffy and asked. Zoro and the others also looked at Luffy at the same time. Although they believed in Luffy's selection, they still wanted to know why Luffy did this. She is the last surviving scholar of Ohara, and she should be the only person who can interpret the text of history in this sea at present. Luffy had no plans to hide the curiosity of the crowd, but he didn't need to explain everything to them. Ohara, you mean the Ohara that has been destroyed? As the princess of a country or a big country like Alabasta, Vivi's knowledge is naturally not comparable to ordinary people. Even Nami has seen Ohara's messages in books. Yes, Ohara, the island that was wiped out by Marine Buster Call, and she, Nicole Robin, is now the only Ohara scholar left in this world. But what does this have to do with you inviting her? Wait, you've been talking about the historical text since just now. What exactly is the historical text? Nami finally got the point of Luffy's words. This year is the 1520th year of the Sea Circle calendar, and 22 years have passed since the era of the Great Pirates. Why is it that no one can find the treasure left by One Piece after so many years? This is actually not quite right. The treasure was not left by Roger, but for Nami and the others it does not need to be explained so clearly. Sure enough, after hearing Luffy's words, everyone showed a thoughtful expression. If there is no special reason, why has the era of the great pirates passed for so long but no second One Piece was born? And thinking of the historical text mentioned by Luffy, combined with Luffy's behavior of inviting Nicole Robin, Nami seems to understand. You mean to find the final island that One Piece once visited, you need someone who can understand the historical text to guide you. Luffy didn't answer because Luffy wasn't sure if he wanted to interpret what's in the historical text. Or only need to find the 4 historical text of road signs to determine the direction of the final island. But how do you know this? Obviously not everyone can know these things, right? Nami was keenly aware of the doubts in Luffy's words. If someone really knew this information, the big secret treasure should have been taken away long ago. But if no one knows, how did Luffy find out? Nami looked at Luffy with burning eyes, thinking that he was slowly approaching Luffy. But it wasn't until today that Nami realized that Luffy still seemed to be out of his reach. Zoro and others were also curious about the question raised by Nami. Even Princess Vivi, who had just met, was looking at Luffy eagerly at this time. After all, Luffy recognized his identity from the moment he saw him, and it was unbelievable how to think about such a thing. Take it as my secret. For everyone's curiosity, Luffy has no intention of explaining. Although I don't mind telling this information, I can't tell them that I have passed through, right? Nami gave Luffy a deep look and said nothing. Zoro also lay down directly, resting against the main mast, and Sanji and Zoro also walked towards the kitchen and warehouse respectively. Since Luffy has said so, they naturally won't ask anymore. Just as Luffy never asked about their past, they naturally wouldn't bother about what Luffy didn't want to say. Vivi, who originally thought he could know some of Luffy's secrets, had to let go of his curiosity after seeing Nami and the others tacitly didn't ask. As for Makita, she was still on her own boat for the time being, and she heard these messages when she heard them. As for the future, Luffy didn't plan to give her too many choices. Okay, let's not talk about things that far away, there is something I want to tell you right now. Sanji and Usopp, who were about to leave, stopped, and everyone looked at them again. Our next destination is a prehistoric island, a giant island known as Little Garden. Going to Little Garden was Luffy's plan before he entered the Grand Line. In addition to the fact that it is an island in the plot, another reason Luffy wants to be here is the two giants that live on this island. It wasn't that Luffy wanted to invite these two giants on board. After all, it was unrealistic. Even if the other party could agree, the Mary would not be able to carry them. Rather, Luffy wanted to see if he could learn the Elbaf spear, the strongest spear of the giants, from their hands. After all, ants can learn it, so why can't you learn this trick if you have the skill of third gear and can imitate yourself as a giant? And if you learn this trick, then you will have an extra killing trick in the true sense. You mean prehistoric island? Hearing Luffy's words, Vivi was the first to react. What's the matter, Vivi? Is there something wrong? For Vivi's sudden and violent reaction, the people born in East Blue obviously did not understand the meaning of prehistoric island. Yes, prehistoric island, but the creatures on the island don't need to worry, but there is one thing you must pay attention to. Luffy's expression is serious. Don't think that only Nami is sick in the original book, but that's because it was Nami who was bitten by Casquia. Luffy isn't sure if the virus has affected other people, but it probably does. So before entering Little Garden, you have to remind them to pay attention. Don't worry about the creatures on the island. If it is really prehistoric island, there must be dinosaurs on that island, right? Don't worry about that. Despite seeing Zoro and Sanji make shots, Vivi still doesn't think they can beat dinosaurs. In Vivi's understanding, dinosaurs are huge and ferocious creatures. Although there are herbivorous dinosaurs, it does not mean that they are not a threat. Dinosaurs really have nothing to worry about. Even if a dinosaur attacks you, Zoro and Sanji are sure to protect you before you are attacked. Yes, Princess Vivi, I will protect you. Sanji, who had a serious face at first, immediately twisted up and ran in front of Vivi after hearing Luffy's words. But Vivi was still a little worried, and he couldn't be too careful until he saw a real dinosaur. The most terrifying thing about prehistoric island is not this kind of dinosaur that can be seen, but the kind of virus that is hard to see with the naked eye but extremely deadly. I have a reason to go to the island, and if you want to go to the island, you must do a good job in protection. Although my next stop is the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, a big medical country, you don't want to experience the feeling that life is worse than death, right? 2 days later, the Mary finally arrived at Little Garden. Little Garden is here. Does anyone want to get off the boat with me? The Mary was moored on the shore, and Luffy jumped to land first. Instead of immediately looking for the two giants on the island, Luffy first asked the others on the Mary. Then I'll go with Mr. Luffy. If you stay on the boat, you will think about Alabasta's situation from time to time, so you should go out to relax. Vivi, who put on long-sleeved trousers, also jumped off the Mary. Just when Usopp wanted to jump down, a blood-stained tiger ran out of the jungle not far away. However, before the tiger could run far, it fell to the ground. Seeing such a scene, Usopp's foot that he had stepped out instantly retracted, and at the same time he began to tremble continuously. I suddenly got a disease that I can't land on the island, so I won't go. God. At the same time, Karoo, who was about to follow him, backed away in horror. But Vivi obviously didn't intend to let it go, ignoring his mount's begging eyes, and said directly to Karoo, "Kalu, you come with me too." Quack quack. Karoo took a few steps back with a reluctant look in his eyes, but unable to resist the insistence of his master. He could only jump off the Mary with a face full of death. Luffy wondered why this duck had such a rich expression. Then I'll go shopping myself, I haven't cut down dinosaurs before. Ignoring the attributes of his own Luna, Zoro jumped out of the boat directly. Hey Zoro, bring back some food if you meet me. Sanji, who had no plans to disembark, said to Zoro. Okay, I'll bring back some ingredients that no one has ever beat. Zoro agreed directly, but what he said aroused a certain cook who was not planning to get off the boat. Hey, I can't pretend I didn't hear what you said. What? Why don't we try it out and decide who gets the bigger food? Okay, no problem. So the two took the lead to leave the vicinity of the Mary and walked towards the depths of the jungle. I'll follow along anyway with you here, don't worry about safety. Nami also jumped off the boat wearing long-sleeved jeans as usual. In this way, only Usopp and the captured Makita were left on board. Hey, I'm the only one left with you all gone. What if the woman sabotages or runs away? Usopp obviously didn't expect that besides himself, there was only one enemy left on the boat with him. Hey, don't talk nonsense with your long nose. Hearing Usopp's words, Makita immediately shouted. For Luffy and the others, Makita was still quite scared. Even if he was unbound now, he didn't dare to make the slightest move for fear that Luffy would kill himself directly. And the food on the ship is really delicious. If not still afraid of Luffy and others, Makita has an urge to stay on this ship. Now that Usopp is so doubtful, it is natural to quickly come out and clarify. Luffy just glanced at Makita and she shrank her neck and didn't dare to look at Luffy. Don't worry, she won't do anything. Even if you want to do something, you will immediately notice that at your own speed, it doesn't take much time to get back. On the island, Luffy intends to drive observation Haki all the way. One is to find the location of giants and the other is to prevent viruses and bugs. Moreover, because of the existence of two giants, this island has not been explored for more than 100 years, right? Maybe you can try your luck. So, with Usopp nervous and Makita heaving a sigh of relief, Luffy took Nami and Vivi and Vivi's Karoo and started walking towards the jungle. Ow! Before walking far, the three of Luffy saw a dinosaur with an unknown breed. Is this a dinosaur? It's spectacular, I've only seen it in books before. Because of Luffy's presence, Nami not only didn't feel the slightest fear but looked at the dinosaurs with interest. Seeing Nami like this, Vivi also let go of his nervousness. It's a rare opportunity, let's put aside the troubles for a while and relax. However, although the two women were no longer afraid, Karoo, who followed behind, was still afraid and followed the three of them. It may be the natural bloodline suppression that makes it not dare to take the slightest extreme action for fear of attracting the peeping of these huge creatures. But it's a little hot, is it because of the volcano in the middle? Before they got far, Nami and Vivi had sweat on their foreheads. However, because of Luffy's previous warning, the two did not dare to swing their clothes at will. Just as the three of Luffy continued to walk, a huge shadow suddenly completely covered Luffy and the others. Nami and Vivi looked up and looked at the huge creature that appeared in front of them with horror in their eyes. Giant. Looking at the huge figure in front of him with a sword in one hand, a shield in the other, and wearing simple armor, Nami and Vivi suddenly exclaimed. Then, in the terrified eyes of the two, the giant's sword in the giant's hand was raised high and slammed down. Luffy didn't make any movement. Under the perception of observation Haki, he could clearly perceive that the giant's sword was not slashing towards the three of them. Amid the screams of Nami and Vivi, the giant's sword swiftly decapitated a dinosaur. As the blood gushed, the body of the unknown dinosaur fell to the ground, crushing a large piece of trees and raising the ground full of stone chips. It seems that the voices of Nami and Vivi caught the attention of the giant, who, after taking out the dinosaur, turned his attention to the three of Luffy who were not far from his feet. Oh, it's actually a human. It's been a long time since a human has come here. The sound like a bell sounded, and the giant squatted down slightly, as if he wanted to see the three of Luffy more clearly. Blue Ogre Dari. Looking at the huge head in front of him, Luffy called out his name directly. Oh, after all these years, it's amazing to hear this name from someone other than Brogy. Dory froze for a moment after hearing Luffy call his name, but didn't pay much attention. Boom! Just when Luffy was about to say his intentions, there was a sudden loud noise from the volcano in the middle that had been calm. Then, sky-high flames erupted from the crater. What? This sudden volcanic eruption made Nami and Vivi, who were still in shock at seeing the giant, screamed again. Then, two slender bodies suddenly plunged into Luffy's arms. Even with observation Haki on, Luffy was taken aback by the two's surprise attack. Leaving from Luffy's arms, Vivi's face was hot under Nami's weird gaze, and he lowered his head for a while, not daring to look at the two of them. Nami quietly put his hand around Luffy's waist and twisted it hard without Vivi looking down. Feeling the movement of the slender hands around his waist, the corners of Luffy's mouth twitched slightly. Although it didn't hurt, Luffy always felt that it wasn't a good head. Grabbing Nami's hand that still wanted to continue, ignoring Nami's staring eyes, Luffy just pulled Nami and walked in the direction the giant left. Vivi behind him glanced at the hands that the two held together and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Suppressing the strangeness in his heart, Vivi greeted the cowering Karoo and quickly followed the two in front. Because of the huge size of the giant, although he does not seem to walk fast, the distance covered by each step is quite long. Because of Nami and Vivi following, Luffy can only take the two girls and trot towards there. Just when the three of Luffy were still trotting, there was a sense of vibration on the ground. Looking up, two huge figures are facing each other, the giant sword and the giant axe in their hands. In addition to Dory, whom the three of Luffy had just met, another giant also wore simple armor. However, because he was taking an axe, he did not wear a shield. The shock just now was obviously caused by the collision of these two giant swords and axes. The great sword and the axe did not last long and quickly separated under the action of the master. At the moment when Dory separated the great sword from the axe, the shield in his left hand suddenly swung out and swiped towards the opposite giant. Dory's shield successfully hit the fat face of the opposite giant, but at the same time the opposite giant also punched, hitting Dory's other cheek. The two took a step back at the same time. The ground and plants under their feet were in a mess, but the fighting intent in their eyes continued to burn. The two people who retreated did not stop, and after stabilizing their bodies they simultaneously swung their giant sword and axe. Clang! The sound of a huge iron collision came again, and the entire little garden island was shaken violently again under this confrontation. The giant's movements are not agile, but the strength is incomparable, and every swipe of the two brings bursts of air. Well, so spectacular. Nami and Vivi, who had stopped, looked up at the scene in front of them, their mouths slightly open, shocked. Moving on any further, Nami and Vivi could be left with the aftermath of the fight. Besides, it was enough to see the battle between the two giants, and Luffy had no plans to move on. You wouldn't want to fight these two giants, would you? As if thinking of something, the recovered Nami looked at Luffy with dangerous eyes, as if Luffy would do something terrible if he dared to nod his head. And Vivi on the side also looked at Luffy after hearing Nami's words. You think of giants too much. Although the giants are born with great strength because of their size, they are also not fast because of their size. 55. Feeling the gazes of the two women, Luffy couldn't help it. Although his original intention was not to fight, but after all, it is the stunt of the giant clan and they would not easily give it to him if he wanted to, and fighting may be inevitable. Nami, you should have seen my speed. If I want to dodge, it is impossible to hit me with the speed of these giants. Yes, you are fast, but will you dodge? I haven't forgotten the last time you resisted Hawkeye's attack. Seeing that Luffy really had plans to fight the giant, Nami was immediately excited. Oh, this time is really different. Last time I admitted that I was impulsive, but this time I can assure you that there will be no danger. 35. There's nothing Luffy can do. Although Nami is worried about himself, he can't give up the opportunity to become stronger because of this, right? Humph, you can figure it out for yourself. If you get hurt, you won't want to go to my bed in the future. Maybe because Luffy was really P***D off, Nami just said it in front of Vivi. Sure enough, before Luffy could speak, Vivi had already exclaimed. Although she knew that Luffy and Nami were close, Vivi obviously didn't expect the two to have that kind of relationship. Is that kind of relationship between Mr. Luffy and Miss Nami? For some reason, Vivi felt a faint sense of loss in his heart. In fact, Nami felt a little regretful when he said it. It's not a problem when two people say it, but when there are outsiders. It's all the fault of Luffy being angry with himself and making him look ugly. Not knowing that Nami had scolded himself in his heart, Luffy was not worried about Nami's words. Not to mention that these giants are indeed not opponents. Nami is thinking too much to stop herself from her bed. At that time, if she slips into her room while she is asleep, will she be able to kick herself out? Stop thinking about the unimportant things. Luffy continued to watch the battle between the two giants. The giants didn't use any special abilities, not even Haki. I don't know if they won't or what, they just attacked each other with weapons. Soon, the battle between the two giants came to an end, and looking at their panting appearances, it was obvious that they only had the strength for the last blow. Point 0. Under the watchful eyes of the three of Luffy, Dory's sword and shield and another giant's axe flew out at the same time under the parry of both sides. The two giants who lost their weapons punched at the same time and hit each other at the same time. Then, as if they had exhausted their last strength, the two giants fell backwards at the same time after receiving a punch in the face. Two gigantic figures fell to the ground, causing a burst of dust, and the gigantic bodies crushed all the trees they touched. The 73,460th battle, and the two giants lying down made a sound at the same time, and then the two giants who were still fighting for life and death laughed again like good friends. What's the matter with them? It seemed like they were going all out just now, so why is this happening now? Nami didn't understand, and neither did Vivi. Luffy knew the reason but didn't need to say it. Hey Dory, I met two guests today and they brought me wine. The fat-faced giant was lying on the ground and said to Dory, who was also lying on the ground, "Great, I haven't had a drink in a long time, give me some." Jai. One thing to say, this kind of laughter is really stupid. The two giants finally ended their fight and it was time for Luffy to play. Nami, Vivi, let's go over, I'm here for them if it goes well, maybe I don't need to fight them. 55-4, you two, if you want wine I have a lot here. Luffy took Nami and Vivi, and the fast-running duck Karoo to the two giants who were still lying on the ground. It's you, I was just about to invite you to eat dinosaur meat. I didn't expect the volcano to erupt. Dory, who was lying on the ground, saw Luffy 3 and a duck and immediately recognized it. After all, he had just seen it. Yeah, we've been dueling for 100 years under the name of a volcanic eruption, but we haven't decided yet. When the giant lying on the other side heard that it was someone Dory knew, they also had a hearty conversation. By the way, my name is Dory, he is Brogy, since you know me, you should know him too. Luffy nodded in response. By the way, you said you had alcohol. For Luffy just said that he has a lot of wine. The two giants 5 and 60 are happy at the same time. That's right, the two guests Brogy met before were supposed to be my crew members and I still have a lot of wine on board. Although Nami and Vivi felt strange, they did not ask aloud. From the look of Luffy, it was obvious that he wanted to trade with these two giants by using alcohol. Oh, so the woman with the long nose and the strange hat is your crew member. Are you pirates too? Dory and Brogy seemed to be resting and they both sat up from the ground at the same time. Yes, we are indeed pirates. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. This time I am here mainly to meet the two of you. No need to hide it, Luffy said straight to the two giants. Looking for us, we've been on this island for more than 100 years. Based on your human age, we shouldn't be someone we know. For Luffy's statement, the two giants are obviously very puzzled, but the giants are not good at intrigue, so there is no doubt that Luffy will be against them. I want to see Elbaf's strongest gun and I would be very grateful if you two would teach me about it. Luffy looked directly into the huge eyes of the two giants and said his intentions. 66.99. As soon as Luffy's words came out, the scene instantly fell silent. Dory and Brogy never expected to hear the ancient name of Elbaf's most powerful gun from a human mouth. For the two of them in the duel of more than 100 years, they have never used this trick. Therefore, even they were obviously stunned when they suddenly heard Luffy say this move. Humans, Elbaf's spear is a stunt of the giants, and it is impossible for humans to learn it. Even our giants, there are only a handful of people who can use this trick. Dory and Brogy said a word, their huge eyes looking directly at Luffy. Movements are not limited to races. Even Luffy, if he does learn Elbaf's gun, will definitely improve. In any case, there is no doubt that Elbaf's gun is more suitable for giants. What Luffy wants to learn is nothing more than the power-generating skills of this trick and how to use it. The original koala can learn the Murloc karate of the Murlocs, so there is no reason why you can't learn this trick. Any physical skills should have something in common, and the giants are nothing more than a little bigger than humans, so the threshold should be lower in this regard. What a brave man! But we won't easily pass on the stunts of the giants to a human. Hearing the giant's answer, Nami's heart tightened. Such an answer is equivalent to rejecting Luffy, so what will Luffy do? Maybe you will change your mind, Luffy smiled, ignoring Dory and Brogy's rejection. After all, on this island, in addition to these people, there are others. The wine will be delivered immediately. Oh. Are you still willing to give us a drink even if we refuse it? What a generous man. The two giants were obviously surprised to hear that Luffy was still willing to offer drinks. Luffy just smiled and took Nami and Vivi back in the direction of the Mary. Just after Luffy and Nami Vivi left together, the two giants who were about to get up found themselves unable to move. What's the matter? Did that human do it just now? Looking down at your feet, a layer of white material completely wraps the feet that support the body and the buttocks sitting on the ground. The two giants moved vigorously, trying to break free from the bundle of white matter. However, I found that this layer of material was extremely hard and I couldn't break free at all. Seeing that the two giants struggled to no avail, they immediately thought it was Luffy's move. Ho ho ho, I finally got this opportunity, otherwise I might not be able to get that man here. Just behind the two giants on the back of the stone, a man and a little girl came out. The man, with a cup of coffee in his hand and wearing a white vest, was speaking to the two giants in a leisurely manner, and his hair was strangely tied into a three-character. Damn it, who are you? Seeing the figure walking out, the two giants finally knew who bound them. Sure enough, how could such a bold man do such a thing? Although Luffy's request was rejected, it is clear that Luffy's previous performance has been recognized by the two giants. Hee hee, no matter how daring you are, you can't get what you want, you're just a brainless brat. For Luffy, although he knew that the other party had defeated Mr. 5, in Mr. 3's view, the other party was still just a little devil with some strength. After all, Mr. 5 is just a waste in his eyes. Isn't this coming out? I thought you would continue to endure. The three of Luffy who had already left came back from the direction they left. Luffy's observation Haki was always on, and Mr. 30.4, who was hiding on the side, could possibly hide it from Luffy. Your so-called mind in the face of absolute strength can't be on the table. Luffy Lord, didn't you go back and get the wine? The two giants were obviously a little surprised to the three of Luffy who went back and forth, and for a while they forgot to continue their struggle. If I don't leave, why would anyone jump out in a hurry? Little devil, are you kidding me? How did he find himself when he was clearly hiding out of the sight of the other party? The coffee in his hand was no longer in the mood to drink, so Mr. 3 threw the cup away. I was just pretending to be in front of others, but I was slapped in the face with my backhand. Mr. 3 was a little furious. At this moment, the little girl standing next to Mr. 3 suddenly picked up the drawing board and wanted to draw something. Don't be stupid, little sister. The ability to suggest is still quite weird, and Luffy has no intention of trying it out himself. Now that he knew the ability of the other party, after seeing the little girl's movements, he looked at the other party with dangerous eyes. The little girl who was startled by Luffy's eyes shook her hand holding the paintbrush and almost dropped the paintbrush on the ground. Since you found out, let's just solve it with you. In Mr. 3's mind, since Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ghost Brogy, who offered a reward of 100 million Bailey, couldn't earn the wax made by their wax fruit. Then Luffy, who only offered a reward of 90 million Bailey, naturally couldn't earn it. Luffy looked at Mr. 3 with interest. Wax fruit and Katakuri's waxy fruit are quite similar. But the waxy glutinous fruit is set as a special paramecia by WT, while the wax fruit is just an ordinary creation system in paramecia devil fruit. Luffy is a little confused. Candle shackles. While Luffy was still thinking, Mr. 3 took the lead. I saw that Mr. 3's hands suddenly turned into 14 things like the white matter that bound Dory and Brogy. However, unlike binding the two giants, the white substance his hands turned into was in the form of a flowing liquid, and the white matter that bound the two giants has solidified into a solid. His hands can be turned into wax, or is it the creation system? Luffy is speechless. Maybe it's just that Mr. 3 wasn't developed enough, or maybe it's another Katakuri. Watching Mr. 3's hands turn into flowing white wax, he quickly threw out a lump. This lump of white wax that was thrown out quickly changed in the air and soon formed a shackled appearance. However, the shackles are still in a softened state because they have not yet been bound. Watching the shackles go straight to him to prevent Luffy from dodging. The shackles formed by the white wax hit Luffy's feet without hindrance and then quickly solidified into a solid state the moment it locked Luffy's feet. HMPH, brazen brat, even with a bounty of 90 million Bailey, I still won't get caught by me. 39. Seeing that Luffy was hit by his own candle shackles, Mr. 3 finally let out a bad breath. I don't feel so angry anymore about being put together by Luffy before. Lord Luffy, X2. Mr. Luffy, the two giants and Vivi saw that Luffy was directly trapped by each other and immediately shouted anxiously. Nami didn't say anything. After all, he had seen the duel between Luffy and Hawkeye. Hearing the uncle with the weird hairstyle just now say that his move is a candle shackle, it should be the devil fruit ability of candles. Since it is a candle, it means that it will be melted by fire, and the ability that Luffy has shown before is the Fire Fist Gun. Besides, at Luffy's speed, it should be easy to avoid Mr. Three's attack. Since Luffy didn't dodge it, he must have some ideas, so Nami wasn't worried about Luffy being trapped by the other party. The wax made by your wax fruit is not bad. How about it? Do you want to consider coming to my boat? I felt the strength of the candle shackles on my feet, and with Luffy's strength I really couldn't break free without using Haki. And it doesn't have the soft texture of ordinary candles. It's no wonder that Zoro, who has not reached the realm of cutting iron in the original book, can't cut this candle. Stinky boy, what nonsense are you talking about? Now that you are caught by me, if you want to ask for mercy, let's put it another way. Catch, are all your Baroque workers so naive? Luffy's words made Mr. Three, who was still secretly happy, stunned. Do you think Marine's bounty was set at random? Don't look at the two giants Dory and Brogy, who offered a reward of 100 million Bailey now can't win Mr. Three's candle, but that is when they are exhausted. Do you really think that fighting between two giants is a game? Stinky boy, don't be rude, look at my candle shackles. 35. Mr. Three, who was caught by the tone of Luffy's words, waved his hands that turned into flowing candles again. This time the candle shackles flew towards Luffy's hands. Now that you have seen Mr. Three's candle, there is no need to keep his hands locked by him. Watching the candle shackles approaching, Luffy covered armament Haki with his right hand. With a slight trembling of the arm, a layer of flame quickly wrapped around Haki's right hand. The candle shackles flying in the air have not yet completely solidified, and it is estimated that the effect of direct attack will not be very good, so Luffy decisively chose to use fire to melt the candle. When the flames appeared in Luffy's hands, Mr. Three, who was full of confidence, suddenly changed his face. Apparently, Luffy still had the ability to use fire. The candle shackle quickly melted and fell to the ground the first time it touched Luffy's flame-wrapped right fist. Luffy pushes his feet, armament Haki shifts from his right hand to his feet. Click. After solidification, the extremely hard candle shattered in Mr. Three's shocked eyes. Mr. Three, what to do? We can't seem to beat him. The little girl who has been inactive because of Luffy's words is Mr. Three's partner, Miss Golden Week. After seeing that Luffy easily broke free from Mr. Three's candle shackles, he timidly said to Mr. Three, and at the same time his body slowly moved behind Mr. Three. Idiot, it's not because you were frightened by others at first. Now use your 560 ability to try it out and I'll restrain him. 35. Looking at Miss Golden Week hiding behind him, Mr. Three could only prepare himself to go straight on. Candle Champions Cup. 35. Mr. Three shouted loudly, and countless white wax suddenly spewed out from his waxy hands and then quickly wrapped him. Luffy didn't stop either, just waiting for his transformation to complete. Miss Golden Week, help me get dressed up. Mr. Three, whose whole body except his head was wrapped in candles, shouted to Miss Golden Week. I saw Miss Golden Week, who was called out, swaying the paintbrush continuously, and Mr. Three's original pure white candle armor was also painted with red paint on various parts. Who? Stinky boy, although you can break free from my candle shackles, I am invincible under the wrapping of this Candle Champion Cup. After wearing this candle condensed armor, Mr. Three felt completely different. Originally, he thought of letting Miss Golden Week solve Luffy with his paint ability, but now he feels that he can completely defeat Luffy. Maybe this is the romance of men. However, Luffy doesn't think his armor is good-looking and feels that this kind of robot-like thing in the pirate world is a bit sloppy. Looking at the confident Mr. Three, Luffy wondered if there was something wrong with these people's icks. Now that he has seen that he has the ability to release flames, he can also directly break his candle. So what's the point of equipping a candle armor now? The key is that you still look so confident after you equip it. Luffy is really speechless. Champion. Plowfield Fist. The confident Mr. Three swung the part of the armor that looked like a boxing glove and rushed towards Luffy. The ability is almost understood and there is no need to continue wrangling with him. Having said so much, I just want to know what exactly is going on with Wax Fruit. However, looking at the way Mr. 3 uses it now, I can't see anything. It seems that he can only turn his arm into a candle and then use the arm that turns into a candle to make things. As for the others, maybe it's because it's not developed enough, or maybe Wax Fruit can only do so much. Luffy can't see it. After all, Devil Fruit's ability is really puzzling. Armament Haki covered Armament Haki with his right hand again, and looking at the candle fist that kept waving towards him, Luffy was not polite and punched it out. Click. Luffy's right fist directly hit Mr. 3's constantly waving candle glove. Then, in Mr. 3's terrified eyes, the candle glove on the candle armor he made that was in contact with Luffy's right fist shattered. This is not over yet. As the glove ruptures, the crack continues to spread. The sound of caw-caw kept coming, and finally the armor condensed from the candle completely shattered. The fragments all fell to the ground with a dida sound. On the side, Miss Golden Week, who wanted to wait for the opportunity to use the pigment hint ability on Luffy. When Mr. 3 fell to the ground, his eyes stopped moving. Luffy didn't kill Mr. 3, or Luffy didn't damage Mr. 3 at all. That punch was just aimed at the candle armor. The candle that could trap us was smashed into pieces with one punch tilde. The giant Dory, who was still trapped by Mr. 3, looked at Luffy in surprise. While he and Brogy in their heyday can indeed break away from this hard candle, it won't be easy either. Is that Haki? As the captains of the former giant soldier pirates, the two naturally knew about Haki. When Luffy used the fire fist just now, he didn't see it because of the flame, and his feet just thought Luffy was powerful. But now looking at Luffy's punch that hit Mr. 3, it was clearly covered with a layer of armament Haki's power. Dory and Brogy looked at each other and fell silent. How about it? Do you want to be my crew member? You and this girl are still very capable. Looking at Mr. 3, who fell to the ground, and Miss, who was standing blankly during Golden Week, Luffy once again proposed to let them on board. Mr. 3's Wax Fruit has similar characteristics to Wax Fruit, and further development may be able to do what Wax Fruit can do. And Miss Golden Week, her ability is not Devil Fruit's power. Can such a hinting ability go a step further and through hints, let the power of Master Haki be made? After all, Haki is an innate power in human beings, and it is not impossible to channel this power through suggestion. If it can be done, then this girl's ability will be very valuable. Hey, Luffy, why did you just invite the enemy aboard? Hearing Luffy's words, it was not Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week who were invited to react first. It was Nami, who had been staying with Vivi all the time. Nami couldn't understand Luffy's invitation to the hostile forces once again. Could it be that Luffy can really see into the hearts of others? Otherwise, how can we ensure that these invited people will not betray or make small moves? Want us to join your pirate group? Don't be stupid. Even if we promise, Mr. O will not let us go, and you will be killed by him because of this. 35. For Luffy's reinvitation, Mr. 3 still did not agree. Although the opponent can easily defeat him, Mr. 3 still doesn't think Luffy can compete with the Baroque Work Club. In terms of number of people, the Straw Hat Pirates have already been destroyed by the Baroque Work Club. Not to mention the Baroque Work Society and the big boss Mr. Zero. Although Luffy's bounty is as much as 90 million, even if it is a pirate of over 100 million, the Baroque Works has solved a lot. It seems that you are in awe of your mysterious president. Is Crocodile strong? There's no doubt about that, at least for anyone who doesn't know Haki. Logia Devil Fruit is invincible. Even if you know how to restrain Sand Fruit, do you expect someone who can't even Haki can beat Crocodile with water? Is it true that the pirates of Crocodile for so many years are for nothing? Moreover, Sand Fruit is not Smoke Fruit. The attack power of the two is not the same grade. But does this matter to Luffy? Crocodile may be unmatched for ordinary people, but for Luffy it is not much more difficult to deal with than Smoker. But it doesn't matter if you don't agree. I will definitely take this girl away. Her abilities are very valuable. Hey Luffy. Luffy's once again made Nami frazzled. Although Luffy said that he wanted to let the girl on board because of the opponent's ability, Nami just felt very uncomfortable. What's more, how old is this girl? Even if the other party is an agent of the Baroque Work Club, Nami doesn't really want to have such a small person on the ship to become a pirate together. While Nami cried out Vivi, King Lee's also looked at Luffy with a weird look. 66.99. Hearing Nami's dissatisfaction and the strange look in Vivi's eyes, Luffy felt that he shouldn't have brought them here. Miss. Golden Week, who was named by Luffy, took 2 steps back as if frightened. Miss Golden Week didn't know whether to resist Luffy's direct desire to bring himself to the pirate ship. After all, he has thin arms and thin legs. If Luffy really forcibly took him on the boat, it would be completely impossible for him to escape in Luffy's hands. Hey, don't go too far, Miss Golden Week is only 16 years old. Seeing that Luffy didn't seem to want to let go of his partner, Mr. 3 immediately yelled at Luffy. You also know that she is only 16 years old, so how did she become your partner? Regarding Mr. 3's questioning, Luffy retorted without hesitation. Really bothering you, Lord Luffy. Dory and Brogy, who were rescued by Luffy from Mr. 3's candle, thanked Luffy. As for Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, they are sitting on the stone next to them. Even if Luffy didn't do anything to them, the two didn't dare to act rashly for the time being. Judging from the strength of Luffy's punch that shattered his own candle of the champion's cup just now, if the punch hit him directly, Mr. 3 would probably be gone. Since the matter is settled, then you can come with me, and the wine is still on my boat. It's just a few barrels of wine, just give it to them. And even if they don't teach themselves the Elbaf gun, it's no big deal. As for you two, come with us. Luffy took another look at Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, who were staying honest, then turned around and prepared to go to the Mary. Luffy, please wait. 35. Just as Luffy turned around, Dory and Brogy looked at each other and stopped Luffy at the same time. Nami and Vivi, who were about to follow Luffy back, paused and looked at the two giants. Luffy turned his head and looked at them both calmly and could roughly guess what they wanted to say. Lord Luffy saved both of our lives. We are both very grateful. We can teach you 563 of the Elbaf gun of the giant family, but whether you can learn it depends on Luffy himself. Sure enough, the giant family is indeed like this. The two giants who guarded the Eni's lobby in the original book after Usopp told them about the Blue Ogre were able to turn their backs and help Luffy. When he arrived at the Blue Ogre Red Ghost, he was equivalent to saving the lives of 2 people, and it was reasonable to be able to agree to his request. It doesn't matter, the 2 willing to teach is enough for me. As for whether I can learn it or not, that's my own business. Since Charlotte Linlin can learn, there is no reason why he can't. Luffy still has some understanding of his talent. In that case, let us first tell you the principle of Elbaf's gun. As for the wine, it's not too late for us to finish talking about it, otherwise the wine will be unnatural. Dory and Brogy said a word, seeing Luffy agree, and the body that was about to get up sat down again. Luffy also found a stone next to him and sat down, ready to listen to the explanation of the two. Seeing that the 2 giants agreed to Luffy's previous request, Nami breathed a sigh of relief. Although according to the situation just now, Luffy should have no problem against these 2 giants, but it is better not to fight if he can. A relieved Nami sat down next to Luffy, and Vivi followed Nami and sat next to Nami. The duck, seeing the 3 of them sitting down, also wanted to lean against Luffy and sit next to Luffy, but Luffy kicked him directly next to Mr. 3. Quack! Karoo got up from the ground and yelled at Luffy in dissatisfaction. Then he glanced at Mr. 3, who was sitting there obediently, and with a pout he pushed Mr. 3 aside for a distance. Fortunately, Miss Golden Week sits farther away, otherwise with her petite size it is estimated that she will be pushed down directly. Mr. Luffy, don't bully Karoo. Vivi next to Nami saw this and complained to Luffy. And Mr. 3, who was pushed aside, glared at the duck sitting next to him, but he didn't dare to attack. He could only endure it silently. Seeing Luffy sit down, Dory and Brogy directly talked about the principle of Elbaf's gun regardless of whether anyone else was present. It's not that they believe in the human who trapped them just now, but in their opinion the Elbaf spear of the giants is not something that everyone can learn. Even among the giants, not everyone can use it, let alone humans. If you can learn the strongest spear of the giants by listening to them across the boundaries of races, then the spear of Elbaf will not be a stunt unique to the giants. What's more, that Mr. 3 doesn't look like a human with extraordinary talent at all. so Dory and Brogy didn't have any intentions to hide. Even Luffy, they didn't think they could learn. It doesn't take much time to tell the principle, and Luffy understands the key after listening to it once. What's missing is the actual experience, but Luffy is not stupid and naturally he won't let them face him now. Not to mention that Nami is still here. How could she accept Luffy's unreasonable behavior? Besides, even without Nami, Luffy wouldn't have tried it out himself. The so-called feeling, although picking this up is the easiest to feel, but Luffy doesn't need to do it to this extent. Luffy just wanted to see the effect of this trick in action, and the island-eating beasts near this island have always existed. I believe that the giants will not just leave it alone when Luffy leaves and let Luffy and others solve it by themselves. Since it's over, let's go, let's have a banquet here with the two of you. Luffy stood up again, pulled Nami up too, then looked at the two giants and said, "One thing to say, one thing, sitting next to a giant is really difficult and you have to raise your head to say anything. Since it's a banquet, let's go hunt a few dinosaurs first. There is only wine at the banquet, how can we do without meat?" Jai, Brogy is right, Lord Luffy, you go first, we will follow soon. Brogy has just seen where your ship is parked. The two giants were also pirates before, and they were quite happy about the banquet that Luffy said. After all, the two of them have been fighting on the island and it has been a long time since the last banquet. If that's the case, then let's go first. Luffy did not refuse. They were the hosts of this little garden, and since they had seen where the Mary was parked, they naturally wouldn't get lost. Speaking of getting lost, I don't know where Zoro is now. I hope Sanji can meet him. On the other side of Little Garden, it is a polar area with the Mary. Zoro is dragging a huge dinosaur around. Suddenly, I felt a tingling sensation in my nose and I couldn't help sneezing. In the candle room where Mr. 3 and the others were on standby, Sanji was talking on the phone with a man with a gloomy voice. At Sanji's feet, a bird in a haze were rolling their eyes and passing out. Several drawing boards were shattered one by one in the corner of the wall, and it could be seen from the slightly intact part that it was a portrait of Luffy and the others. "Ah, Luffy, you're finally back." As soon as he came to the Mary, Usopp cried and jumped off the Mary. Apparently something terrible happened to Usopp after Luffy and the others left. But it can't be said to be a terrible thing, after all, it is only a giant family. Sure enough, Usopp, who jumped down, immediately used his exaggerated tone to tell the story of seeing Brogy before. But after seeing the wine on the Mary, he asked for a few barrels of wine and ignored us, and then after the eruption of the volcano in the middle, he went there. Aren't you too timid? How can you become a brave sea warrior like this? 35. Nami ruthlessly ridiculed Usopp's tricks. Yes, if you have the ability, don't follow Luffy. Sneered at Nami's jeers, don't think you can't see it, you'd be nothing but a coward if Luffy wasn't around all the time. Usopp thought so and then said so too, and then the consequences are of course needless to say. Boom. The world is quiet, hahaha, you are so funny with a long nose. Brogy, who came back with a dinosaur, laughed when he saw Usopp being beaten to the ground by Nami. Ho, why did you come back? Usopp, who was playing dead on the ground, got up from the ground immediately after hearing Brogy's voice. After seeing the figure about 20 meters tall, he immediately ran behind Luffy. Dory and I are here to attend Lord Luffy's banquet. Long nose, you must have something special to be invited by Lord Luffy on board. 99. To be invited on board by someone like Luffy, in Brogy's view, the other party obviously has something special. Ahahaha, that's of course, I didn't expect you to be quite discerning. Usopp, who was still hiding behind Luffy and was afraid to die, changed his fear when he heard such a tall giant complimenting him. Immediately jumped out from behind Luffy and responded with a sullen face. Hahaha, you are really funny. It can be said that a big talker like Usopp is a dimensionality reduction blow to a simple-minded creature. Looking at Usopp, who was already sitting on Brogy's shoulders and chatting with Brogy, Nami and Vivi, were dumbfounded. Hey, Mr. 3, Miss Golden Week, why are you here? After Luffy and the others came back, Makita, who had been staying on the observation deck, also fell down lightly. However, after seeing Mr. 3 and Miss behind Luffy and the others during the Golden Week, he immediately looked at the two of them as if they were facing a big enemy. Don't worry, these two are like you now, so don't be so nervous. 99. Luffy could naturally understand Makita's vigilance. Mikita's current situation is equivalent to betraying the Baroque Work Club. After being informed by Mr. O, it is not surprising that she sent someone to solve her problem. After all, I have done something similar before. However, after hearing what Luffy said, Mikita was slightly relieved but then surprised again. Unexpectedly, even Mr. 3 was caught by Luffy, and see Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, even if they can move freely, they don't dare to do other small things. Mikita doesn't feel like it's unacceptable to be caught. You, Miss Valentine, you were actually on their ship. Did you also betray the Baroque Society? Where's Mr. 5? The sudden appearance of Mikita also startled Mr. 3. He didn't pay attention to what Luffy said just now, thinking that the other party also betrayed the Baroque Work Club just like Vivi. Yeah, I joined the Straw Hat Pirates. How about you? Do you want to join us too? Hey you woman, when did you become our partner? 35. Hearing Mikita's words, Luffy didn't refute, but Nami couldn't help it. Mikita ignored Nami's reaction and just glanced at Luffy secretly. Seeing that Luffy didn't mean to refute, she breathed a sigh of relief, then continued to look at Mr. 3, waiting for his answer. Since she was destined to be hunted down by the Baroque Work Club, Mikita naturally had to think about her future. However, his future, it seems that apart from staying on this boat, there is only one way of death. The things that Luffy mentioned about the big treasure before did not avoid him, which also meant that he knew the secret of the other party. Mikita isn't stupid, even if the Straw Hat Luffy doesn't look like he's killing innocent people. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKING flowers 0, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. But the reward of 90 million Bailey was there, and he dared not bet that he would kill himself. That sentence just said is also a statement. Since the other party did not refute what he said, it meant that he could indeed stay on this boat. Mikita, who was slightly relieved, didn't seem to be as afraid of Luffy as before. HMPH, the boss won't let you go. Mr. 3 didn't answer Mikita's words, just said something stubbornly, then stopped talking. The boss you're talking about is a man named Mr. 0. I just got a phone call from him in a certain cabin. 9. Sanji, who came back at some point, threw an even bigger dinosaur brought back by Brogy and Dory next to the Mary. When I heard the words of this man I had never seen before, this sentence suddenly popped up. Miss Nami, Miss Vivi, I'm back, alas! Is this a giant? It's really that tall. Then, without waiting for Mr. 3 to react, Sanji immediately shouted at Nami and Vivi beside Luffy. At the same time, Dory and Brogy sitting behind Nami and Vivi finally entered Sanji's eyes. It can be said that such a big giant has only been discovered until now, and Sanji is also quite outrageous. What did you say? How can you be ****** mess with other people's phone bugs? Mr. 3, who suddenly heard the bad news, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood on the ground. If the boss knew that he had failed his mission and leaked the phone bug information, he would probably finish it. Luffy is suddenly interested, and Sanji's wave can be said to be an excellent assist. Perhaps without having to wait until Crocodile is resolved, the two will join and officially join themselves. In this case, the Haki of those on the ship may have hope of awakening in advance. Is there anything you can't do? Anyway, you are enemies, right? It's best for us to let your own people kill each other, right? Sanji completely ignored Mr. 3's anger and said lightly. By the way, Sanji, since you're back, Zoro should be back too. 99. Hearing Luffy's question, Sanji was suddenly silent. 66.99. Then Luffy was also silent for 4 under the swaying bonfire. Luffy and his party were drinking with the two giants of Little Garden. Even the former Baroque agents who were captives, Luffy didn't starve them. Zoro was retrieved by Luffy in observation Haki before the banquet, and now he's having a drink with two giants. The two giants were drinking with Zoro and bragging with Usopp, laughing a few times from time to time, looking very unhappy. Sanji is constantly preparing dinosaur dishes while Nami and Vivi are sitting next to Luffy. While eating the roasted dinosaur meat slowly, Nami would tear off a piece and feed it to Luffy's mouth from time to time. This seems to be Luffy's first formal banquet since he went to sea. Happy times are always quite short. The burning bonfire was finally extinguished and curls of green smoke rose from the bonfire. The surroundings were already full of corpses lying in a row. With the help of Luffy, Nami carried the drunk Vivi back to the room on the Mary. Maybe because he was worried about the safety of the country at the banquet, Vivi kept pouring himself wine. Maybe he wanted to use wine to numb himself. Nami, who was sitting next to him, didn't stop Vivi but just kept drinking with Vivi. However, Nami's drinking capacity is obviously not comparable to Vivi's. After the banquet, he still carried Vivi back to the room as if nothing was wrong. As for the others, just fall asleep. When you fall asleep outside, the vitality is tenacious, there is nothing to worry about. As for Luffy, because of Vivi, he couldn't sneak into Nami's room anymore, so he rested on the shore against the tree for the night. The next day, everyone woke up from their slumbers one after another. It would take a year for Little Garden's magnetic recording, so Luffy naturally wouldn't be waiting here. The permanent pointer of Alabasta given by Ikelim before is used, but before that, we need to go to the Drum Kingdom. Although no one was infected with the virus this time, the doctor on the Mary was essential. Then, let's go. On the Mary, Luffy said goodbye to the two giants standing on the shore. Master, let's go. We will sail to Elbaf in the future, and I will definitely become a sea warrior with honor like you. Usopp stood on the deck, waving his hands and shouting at the two giants with tears in his eyes. Hey, Dory, there seems to be some guy on the other side of the island. Brogy, who smiled and said goodbye to everyone from Luffy, suddenly looked back at his friend and opponent and said, "Ah, yes, since that's the case, let's help them not only save our lives but also give us wine to drink." Hearing Brogy's words, Dory nodded. "Your Excellency Luffy, no matter what you encounter, you all go straight ahead." He shouted to Luffy without a head. Others might think it was the giant's blessing for their sailing, but Luffy knew the reason why they said so. Sure enough, just as the Mary was about to leave the inner bay, a huge thing suddenly floated out from under the outer sea. What is this? Even at Luffy's side, Nami couldn't help crying out after seeing the huge creature that appeared. Why do we always encounter such strange and huge things? Road. Luffy were going straight ahead. Even with trembling legs, Usopp remembered what the two giants said. What a joke, such a huge creature, if it goes straight forward it will crash the ship and kill people. The speaker was Mr. 3, who obviously didn't expect the people on Luffy's ship to have such crazy ideas. Don't worry, those two giant friends will help us solve it, we just need to move straight forward. 39. Although it feels a bit like putting his own destiny in the hands of others, Luffy is still willing to give it a try. This kind of thrilling thing after becoming Luffy won't happen often. Seeing the huge creature in front of him with its mouth wide open, except for Luffy who remained motionless with a smile, the others began to scream. Suddenly, an inexplicable aura came from the shore and Luffy turned around if he felt a group of people. Two huge figures stood on the shore, Dory and Brogy already raising their weapons. The two of them squatted down, the sword and the axe kept accumulating power, the astonishing air wave waving around the two of them as the center. Some kind of strong aura spread on the sword and the axe. Finally, the huge goldfish creature swallowed the merry hole in its mouth. However, at this moment, the two giants on the shore also seemed to have finished charging, and the great sword and the big axe in their hands slashed down at the same time. Hakoku! With Dory and Brogy shouting. Two shock waves were formed by the slashing of the great sword and the big axe, and they shot straight towards the huge goldfish in the form of a straight column. There were no violent collisions, and the two shock waves fused together during the flight. When the giant goldfish closed its mouth, the fusion shock wave directly hit the giant goldfish's body. As if there was no obstruction, the shock wave directly blew away most of the huge goldfish's body. The bombarded part disappeared as if it had evaporated. At this moment, the Mary, which had been swallowed, was revealed again. Okay. So powerful as expected of the masters. 39. From the light environment to the dark environment, and then from the dark environment back to the light environment, everything is completed in an instant. Actually smashed such a huge creature directly into half of its body. Zoro and Usopp also opened their mouths wide and then they felt their blood boil again. Can this kind of power be done on your own? Hakoku, so it is. From Luffy, who opened observation Haki just now, he naturally saw what he wanted to see. Elbaf's gun 0.4, the strongest gun of the giants, Luffy may soon be able to master. With the principle described by Dory and Brogy and now seeing the form after the two actually use it, Luffy is confident that this trick will be mastered in a short time. How could there be such a powerful move? Sure enough, my previous caution was right. Looking at this scene with his mouth open, Mr. 3 was a little fortunate that he moved his hand when the two giants were exhausted. Otherwise, if they resorted to this trick, they would not even have scum left. To be recognized by such a mighty giant, Straw Hat Luffy, how holy are you? Glancing at Luffy, whose expression had not changed from beginning to end, Mr. 3 sighed inwardly. Can you and Miss Golden Week really get on this ship with an unknown sailing? Hey Luffy, where are we going next? After leaving Little Garden, it is natural to consider the next itinerary. Luffy said before that he would go to 2 places before going to Alabasta. Now that the trip to Little Garden was over and the recording needle did not record Little Garden's magnetic force, Nami naturally had to ask the direction of the sailing. I don't know the exact direction. Luffy touched his chin. After all, the original book arrived at the Drum Kingdom with a crooked hit. But you should have heard of that country, the Medical Power Drum Kingdom. 95. Luffy looked at Mr. 3 and the others. After all, they had been hanging out in the first half of the Grand Line. There was no reason not to know about such a well-known country, right? In the case of the Drum Kingdom, I have a permanent pointer here. It was Makita who spoke, and now she had taken off her strange hat, but apart from the hat, the rest was still the same outfit. Short blonde hair, 2 lemon-shaped earrings, and a pale yellow dress with a lemon pattern printed on it. Luffy was pleasantly surprised that she had a permanent pointer to the Drum Kingdom. 14. It stands to reason that, as a senior agent of the Baroque Work Club, she should focus on Alabasta. How can there be a permanent pointer to the Drum Kingdom? After all, it is a big medical country. As a killer, I saved one when I thought it would always be useful. Seeming to see Luffy's doubts, Makita quickly explained it. Although Luffy didn't refute the statement that he became a member of the Straw Hat Pirates before, but it is estimated that he will only know after getting Alabasta. Luffy said before that Alabasta is useful to his place, and when he wants to come to that time, whether to stay on this ship or be killed will have a conclusion. So if you can help Luffy now, it can be considered to increase your chances of survival. In that case, Nami, look at the directions. Our next stop is the Drum Kingdom. Taking the permanent pointer from Makita, Luffy handed it to Nami. Nami took the permanent pointer and gave Makita a thoughtful look. In the case of the Drum Kingdom, is there a doctor you like to invite? Glancing at the permanent pointer, Nami directed Zoro and the others to adjust the direction of the Mary while looking at Luffy. Nami was already able to guess something about Luffy's sudden move. Although I don't know why Luffy knows so much, I just need to guide him. Yeah, that would be a doctor you didn't expect. Thinking of Chopper, Luffy couldn't help smiling slightly and replied to Nami. The devil fruit in this pirate world is truly amazing. Following the direction indicated by the permanent pointer, the Mary quickly entered a snow-covered area. He decided to change into the padded jacket, but except for Luffy, the padded jackets of several people were all the ones they wore before. After all, they were all bought by Nami for Luffy. Even though Nami bought a lot for Luffy, it wasn't enough for a few people. As for the people in the Baroque Work Club, Luffy didn't let them freeze. After all, it's probably his own crew. Hey, Mr. Luffy, there's a man standing on the sea ahead. Makita is currently working as a lookout on the ship. After all, lion fruit is easy to get up and down the observation deck, and if necessary, it can fly to the sky. It is indeed an excellent person to be a lookout. At this moment, she was holding a telescope in one hand and pointing to the sea in front of the Mary with the other, reminding Luffy. Hearing Makita's shout, the others on the Mary also walked to the bow, looking in the direction Makita pointed. The Mary gradually approached, and sure enough, on the sea directly ahead, a man in strange clothes was standing there. Wow, how did he manage to stand on the sea? 35. Everyone was amazed at the ability to stand directly on the sea like this. This man is so ugly. It was Nami who said this, and after seeing the other party's wavy lips, clown-like face, and strange clothes, Nami complained mercilessly. Hey, you woman is too rude. Hey Tilda, it's so cold. The man who was standing quietly broke his defense immediately after hearing Nami's rant. However, at this moment, a large shadow suddenly appeared on the sea surface under the man's feet, and a huge thing floated up from the sea surface. Why does something so big suddenly float in front of the Mary from the sea every time? What everyone feels is not fear of the sudden appearance of huge things, but can't help but complain. This time it's not a strange creature, it's a ship, a big ship. Watching what floated out of the sea unfolded from its original spherical shape into a giant ship, Luffy was amazed. This should be a ship that was synthesized by Munch Munch fruit, otherwise it should not be able to do this. The first time he saw the man standing on the sea, Luffy knew the origin of the other party. Speaking of which, Munch Munch fruit should be a very good ability, right? I just don't know if I can swallow devil fruit or natural energy to use the corresponding ability. If I can, then this fruit will be very powerful. Moreover, this fruit is also quite useful for scientific research. Even the waste of Wapol can synthesize the heaven-defying material of Wapol metal by chance. If the person who eats Munch Munch fruit is a person with relevant knowledge, what kind of technology will the world develop? Originally, I was thinking about how to enter the Drum Kingdom because the people of 563 hate pirates. Now that's it, Wapol brought it to the door himself and he had chips to use. Moreover, with the hatred of the people here for Wapol, if Wapol can be executed, you can also see if you have the luck to get the reborn Munch Munch fruit. Thinking of this, Luffy looked at the huge ship in front of him and had the feeling that a pillow would be brought up when he fell asleep. What a big ship compared to it, the Mary looks so small. Although it was a pirate ship, everyone did not meet the panic of pirates, after all, they were pirates. And now that there are so many people on board, there is really no need to be afraid. Even Usopp, with so many people on board, did not tremble with fear for the 3 people who appeared on that big ship. It's Wapol, the king of the Drum Kingdom. How did he become a pirate? Looking at the man standing in the middle of the big ship, Vivi recognized him immediately. Vivi can be said to be deeply impressed by the king of the Drum Kingdom who deliberately slapped himself back then. But Vivi didn't know what happened to the current Drum Kingdom and what made the king of a country become a pirate. She only knew that the current Wapol, since he had become a pirate, was no longer qualified to endure it. You said he was the king of the Drum Kingdom? It's not surprising that Vivi got to know the king of the Drum Kingdom, after all, the princess of Alabasta. But the king of a country actually became a pirate, which is unbelievable. However, why would a king of a country become a pirate? Is it too cruel to be kicked out by the citizens? Nami's muttering was half right. For such a situation, everyone is very curious. After all, new things are always attractive. Hey, is it too much for you guys to discuss me in front of me like this? Although this is the truth, being discussed in person still made Wapol, who was originally going to come forward by his subordinates, couldn't help but shout. The man in the strange costume that was standing on the sea had already stood beside Wapol, and he should have been standing on the pirate ship that had not yet unfolded before. Because the pirate ship is under the sea, people think it is standing on the sea. 7 people in total. Wapol jumped directly onto the Mary and looked around for a while but did not see the Makita on the lookout. It can't be just so many people, can it? Wapol couldn't believe that there were so many people on a pirate ship. However, it seems that people are not very smart. One second they are still doubting the number of people on the Mary. The next second they don't know where to take out a sword and stuff it into his mouth. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, he directly bit the sword and swallowed it. The ironclad chin was still twisting as if chewing something delicious. Actually ate the sword, it hurts just looking at it. Usopp clutched his neck, spitting out blood on his tongue with a distressed expression on his face. We want to go to the Drum Kingdom. Do you have permanent pointers or record pointers? Ignoring the shock of Usopp and the others, Wapol spoke in a commanding tone. Oh, it just so happens that we are also going to the Drum Kingdom. Why don't we take you? Luffy crossed his chest and looked at Wapol, who was chewing on the hilt of his sword. Mr. Luffy. Vivi wanted to say something but was stopped by Nami by the side. Nami shook his head at Vivi, motioning for Vivi not to speak. From what Nami knew about Luffy, Luffy must have had his own ideas for doing this. And when Vivi said Wapol was the king of the Drum Kingdom, Luffy didn't show any surprise or confusion. As if he had known about it for a long time, it made Nami think Luffy might even know why Wapol became a pirate. In this case, Luffy still said such words. It is obviously the next step. Glancing at Vivi's speechless expression, Luffy did not speak but looked at Wapol, who jumped onto the Mary. Now that you've come up, it's not that easy to go down. Thinking about the people who came up before, the 3 members of the Golden Dragon group were thrown into the sea by Luffy. These people from the Baroque works were basically forced by Luffy to stay on the ship, and people like Wapol can only go to the Drum Kingdom if they are tied by Luffy. Oh, are you a sensible fellow? But I don't want to take your little boat, such a big boat with so many people. Where do you want my king to sleep? I just thought that Luffy wanted to bring his Wapol because he was afraid of himself, and replied with disgust on his face. What do you be d say? The Mary is a great ship. Some people say that the Mary is not good and Usopp is naturally the first to jump out. But I'm hungry now and your ship can fill my stomach. Directly ignoring Usopp's rebuttal, Wapol turned his gaze to the railing of the Mary, and the ridiculous slap in the face suddenly came up, opening his metal-wrapped mouth and wanting to bite. Boom! Luffy punched it directly, and the big mouth wrapped in iron was directly smashed by Luffy's punch. The fat body also flew into the air under Luffy's punch. Lord Wapol. The two people who were originally standing on their huge pirate ship immediately exclaimed when they saw Wapol being knocked into the air by Luffy. How dare you do it, little ones, give it to me. One of them ordered to the men on the pirate ship. The other jumped into the air, trying to catch Wapol, who was about to fall into the sea. Wapol, who was knocked into the air, screamed in the air, but fortunately he was caught by the person who jumped over and did not fall into the sea. Damn it, dare to hit me, I want to kill him. Wapol, who was caught, stood firm and shouted at the men who caught him with a trembling voice. Makita, come towards their pirate ship, don't hold back. Luffy called out to Makita on the lookout. Makita was stunned when she heard Luffy's voice but quickly reacted. Since Luffy let himself take action, it means that he is basically certain to stay on this ship. Thinking of this, Makita was somewhat grateful to the pirates. However, although I was grateful in my heart, I had no intention of holding back. It is snowing here now and the wind is not too small, so I can use the wind to fly a little higher. Thinking like this, Makita held up her umbrella, activated her fruit ability, and her petite body jumped out of the observation deck, and then flew into the air under the influence of the umbrella and the wind. Feeling that the distance is almost the same, I looked at the direction, and the direction of the wind blowing itself is just right. Maximize the weight that the fruit's ability can increase, put away the umbrella, and then plunge toward Wapol's pirate ship. 10,000 kilograms, press the top. With a coquettish shout, the petite figure fell towards Wapol's white Iron King at an exaggerated speed. The unknown Wapol and the others just watched the figure descending extremely fast, not knowing what she wanted to do. Boom! The petite figure quickly landed on the huge pirate ship, and then there was a loud noise. The huge hull broke apart from the middle Li Wango, and the energy generated by the falling of 10,000 kilograms from a high altitude formed a shock wave that suddenly spread from the collision. Then the entire pirate ship exploded under this shock wave and then slowly sank. I don't know how Makita can withstand such energy. Is it the reason of devil fruit? White snow mixed with smoke, Makita's figure holding an umbrella flew into the sky under the action of the airflow generated by the huge collision, and then slowly fell to the observation tower grave of the Mary. Sanji watched the spectacular scene in front of him, and the cigarette he was holding in his mouth fell to the ground. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to have used this level of ability from the beginning. Otherwise, even if he was not directly hit, such a shock wave would be enough for him to drink a pot. When Makita attacked the pirate ship, Luffy stretched his arms and directly captured Wapol on the Mary. As for his subordinates, who cares about them? Luffy was also a little silent as he looked at the pirate ship, the Iron King, which was gradually sinking in front of him. Maybe I underestimate these original works. They don't seem to be very strong, and there is still devil fruit in the upper ranks. However, Luffy remembers that as the upper fruit of the light lion fruit, it seems that the shock cannot be avoided. But Makita in front of her is completely unaffected by the reaction force, so who is the upper fruit? My Iron King, Jace Malaman. Wapol had no idea what was going on, but for a short while his ship was gone and his men were gone. Usopp work. Glancing at the crew members who were also stunned by Makita, Luffy could only remind him. Usopp was woken by Luffy, his legs shaking again. She had tied Makita with a rope before. Would she hold revenge? Would she be attacked by Makita like this? Usopp thought in horror, but his movements were not slow and he still tied Wapol skillfully. "Hey, what are you doing? I'm the king of the Drum Kingdom." Seeing that he was tied up, Wapol immediately forgot his ship 567 and his subordinates and shouted to himself. However, Wapol has been caught by himself and is likely to be killed by the people of the Drum Kingdom. Will Wapol medal still appear? But according to the inertia of the plot that Luffy felt before, it should still be there, right? But it may not be called Wapol medal by then. Hey Miss Valentine, why haven't I seen you so powerful before? You wouldn't really join the Straw Hat Pirates, would you? Mr. 3, who had recovered from the shock, looked at Makita with a slightly frightened look. I never thought that the woman who always had a malicious smile before but in her opinion was not very powerful could actually have such a powerful ability. Hey, didn't I tell you before that I joined the Straw Hat Pirates? Oh, by the way, don't call me Miss Valentine again, I'm now Makita of the Straw Hat Pirates. Makita once again said that she was part of the Straw Hat Pirates, but this time Nami didn't say anything. It's always a good thing to have a strong partner. In fact, Makita's abilities can only be so effective at sea. The ship was that big and inconvenient to move, so it was the best place for Makita's ability that needed time to prepare. If it was on land, even if there would be an impact from a falling collision, Makita was that big. The resulting shock wave won't spread very far anyway unless she can start landing from outer space. However, she needs to use an umbrella to fly. Luffy asked before, and her weight can only be reduced to a minimum of 1 kilogram. Therefore, she basically has to climb to a high place before starting to use her abilities before each attack. Don't pay attention to the previous battle with Sanji, it was the author's mistake. I checked the information while reviewing the plot and covered my face. It might be better if lion fruit cooperates. Although lion fruit can't act on others, umbrellas are still fine. Maybe this is also the reason why the light lion fruit is the lower rank of the ton-pressed fruit. Wapol's words have to be watched, otherwise the ropes won't hold him if he uses his abilities. Luffy explained that although he couldn't escape on the sea if he ate the Mary, it would be troublesome. By the way, Miss Golden Week, use your ability to make him lose his energy. Luffy, who was afraid of Wapol's destruction just now, suddenly remembered that there was someone on this ship who could stop Wapol. How did you know my abilities? The little girl whose name was called by Luffy took a half step back like a frightened rabbit, and then asked Luffy back as if she remembered something. Didn't I say your ability is very useful? That's why I say that even if you don't be promise, I will force you to stay on the Mary. Luffy's words made everyone else curious. What kind of ability required Luffy to do this kind of thing? Luffy turned Wapol's body so that his back was facing Miss Golden Week. Under the curious eyes of everyone, Miss Golden Week took out a palette and paintbrush with some fear and quickly drew a strange green pattern on Wapol's back. Then, Wapol, who was still struggling and screaming, lay on the deck of the Mary as if his strength was drained. It's so relaxing to lie down like this. Wapol turned away from the yelling just now and the whole person became lazy. Is this also the devil fruit ability? Seeing the changes in Wapol, everyone was a little surprised and asked. And Mr. 3 looked at Luffy with a bit of gritted teeth. How dare you order Miss Golden Week, damn it guys. But no one cared about him. Miss Golden Week, surrounded by people, was a little scared and a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer for a while. It's not the devil fruit ability but a strong hinting ability. I don't know the specifics. If you want to know, just ask her. By the way, what's your name? It's always Miss Golden Week Trouble. Luffy can't always call someone else's code name for someone destined to be on his own ship, not to mention that this code name belongs to another group. Marianu. Miss Golden Week replied in a low voice. Luffy nodded, then turned and returned to the sheep's head on the Mary. Hey, why didn't you ask my name? I thought Luffy would also ask his name, but he didn't expect Luffy to turn around and leave after asking Miss Golden Week. So Mr. 3 finally couldn't help shouting. You, 3 sounds good, just call 3 in the future. Luffy answered Mr. 3 without looking back. B*********D. Leazi's name is Galtino, remember it for me. Regarding Luffy's apparently perfunctory attitude, Mr. 3, that is, Galtino growled and said his name. By the way, 3, is your ability to turn your body into a candle. Still calling out the code name, Luffy wanted to find out what exactly was going on with Wax fruit. Of course it can, but if it encounters high temperature it will easily melt. B asterisk 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 D don't call me 335. Is it possible? If Marianu can help him awaken his senses, maybe he will have a low-profile version of Katakuri on his ship. Luffy hadn't considered that the other party would decline his invitation at all. But after defeating Crocodile, Luffy believes that as long as he is not stupid, he will not reject himself again. There is an island in front of you that should be the Drum Kingdom. Luffy looked at the drum-like cliffs that appeared in his sight and said to everyone on the boat, "Oh, is it coming so soon?" Originally, everyone who was doing their own thing came to the bow. The cliffs on this island are all the same shape. And there are so many. This is the first time anyone has seen a cliff of this shape, and there are still quite a few. Before long, the Mary entered an inner bay. It's a waterfall of snowmelt water just stopped there. Nami looked at the surrounding sea water and pointed to a place where a waterfall was left from a high place. The flowing water is not easy to freeze. In this cold climate, if you stop the boat at will, if you are not optimistic about the location, it will be very troublesome for the boat to leave after the water surface freezes. So shall we go straight to the doctor? Zoro said without thinking. In his opinion, since Luffy knows the situation here, he naturally knows the location of the doctor. Luffy gave him a strange look. Although he knew the plot, how could Luffy know the location? Let's ask someone first. I only know there is such a person here. Doctor, but I don't know where he is. Luffy paused when he said that. After all, Chopper is a civet cat, oh no, reindeer. The others didn't notice Luffy's typo either, just nodding to do so. Just as Zoro was about to drop the anchor, a crowd of people suddenly poured out from the shore around the Mary. You pirates don't move. Those people were holding various shotguns and looked unfriendly. But yes, even if the country is not destroyed by Blackbeard, there is no serious place to welcome pirates. What's going on? What's going on? Are the people here guarding this port all the time? Seeing that he was surrounded by a group of people with guns, Usopp still pinpointed his location. Get out of here quickly. In the crowd, a sturdy man with a square face walked to the front and said to the crowd on the Mary. It seems to be the leader of these people, but the tone is still calm and he did not aim at the Mary like the others. We're just looking for a doctor in this country to partner with, nothing to do with your country. Luffy looked at the burly man in the lead calmly and explained his reason. Humph, not to mention that we no longer have a doctor here. Even if there is, we will not let pirates log into our country. 99. Pull your anchors out of here or we'll shoot your boats. Before the leading man could speak, there were already a lot of noises around him. Sanji, pull Wapol over here. Luffy ignored the shouts of the civilians and just turned to Sanji. Zoro is still dragging the anchor there, so I can only ask Sanji. Wapol. He's talking about King Wapol. Luffy's voice wasn't loud, but someone around could still hear it. The crowd quickly began to talk, and even the burly man who led the way looked at Luffy in surprise. Wapol had been lying lazily on the deck by the steps, and Sanji didn't take long to bring him over. Looking at Wapol being lifted by Sanji, the commotion in the crowd suddenly stopped. But soon someone couldn't help but speak. Really, Wapol? This goddamn violent cun was caught. 35. Deserved. In exchange, how about I hand Wapol to you? Looking at the surrounding commoners who had no reverence for the king of their kingdom, Luffy felt that even if it was a violent cun, what Wapol did was a failure. He really is an unpopular and cruel king. The voices of the surrounding civilians clearly reached the ears of everyone on the Mary. Regarding Wapol, Vivi can be said to be the one who knows the most outside of the people of the Drum Kingdom. But it's not a good thing. The slap at the time left a lifelong impression in the heart of Vivi, who was still young at that time. Dalton, what should I do? Although Wapol has been frightened by the pirates who have invaded before and escaped the Drum Kingdom, he is no longer the king of the Drum Kingdom. But the people of the Drum Kingdom had no plans to forgive him. At this moment, the civilians surrounding the Mary all turned their attention to the sturdy man in the lead. For Flowers 0. Although we hate Wapol to the core, I'm afraid we can't promise you. Although the people hate Wapol to the core, Dalton, who is loyal by nature, does not want to deceive Luffy and them. Why are you going to just let this cruel king go? Nami looked at Dalton with some puzzlement. Are all the people here so broad-minded? It's not like this, it's just that there is no doctor in this country anymore. No, to be precise, the only person who can be called a doctor in this country is the woman called a witch. Although they hate pirates and Wapol, they also don't want to deceive Luffy and them. In Dalton's view, although Luffy and the others were pirates, they did not directly attack these civilians because of their ability to capture Wapol alive. It is enough to see that they are not those pirates who do all kinds of evil. Moreover, the man with the straw hat at the head had seen it on the reward list 2 days ago. A man with a reward of 90 million won't be the opponent's opponent if he and others go together. What I'm looking for is the doctor you call a witch. No, it should be the witch's, pet. Luffy didn't know how to describe Chopper, and it might be okay to say the words of his disciples, but Luffy always felt that it might be easier for Dalton to understand who he was talking about. Wait, Luffy, you said the doctor were looking for his AER pet 35. Suddenly hearing Luffy say this, everyone turned their attention to Luffy. Some didn't understand what Luffy meant. When Luffy said that the doctor he was looking for would surprise everyone, everyone didn't take it to heart. But now Luffy suddenly said that the doctor he was looking for was someone else's pet, which had to make everyone wonder if Luffy was joking. You're talking about the reindeer that has been following Dr. Dolly? Obviously, after Luffy said this, Dalton really understood who Luffy was talking about. After all, the existence of Chopper may not be known to the Nationals. But as the former captain of the Drum Kingdom and now the interim leader of a country without a king, Dalton still knows a few things about Chopper. So, since Wapol was expelled, the country hasn't had a new king and even the name has been thrown away. In the Bighorn village of the Drum Kingdom, Dalton brought Luffy and his party into the village from the port. After Luffy explained his intention and handed Wapol to the people, the villagers let Luffy and others go under Dalton's instructions. Now, Dalton is introducing the current situation of the Drum Kingdom to several people who got off the Merry. Luffy, Nami, Sanji, Usopp, and Vivi were the 5 who got off the Merry. Zoro is more obsessed with becoming stronger now, so he works hard whenever he has time, and now he is probably doing winter swimming training. As for the Baroque workers, they also stayed on the Merry. With Zoro on the side, you don't have to worry about what bad things they will do. Moreover, now Mikita has regarded herself as a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, and Miss Golden Week, that is, Marianu, did not mean to resist much. The only ones to watch out for are Mr. 3 and Galtino, but with Zoro around, there is basically no need to worry about any problems. Zoro, who has reached the realm of cutting iron, can basically ignore Galtino's candle. Haven't you thought about revitalizing this country by you as king? I see that the villagers here seem to love you very much. Along the way, the villagers who pass by basically know Dalton, and whenever they see Dalton, they will greet him kindly. It's fine for me to be the captain of the guard, but I really have no confidence in running a country as a king. For what Vivi said, Dalton waved his hands again and again. Although the people trusted him, he didn't seem to be very confident. Just as everyone followed Dalton all the way, a large upright creature came towards him. Dalton, who was originally leading the way, bowed to the giant creature quite seriously when it passed by. This is a walking bear, there is no danger, but don't forget the etiquette of climbing when you meet it. Dalton bowed to the giant bear and explained to Luffy and the others. Luffy didn't have any problem with bowing to the bear. After all, it's strictly a custom and it's not a big deal. After seeing Luffy bowing to the hiking bear, Nami and the others also bowed to the hiking bear. Dalton was also quite surprised by the polite behavior of Luffy and others. After all, they are also pirates, but the previous group attacked the Drum Kingdom directly without saying a word. By the way, have I seen you somewhere? Dalton, who had been observing Luffy and the others, always felt that he had seen this girl somewhere when he saw Vivi. That maybe you're wrong. Vivi obviously didn't want to reveal his identity in front of outsiders, so he waved his hand in denial. Nami and the others glanced at Vivi strangely, obviously not understanding the meaning of hiding their identities at this time. Luffy didn't say anything about it. Since Vivi didn't want to say it, there was no need for him to reveal other people's secrets. Did another hiking bear pass by? While everyone was walking and chatting, a sturdy woman passed by Luffy and the others. However, her physique was so similar to Hiking Bear that Usopp mistook her for Hiking Bear and bowed to the other side in shock. Boom. Nami slapped Usopp directly in the head, then yelled at Usopp. You should see clearly. The sturdy women passing by did not express dissatisfaction with Usopp's behavior, and they may have been regarded as hiking bears. "Mr. Dalton, did you hear that there are pirates coming?" "No problem." 35. The woman asked Dalton who was leading the way, and at the same time she glanced at Luffy and the others. After all, Luffy's people are completely unfamiliar. Women have always lived in this place, and it is natural to know who the people in this village are. "Yes, there is no problem, please rest assured." Dalton glanced at Luffy and the others and quickly answered the woman's question. "Really? That's good." The woman was visibly relieved and looked at Dalton more respectfully. Dalton didn't seem excited about the respect shown by the villagers, but that's why people in the village put so much trust in Dalton. After all, a leader who is wholeheartedly good to everyone, the villagers are very happy to let him govern this abandoned country. "Mr. Dalton is very respectable." What I saw and heard along the way made Vivi admire Dalton quite a bit. After all, as a princess of a country, Vivi naturally hopes to be loved by the people. Dalton in front of him for Vivi is obviously an object worthy of emulation. However, Vivi looked up at Luffy, who was walking ahead. Perhaps this is what a leader should look like, with a personality that one can't help but convince and a powerful strength. Vivi couldn't help but focus his eyes behind Luffy. His eyes were a little blurry. Nami, who was walking aside, keenly noticed Vivi's expression and glanced at Luffy, who was walking in front with some resentment, but in the end he didn't take any action. It's just that the villagers are willing to believe it. For Vivi's praise, Dalton was a little embarrassed. After all, he was only a captain before, but now he is suddenly trusted by the people of the whole country. This situation really made Dalton feel a little overwhelmed. "My residence is in front of you. Please rest for a while at my residence. I will inform you of the residence of Dr. Dolier and the reindeer. Wapol has been imprisoned somewhere by the villagers, awaiting the 0.4 verdict tomorrow. With Marianu's leisurely green effect, there is no need to worry that Wapol will take the opportunity to escape." The group soon arrived at Dalton's residence, but Usopp clearly had a deep interest in Snow Country. When Luffy and others sat down to rest, he was still in high spirits, building a snowman outside. Even if he was alone, he was still enthusiastic. This B***** D really doesn't discriminate. Regarding Usopp's behavior, Sanji only said that it was really naive, and that such a big person still likes to build a snowman. Those cliffs are called Siguluoji Mountain, and the castle where Dr. Dolier lives is on the highest mountain in the middle. Dalton motioned Luffy and the others to look out the window, then pointed to the tallest one and said to Luffy, "This castle is really majestic." Under the guidance of Dalton, Luffy and his party finally came to the highest mountain on the island. Because of preparations, no one has contracted the Casquia germ at Little Garden. Therefore, Luffy and the others, who didn't need to be in a hurry, took the other safe way up the mountain that Dalton pointed out. And there is no need to climb the basically vertical magnetic drum Luoji Mountain. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for even the current Luffy to climb such a cliff with Nami, Vivi, and Usopp. "Hey Vivi, is Alabasta's palace so luxurious?" Looking at the magnificent castle in front of him, Nami couldn't help showing a hint of envy. After all, girls, there are always some fantasies about castles. How to say Alabasta's palace is probably, a little bigger than this. Vivi, who was asked, was a little entangled and didn't know what to say. After all, answering this kind of question always made people feel like showing off. 66.99. Sure enough, when Vivi said this, Nami didn't ask any more questions. "Oh, it's amazing. Is it bigger than this castle?" "The door to the castle is closed. How are we going to get in?" Sanji, who stepped forward to investigate, found that the castle door was closed and asked Luffy. Hearing Sanji's words, the others also looked at Luffy. "The castle is so big that you probably won't be able to hear knocking on the door, so let's just break in." 35. Although this is not very good, there is no particularly good way at present, and with Luffy, a rubber fruit capable, there is no need to force through the front door. The sky above the castle is not completely closed. There is always a place to enter. Are you sure that if you forcefully break into someone's house, they will still agree to get on your boat? Although it is not the way to wait, but it's not justified to break into other people's homes like this, right? Without refuting Nami's words, Luffy just approached the door and opened Observation Haki. Soon, the layout of the castle appeared in Luffy's perception. But after opening the Observation Haki, Luffy also gave up the plan to force his way in. Someone came out. Seeing two figures, one person and one deer, walking towards the gate from the castle, Luffy turned and said to Nami and the others, "Squeak tilde." The heavy wooden door made a strange noise when it was opened. Apparently it had not been repaired and maintained for a long time. As the castle gate opened, an old woman dressed in fashion, followed by a reindeer in a wheelchair, appeared in front of Luffy and the others. 6699. The people inside and outside the castle looked at each other, and the scene fell silent for a while. Wow, 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 the witch has appeared. The atmosphere of silence was quickly broken. After Usopp saw the appearance of the person who came out, he screamed in horror and kept running left and right. Boom! Usopp finished his words and he was greeted by a powerful kick. Seeing that Usopp was kicked upside down and tumbled a few times on the snow, Luffy was not angry but felt a little bit wanting to laugh. This old woman is quite powerful. Sanji, who saw Usopp being kicked away, said while smoking a cigarette. Boom. Another kick out, Sanji got the same treatment as Usopp. Keep my mouth clean, I'm still a beautiful woman in her 130s. After kicking the two of them, the beautiful woman in her 130s spoke loudly to the two of them. Mr. Sanji, Mr. Usopp, are you all right? Seeing Usopp and Sanji flying out like a gourd, Vivi asked worriedly. We're all right, Miss Vivi, please don't worry. Hearing Vivi's shout, Sanji immediately got up from the ground and waved to Vivi. Who are you? Is someone here to see a doctor? For the few Luffy people who appeared at the door, Dr. Dolier didn't feel scared or worried. After living for so long, I still have some eyes on people. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, I'm currently a pirate and these are my buddies. Luffy introduced himself to the woman in front of him. Are you pirates? When Luffy said he was a pirate, the reindeer who had not moved behind the woman suddenly spoke. Ah, alas, Tilda, the reindeer has spoken. The reindeer that suddenly spoke clearly startled Nami and the others, especially Usopp, and ran around again. However, another pirate came to this country. So what is your purpose? We still lack a ship doctor on board. I heard that the Drum Kingdom is a big medical country, so I want to come here to see if we can find a suitable doctor to sail with us. Although he said so, Luffy's eyes were always on the reindeer who had just spoken. The reindeer, who was staring straight at Luffy, couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Looks like you've come prepared, brat. Luffy didn't hide his gaze, and Dr. Dolier could naturally sense Luffy's thoughts. I originally wanted to go down the mountain to see the doctor today, but since there is a distinguished guest, please come in. My name is Dr. Gureva, you can call me Dr. Doriel. 99. Taking a deep look at Luffy, Dr. Doriel turned to look at the reindeer. Chopper, I won't go out today, there are guests at home, so don't be slow. 567. Saying that, Dr. Dolier took the lead and walked towards the castle. The reindeer named Chopper responded, then looked at Luffy and the others. Several come in with me. Nami and Vivi looked at each other and looked at Luffy at the same time. Sanji and Usopp had also returned to Luffy's side. Luffy nodded towards a few people, then took the lead to follow the reindeer leading the way and walked towards the castle. Nami and the others followed quickly. Although it was very strange why things were developing so strangely, they did not ask, they believed that Luffy could handle it well. Usopp and Sanji, who came in last, closed the wooden door of the castle, and the howling north wind was isolated from the castle. Following the deer-shaped chopper all the way in, Nami and Usopp curiously observed the decorations in the castle. After all, it is rare to have such an opportunity. For the two of them who have never seen the castle, all this is full of novelty. Even Luffy kept looking at it. After all, this was the first time Luffy saw the castle. Although his purpose was to invite Chopper to board the ship since he had such an opportunity to experience the castle of this world, Luffy would not miss it in vain. Only Sanji, who doesn't seem to be very interested in any of this. On the contrary, Vivi, even though she has always lived in the palace as the Princess of Alabasta, is still curious about the palaces of other countries. Your purpose was Chopper from the beginning, right? In the room, Dr. Dolier stared at Luffy's eyes tightly. Although I don't know where Luffy learned about Chopper, Dr. Dolier has this feeling, and the other party came for Chopper from the very beginning. There are only Dr. Dory and Luffy here and the others are in other rooms. Yes, I came to the Drum Kingdom indeed for Chopper. Luffy had no plans to hide the question from Dr. Dolier. I came here to take away Chopper, who was like a parent to her, and any concealment would be disrespectful to this person who is like Chopper's mother. Without those things happening in the original book, Luffy didn't know if Chopper would agree to his invitation. But Luffy has no regrets about resolving Wapol in advance and handing Wapol to the people of the Drum Kingdom. It's just a pity for the doctors on the Wapol ship. At the time, I didn't think too much about it, and it was indeed a miscalculation to directly let Makita take action to sink the White Iron King. However, after the pirate ship was destroyed at that time, he did not continue to do it and he still had a certain chance of surviving. That's quite frank, kid. For Luffy's frankness, Dr. Dolier just gave Luffy another look. I'm not against you taking Chopper and he really should see the outside world. Speaking of which, Dr. Dolier paused. However, I will not allow anyone to take Chopper away without his will. At the end of the day, Dr. Dolier's eyes were already filled with cold light. I may use coercive means for the enemy, but Chopper is not my enemy, and if he really doesn't want to go with me, I won't force it. 35. This is also Luffy's real thought, although it would be a pity, but Luffy can't treat Chopper as well as those in the Baroque Work Society. It's a matter of principle. I hope you can do what you say, Tilda. Wow, Dr. Dolier, help, Just when Luffy and Dr. Dolier fell silent, there was a sudden noise from outside the door. Then, the door of the room where the two of them were was violently pushed open. The little reindeer, who had returned to its original state, ran into this room with a panic-stricken face. And behind Chopper, Sanji and Usopp are chasing him, shouting, "Reindeer meat, don't run like that. What do you want to do to my reindeer, bastards?" Dr. Dory, who was silent because of the topic just now, grabbed the kitchen knife and broom hanging on the wall and chased after Usopp and Sanji. The two, who were still chasing Chopper, fled at a faster speed after seeing Dr. Dolier chasing after him. In this way, you chase me, I chase him play unfolds in Luffy's speechless eyes. Soon, the very small Chopper slipped into Luffy's room while Sanji and the two were chased by Dr. Dory and had no time to care. I saw Chopper quickly close the door after entering and then pressed his hooves against the door with a sigh of relief with fear on his face. Seemingly sure that the two outside were not chasing in, Chopper lowered his hoofs against the door and wiped his sweat-soaked forehead. Tony, Chopper. The little reindeer, who had never imagined that there were people in this room, was frightened by the sudden sound and then turned back stiffly. After seeing Luffy sitting there looking at him, he quickly ducked towards a chair beside the door. 66.99. It's just that the hiding direction seems to be a bit wrong, and the head wearing a pink hat is half hidden behind the chair. The upper two hooves grabbed the chair legs and the whole body and legs arched toward the other side of the chair. Looking at the classic reverse hiding, Luffy didn't know what to say for a while, so he had no choice but to remind, "You're hiding." "What?" The little reindeer froze after being reminded by Luffy and then slowly began to wriggle towards the back of the chair, but his head did not need to be adjusted. The reindeer, which was hidden again, stared at Luffy like a voyeur. "Human, how did you know my full name?" Although he was afraid of life, after all, it was the person invited by Dr. Dolier, and Chopper was not too scared to speak. "Dr. Doral just told me, how is it, do you want to be a pirate with me?" Since there was such a chance to be alone, Luffy naturally invited Chopper directly. Are you inviting me?" Luffy's words made Chopper visibly stunned. Everyone he'd seen before would only call him a monster. And this person in front of him not only did not call him a monster but also invited him because he had never seen him transformed. 66 Yes, I heard from Dr. Dolly that you have learned all her medical skills. There is a shortage of doctors on my ship, so I hope you can come and be the ship doctor on my ship. For a performance like Chopper's, Luffy seemed patient. HMPH, even if you, a human, praise me, I won't agree to you, idiot Tilda. Chopper, who was still hiding behind the chair, twitched and moved out immediately after hearing Luffy say that he had learned all the medicine from Dr. Dolier. 66.99. After a while, Luffy saw Chopper's two signature moves and Luffy felt that Chopper was too simple. "Why don't you agree? Dr. Dolier also hopes that you can go to sea with me." While Dr. Doral did say she wanted Chopper to see the outside world, she didn't say she wanted Chopper to follow Luffy. Luffy said this deliberately, although it was a bit of a misunderstanding of Dr. Dolier's meaning, but it was not a deception. You said that Dr. Dolier also wants me to go to sea with you. Don't lie, human fruit Li Wangzhou are all liars. Excited, Chopper's body suddenly grew larger and turned into a huge humanoid. Don't get excited, you have grown bigger. B ******* D. Chopper, who was reminded by Luffy again, shrank quickly and returned to his previous appearance. Aren't you afraid? I was shaking just now. Seeing Luffy's still flat face, Chopper couldn't help but ask. It's not something to be surprised about. The devil fruit's powers are all kinds of strange. You can get bigger and smaller, and I can lengthen my body like this. 99. Saying that, Luffy suddenly stretched out his arm towards Chopper's direction. Monster. Seeing Luffy's sudden lengthening of arms, Chopper's eyes suddenly bulged out, and he shouted at Luffy with a frightened look. Call me a monster right when you get on the boat, you will look good, eyebrow. Boy, it's all right to be able to talk to Chopper, that kid is very afraid of life. Dr. Dolier, who was holding a kitchen knife and broom, opened the door from the door and came in. She glanced left and right as if she wanted to find someone, but seeing Luffy actually chatting with Chopper, he exclaimed in surprise. Am I a monster after all? Isn't it normal for monsters to talk to monsters? Luffy deliberately emphasized some monster words, looking at Chopper while answering Dr. Dolier. B *****D. B *****D. Who are you calling a monster? Although I did accidentally say that the other party was a monster just now, but I don't need to repeat it all the time, right? This human being is too vengeful. Chopper could still hear Luffy's accentuated tone, but he didn't know how to refute it. Although he was called a monster by the man in the straw hat in front of him, Chopper did not feel the same as being called a monster by others. The fact that he didn't feel angry at all made Chopper a little weird. Even Dr. Dolier, who had just opened the door and came in, was a little surprised. After all, she knew a lot about Chopper. In the past, as long as he was said to be a monster, he would grow uncontrollably, but now he is not even angry at all. What did the man in front of him say to Chopper while he was away? But it's a good thing that Chopper doesn't care about these things, and now the first thing he has to do is to cook those two bastards who want to cook Chopper's meat. Thinking of this, Dr. Dory closed the door again. Since Luffy can make Chopper not care about the name of the monster, let him solve Chopper more. Chopper, go out to sea with me. There are many people like you in the ocean outside, and there is even a kingdom of talking animals. 99. Luffy looked at Chopper seriously and invited him again with anticipation in his eyes. Looking at Luffy's expectant eyes, Chopper opened his mouth blankly, wanting to say something. Boom! Just then, a roar came from outside the castle. What's the matter? What happened? Interrupted by the sudden roar, Chopper dared not look into Luffy's eyes again. He hurriedly ran out, trying to conceal his desire. It seems that I was still showing mercy at that time. Seeing that Chopper was about to agree, he was interrupted by the sudden sound of cannons. Luffy opened observation Haki rather unhappily, and everything outside was quickly imprinted in his mind. Wapol, who was supposed to be guarded by the people, appeared at the gate of the castle with the support of his two men. And those two subordinates were the two who were with him in front of the White Iron King. Isn't this dead? And it's a bit incredible to have arrived here even when the ship was destroyed. It seems that I will have to kill myself in the future. Perceiving Wapol and his two subordinates who appeared outside the castle, Luffy's expression was a little ugly. I don't know if this will happen if I kill him before. Luffy got up and walked out of the room. At this moment, Nami and Vivi, who had been resting in the other room, rushed out at the same time. Obviously, he and the others heard the roar just now, but they didn't see Sanji and Usopp at this moment, not even Dr. Dolly. Luffy sensed it with observation Haki and found that they had appeared at the gate of the castle, and Chopper was running towards the gate of the castle quickly. You two follow me. The Wapol guy was rescued by two of his men, and now there are three of them at the door. With Marianu's abilities, Wapol could not have escaped on his own, apparently being rescued by his two men. When Luffy and the others entered the Drum Kingdom, they handed Wapol to them. Obviously, those people were not the opponents of Wapol. Didn't all his men sink with the pirate ship? Can they still swim here? Both Nami and Vivi were a little surprised. Even if they were swimming, they couldn't be so fast, right? It should have grabbed another ship, otherwise it wouldn't have been so fast. Luffy was talking while walking, the two women followed behind Luffy, and the three of them soon came to the castle gate. "Damn it, Straw Hat Brat, you are here!" Wapol, who was still facing off against Sanji before, jumped up the first time he saw Luffy. Apparently being caught by Luffy before, Wapol was extremely angry, as if he had been humiliated. "Your life is really big, can you find it back here?" Luffy ignored the yelling Wapol and turned his attention to his two men. "HMPH, if it weren't for you, we would have returned to this country long ago, and it is unforgivable to even dare to arrest Lord Wapol and hand it over to those foolish people." 39. The clown man with wavy lips, after hearing Luffy's words, looked at Luffy very angrily. "Also, get out of my castle quickly, this is my castle, not for you fools." This was said to Dr. Dolier, who was beside Sanji and Usopp, but apparently he couldn't hear the answer he wanted. "What, you ask me the secret of eternal youth?" Dr. Dolier turned a deaf ear to Wapol's anger and instead teased him with great interest. What a smart old woman, knowing that she won't sit idly by because of Chopper, so she doesn't look worried at all. At this time, Chopper looked at the three Wapols angrily. It was because of these people that Dr. Silk died. Chopper couldn't contain his anger, and the originally petite figure suddenly rose up and turned into a reindeer shape similar to King Kong. "Oh, I remember you, the reindeer beside the quack doctor. What kind of devil fruit did you eat?" Seeing the sudden transformation of Chopper, Wapol's men seemed to remember the existence of Chopper. "You are not allowed to call Dr. Silk a quack." Chopper, who was already on the verge of anger, finally couldn't help rushing towards him after hearing the words of the clown man with wavy lips. "Chopper!" Dr. Dolier looked at Chopper, who rushed out worriedly. "Sanji, Usopp, you and Chopper deal with those two Wapol's men. Wapol is up to me. I would like to see if I kill you here, if there will be a Black Drum Kingdom." "Got it, I'll fix them, just leave the support to me." Sanji is quite normal when it comes to fighting men. As long as he is not careful with Chopper's cooperation and Usopp's harassment, he should be able to easily deal with these two people. "I won't let you hurt Lord Wapol again." Looking at the rushing human-shaped reindeer, Jace next to Wapol, the man with wavy lips, took out a bow. 3 arrows were quickly attached to the bowstring and then shot towards Chopper, who was rushing in midair. Bang bang bang. 3 gunpowder explosions sounded in the air, and the arrows shot by Jace were blocked by the bombardment of the 3 gunpowders. "In terms of shooting, I won't lose to you." Stopping Jace's 3 arrows, Usopp scratched his nose with his thumb and said to Jace, who was shooting arrows. With someone standing in front of him, Usopp is quite confident, at least he won't be frightened by his legs. "Good job, Usopp, it's my turn to attack." Sanji complimented, and then quickly charged towards another of Wapol's men. And because the arrow was blocked, Chopper rushed to Jace without being blocked. Landbow ball, wrist strengthening, carving hoof. Chopper, who was about to approach Jace, let out a low cry, and the blue pill that had been crushed long before he rushed out was effective at this moment. The originally uniform human-shaped arm suddenly exploded with muscles, and Chopper's right arm bent backwards and then slammed it out. The strengthened wrist burst out with incomparably powerful power at this moment, and it was directly printed on Jace's forehead when it was too late for Jace to dodge. Boom! A bright red hoof print emerged from Jace's forehead, and Jace flew backwards under the blow. Jace. Malaman, who was on the side, wanted to catch up to check on Jace, but was kicked by Sanji, who was approaching quickly. Even the proud explosive head ability flew out before using it. The two who did not go through Wapol's fusion couldn't stop it when the 3 of Sanji preempted. 2 useless guys. Glancing at the men who were quickly knocked into the air, Wapol pouted and cursed, then looked at Luffy again. He was easily caught by the opponent's punch before, and Wapol wouldn't charge directly no matter how stupid he was. So he used the fruit ability to transform himself into the appearance of a house, and in 2 days his arm also changed into the appearance of a cannon hole. So getting so big is a target for me, second gear. Luffy swung his right hand to the side, and transparent steam began to emerge from Luffy's body, causing Luffy's skin to turn red. Then the right hand continues to make a fist and pull back, and the entire right hand quickly expands in a circle. Third gear Zixyang 35. A solid, transparent beam of light burst out from Luffy's fist. Before Wapol could react, the transparent air beam directly turned his body into a house and blasted him out. The conditions for Zixyang to hit the air beam require extremely fast speed and great strength. If the second and third gears are not turned on, Luffy's own speed and strength cannot meet the requirements of using Zixyang. In order to prevent accidents, Luffy can be said to use extremely powerful moves to attack Wapol. And Wapol, who was hit by Luffy's move, wanted to shoot, but he seemed to be drained of his body's strength in an instant. The body and hands that had transformed into houses and cannons returned to human form. It's just that Wapol, who has changed back into human form at this time, has a bright hole in his chest that is gurgling with bright red blood. The chin wrapped in iron was also scratched by the blood left from the corner of his mouth. Snapped. Wapol's round body slammed into the snow. Luffy glanced indifferently and opened Observation Haki. Observation Haki exerted his full strength, and all the scenes and creatures in the Drum Kingdom appeared in Luffy's mind. Feeling that Wapol's breath of life finally disappeared, Luffy paid more attention. Soon, a special breath emerged from Wapol's body and flew in a certain direction. Luffy tried to focus his perception entirely on this breath, and the sights of other places disappeared from Luffy's perception. This breath did not fly far but stopped in a certain village in this Drum Kingdom. Then, the breath rushed towards a basket of fruits under Luffy's perception. The breath finally stopped on one of the fruits, and then, in Luffy's perception, it was just an ordinary fruit, and suddenly a layer of spiral patterns spun. In the middle of the fruit, like piranhas, two serrated shapes similar to fangs emerged. Feeling the situation that Observation Haki sensed, Luffy opened the eyes that he had just closed because of the concentration. His eyes were full of shock. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKING flowers 0. Can your own Observation Haki even sense the breath of devil fruit? But you've never sensed devil fruit's aura before, have you? Or only the devil fruit that is about to be reborn can feel its aura when it leaves the host? In any case, the first thing to do now is to confirm whether the devil fruit is a munch fruit. If his Observation Haki really has this special ability, then Nami and the others' devil fruit may be able to get it soon. Looking at Luffy, who had closed his eyes since Wapol fell to the ground, Nami and the others were very curious, but they didn't make a sound. Although they didn't know what Luffy was doing, they knew there must be a reason why Luffy was doing it. If they interrupted what Luffy was doing for their own reasons, maybe Luffy wouldn't blame themselves, but they wouldn't forgive themselves. I have some things to deal with now, Sanji. The two lying down there and Wapol's corpse will be handed over to you and Usopp. You just hand them over to Dalton. Ignoring Chopper and Dr. Dory, who were still absent, Luffy quickly explained Sanji. What's the matter, Luffy? Is there anything urgent? Nami was nervous about Luffy's sudden urgency, fearing that something bad might happen. Don't worry, if what I sense is right, it's a good thing for us and it's going to be a great thing. Luffy comforted Nami, then turned to look at Chopper. Chopper, will you accept my invitation to be the ship's doctor on my ship? Luffy. Chopper, who was called by Luffy, came back to his senses, glanced at Luffy, who didn't leave immediately even though he was eager, and then turned his eyes to Dr. Dolier. If you want to go, just follow. The Drum Kingdom won't be your end and I can't be your shackles. 55. Seemingly seeing the thoughts in Chopper's eyes, Dr. Dolier gently turned her head to one side. Although reluctant to give up, but the chicks grow up, after all, they want to fly high. 4. Mr. Luffy, is he all right? On the way back to the Mary, Vivi looked at Nami beside him with some worry. Don't worry, since Luffy said it was a great thing, there's nothing to worry about. 99. If it was Nami before, Luffy might have been very worried if he suddenly showed such an eager look, but not now, because I believe in him. Another thing, Luffy killed Wapol. Although Wapol is unpopular in the Drum Kingdom, he is always the orthodox king of the Drum Kingdom, and it may be very troublesome in the future. In addition to Luffy's eager look just now, the other thing that worries Vivi is that Luffy killed Wapol. The Drum Kingdom is a member of the world government and Luffy has now killed Wapol. If the world government finds out about this, it means that Luffy has declared war on the world government. May 70. Will Luffy be in trouble? Chopper, who had been following Nami and Vivi, had his head down but raised his head after hearing Vivi's words. In the end, Chopper agreed to Luffy's invitation, although he was very reluctant to give up Dr. Dolly. "But I still want to see the talking animal kingdom," that Luffy said. Well, after the news spreads here because Luffy killed Wapol, the world government is likely to count the destruction of the Drum Kingdom on Luffy's head. At that time, Luffy's bounty will be further increased. Oh, but the Drum Kingdom was obviously destroyed by another group of pirates. Chopper, who has no experience in the world, naturally does not know the twists and turns, and naturally thinks that this kind of thing is too abnormal. But this is just my guess. After all, the destruction of the Drum Kingdom was still seen by the Blackbeard pirates. Vivi thought for a moment. Dalton had said before that the Drum Kingdom was defeated by the Blackbeards. Since there were witnesses, the world government would not have done such a thing. Alabasta is also a member of the world government, and Vivi is still willing to believe in the world government. Don't worry about it, since Luffy chose to take action, he has already considered the consequences, and now that he has been forced to become a pirate, where is the bad guy? 35. After hearing about Marine and the world government's attitude towards Luffy from Smoker, Nami didn't expect anything from them. Since no matter what he does, he will be rewarded, so as long as Luffy thinks it is right, Nami will support Luffy unconditionally. The two of them went down the mountain and communicated like this. With Chopper there was no need to worry about the safety of Nami and Vivi. As for Sanji and Usopp, they already carried their bodies down the mountain first. After Chopper agreed to get on the boat, Luffy explained to Nami and walked towards the position perceived by observation Haki alone. When a person passes by, Luffy's speed will be very fast, and even in order to prevent being eaten, Luffy even turns on the second gear. Soon, Luffy came to the place where the basket of fruits was. The village is not big and it doesn't look like it's inhabited. The village was quite messy, and after being attacked by Blackbeard's gang, the rest of the people moved in together. Luffy walked over to the basket that had been thrown on the ground at random, and several of the fruit had spilled out. However, because of the perennial low temperature of the Drum Kingdom, these fruits were not damaged. Luffy crouched down and took the fruit that was obviously different from the surrounding fruit in his hand. Sure enough, munch fruit 35. Although I haven't seen the devil fruit illustration, the shape of munch fruit in the previous life has been announced, so Luffy can confirm that this is munch fruit. Luffy's hand holding munch fruit trembled a little, and since he crossed into this world, he has not been so excited for a long time. Your own observation Haki was different from the start. After all, it is possible to completely project what is perceived, whether biological or non-biological, into the mind. No one else's observation Haki can do it except himself. Maybe it's because of his observation Haki that he can present everything, so he can even feel the breath of devil fruit. However, although I can feel it, the strength of my own observation Haki is always limited. If devil fruit was reborn in a particularly far place, he wouldn't be able to perceive it. This time, munch fruit is still reborn in the Drum Kingdom, and I can only say that my luck is really good. But what if the next time devil fruit respawns far away? Luffy's originally excited heart calmed down slightly and began to think about this problem. Previously, in my own observation Haki's perception, when munch fruit was reborn, although the movement speed of the breath was fast, it was not so fast that Luffy couldn't catch up. If you are driving observation Haki to perceive while following this breath, you will completely follow. But this is also limited to land. If devil fruit respawns far away, it will be no different from the previous situation. Even if I learned techniques like moonwalk, I didn't have enough physical strength to support myself to fly across the sea. Luffy touched his chin. If he can't do it on his own, what about devil fruit's ability? Among the demon fruit powers that you will encounter later, what abilities can help in this situation? By the way, lion fruit. Luffy patted his head, thinking about going to the Golden Lion to try his luck when he couldn't find Union fruit, but he almost forgot. It's just still a matter of luck. I hope lion fruit won't be reborn too far, otherwise it will be an empty joy. In this way, Nami's devil fruit can be settled. As for whether he could beat the Golden Lion, Luffy was not worried, and now he just hoped that the Golden Lion would come to him soon. Otherwise, the Golden Lion at high altitude 0.4 himself would not be able to find him. Thinking of this, Luffy stood up and glanced at the munch fruit in his hand. The owner of this fruit, Luffy, already had an idea. Although Usopp is a little tricky, it's not enough to use the full power of this munch fruit. Only Frankie, who has a good understanding of boats, machinery, and various materials, is the most suitable candidate for the munch fruit ability. As for whether Frankie is willing to eat or not, Luffy thinks that Frankie should not refuse the temptation to synthesize new materials. Moreover, with munch fruit, it is also a quite suitable ability for him as a half-machine, half-human body. As for whether Frankie will get on his own boat, Luffy once again ignores the possibility of denial. According to the previous situation of Wapol's appearance at the castle, maybe even if Luffy didn't invite Frankie, Frankie would board the ship by himself. If munch fruit is in your own hands, it is only a matter of time before you want to synthesize Wapol metal. Even if Frankie came, it might be possible to synthesize better materials. At that time, will I be able to rely on this newly synthesized material to obtain the qualification to join the world government? You don't need to come forward yourself, you just need to find someone you can trust. If this qualification can be obtained, there may be unexpected effects in the future. But it's too early to think about this, everything needs to wait until this munch fruit is eaten before it can start. When you go back, you don't need to open the second gear. After all, munch fruit is already in hand, so you don't need to be so anxious. By the time Luffy returned to the Mary, it was already dark. The first time Luffy boarded the Mary, everyone turned their attention to Luffy, to be precise, the uncharacteristic fruit in Luffy's hand. This is devil fruit. Naturally, there were people on the Mary who knew devil fruit, but for the people who came out of East Blue, it was the first time they saw devil fruit. Yes, this is devil fruit. Luffy didn't care too much about everyone's curious eyes, and when someone asked, he didn't need to hide anything. After all, they are either their own crew members or they are booking crew members anyway, they are all their own. But about the fact that observation Haki can perceive the breath of the reborn devil fruit, it is enough for him to know. No one knows they can be exposed one day later and they can get more benefits. You just left in such a hurry just for this devil fruit? Although I didn't ask Luffy before, but now that Luffy is back and there is such a strange fruit in his hand. Naturally, Nami felt that Luffy was in a hurry to leave after discovering this fruit. But how did you find this devil fruit? Vivi asked curiously. Luffy had been with him and others before, why could he know where devil fruit was? My observation Haki is quite special. In addition to being able to perceive biological breath, as long as it is something that exists, it can perceive it. After this time, Luffy basically confirmed what his observation Haki can perceive, that is, everything that exists in this world. There is a difference between being able to perceive devil fruit and being able to perceive the breath of devil fruit when it is reborn. Luffy's current statement will only make people think that he found this devil fruit after sensing the existence of devil fruit. No one would have thought that what Luffy sensed was the breath of devil fruit's rebirth. After all, it is basically impossible for others to think of such a thing before they know that devil fruit has breath when it is reborn. Creating something out of nothing is the hardest, unless that person already knows this kind of thing. And as far as Luffy knew in this pirate world, apart from the 5 elders and IM who he didn't know very well, only Blackbeard might know about this kind of thing. However, if possible, Luffy would like to try and kill Blackbeard if he can meet him before going to Sky Island. I was thinking of letting Summit War develop as usual, but the speed of my own strength growth seems to be a bit beyond my expectations. Perhaps I can kill Blackbeard first. After all, even before the time travel, there was basically no Blackbeard plot, and killing Blackbeard would have no impact on the subsequent plot. But such a guy may not be so easy to kill. Moreover, I have to be responsible for the lives of the crew, so I can only see if there is a suitable opportunity. Observation Haki, what is that? Then what is the power of this fruit? Even the senior agents of the Baroque Work Club are basically unaware of the existence of Haki, and the devil fruit illustration is even more impossible. As for what observation Haki is, Luffy didn't answer. After Crocodile is resolved, Luffy will explain it to them together. At that time, Marianu will try to develop her abilities. After the Alabasta matter is resolved, the time will not be so urgent and you can plan well at that time. I'll tell you about observation Haki's words later, and I want Marianu to get on board so strongly, and it's also related to Haki. Hi. But I don't know what Haki is. 35. The girl who was suddenly called by Luffy's name still had a timid expression, but she still expressed that she didn't know what Haki was. We'll talk about this later. This devil fruit is the munch fruit from Wapol. Luckily, this devil fruit happened to be reborn around here after Wapol's death. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami and Vivi looked at each other. Luffy's expression before was obviously not just because munch fruit was reborn nearby, but the two women didn't talk too much. Since Luffy said that, let's just pretend that's what it is. You guys are lucky too. Galtino's tone is a bit sour. He has been working in the Baroque work club for so many years. There are not a few demon fruit powers that have been killed. Why have I never encountered such a good thing as devil fruit reborn nearby? The price of a devil fruit is at least 100 million yuan. If you can encounter such a good thing, you can at least save a few years. Then Luffy, who are you going to give this fruit to? Zoro, who had been silent for a while, glanced at munch fruit curiously and quickly lost interest again. But still a symbolic question. I already have a suitable candidate for munch fruit, but that person is not on board yet. 699. Have you even prepared devil fruit for others before you get on the boat? Galtino suddenly realizes that he should probably agree to Luffy's invitation to come aboard. Zoro and the others didn't say anything. After all, with Chopper in front, it wouldn't be surprising to see a few more. This fruit will be very important to us, so I need professional people to use it. 35. This sentence is mainly explained to Usopp. After all, there is only Nami on board. Usopp urgently needs devil fruit to strengthen his strength. Nami's words, Luffy already has an idea, only Usopp, no clear goal yet. It stands to reason that as the first Usopp to board the ship, he has the right to choose this fruit. After all, these people Luffy is looking for are partners, not subordinates, so they still have to take into account their feelings. I'm fine, Luffy, you decide. Usopp, who was looked at by Luffy, immediately waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care. It would be better to say that Luffy can take into account his own feelings. Usopp is still very grateful. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of artillery came from the tallest magnetic drum, Luoji Mountain. Chopper, who was climbing up the Mary, was taken aback and thought something was wrong over the castle. The others on and under the boat also looked in the direction of the roar of the artillery. Chopper suddenly transformed into a reindeer in the form of a beast. His eyes were full of worry, his hooves were connected, and he seemed to run away immediately. Don't worry, Chopper, it's just parting fireworks. Stopping the panicked Chopper, Luffy's calm voice rang in Chopper's ear. Chopper, who was still worried, calmed down under Luffy's seemingly magical words. Chopper turned his gaze to the direction of the gunfire, which was now shrouded in a layer of Sakura pink dust. Look, it's the Sakura flower. The pure white snow that fell one after another, stained by pink dust, was like a piece of bright Sakura flowers falling from a huge Sakura flower tree in the middle. How beautiful. 99. Nami and Vivi were lying on the edge of the Mary, staring at the swirling pink snow, and the two pairs of beautiful eyes were full of stars. What a beautiful view. Zoro, who was resting on the main mast even when it was snowing, opened his closed eyes. Sanji silently lit a cigarette and smoked it quietly in his mouth, looking at the pink snow like falling Sakura. A flash of thoughts flashed in his blurred eyes. Mikita on the observation deck, Marianu standing timidly behind Vivi and Nami, even the man Galtino, all stared at the pink sky in front of him. At this time, Chopper has changed back to a small appearance, and those big eyes are staring at everything in front of him. Dr. Silk. In the pink snowflakes, Chopper seemed to see the man who saved him again. The pirate flag hanging at the top of the castle is also flying in the wind under the print of the flying Sakura flowers. This winter miracle Sakura flower blooms to bid farewell to Yuzu, who is traveling for the first time. The fluttering pink dust blown by the snow wind soon dyed the snow in the entire Drum Kingdom into Sakura pink. Is it really okay to watch him leave from a distance like this? Outside the castle on Siguluoji Mountain, Dalton, who had commanded the citizens to put off this prosperous fireworks, looked at the tearful Dr. Dolier and said, "That's it. Dr. Dolier whispered softly, looking at the reindeer that was about to leave in the harbor. 2 lines of clear tears slowly slid down the old face. Silly son, take care. The snow on the horizon seems to be getting denser and denser, and they are swaying, obscuring Lee Ren's sight. Then, cheers to the addition of Chopper, 35. On the Mary, which was slowly leaving the Drum Kingdom, Luffy held a wooden cup and shouted at the crowd. Cheers! Glasses filled with champagne collided and splashed several times. There were tears in Chopper's eyes. The sadness of parting was washed away by the cheers of the crowd, and he took a sip from a wooden cup in both hands. Here, Chopper, do you see what Usopp looks like? Try making it too, it's going to be fun. Under the strange gazes of Nami and the others, Luffy held Chopper's shoulder and pointed at Usopp, who had inserted 2 chopsticks between his nose and lips seductively. Really, really? The simple Chopper asked subconsciously, but he did it directly according to Usopp's way. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the originally cute little reindeer suddenly made such a strange action, everyone who was drinking champagne burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chopper, who has completely integrated into the banquet, doesn't care how funny his current image is and laughed happily. Take this as your revenge for calling me a monster. With a smile on the corner of Luffy's mouth, he sighed inwardly as he looked at Chopper, who had completely released himself under his own flickering. Although I don't know why Luffy fooled Chopper so much, I saw that Chopper was so happy to fit into the Mary. Everyone who was still worried about Chopper's life experience also let go of their worries. The banquet has been going on happily. Even Galtino, who has not yet decided to join, hangs his shoulders with Usopp Chopper in this lively atmosphere. The petite Marianu was sipping her drink, and her slightly squinted eyes showed that she was in a pretty good mood at this time. And Nami, who was originally quite unhappy with Makita, had already had a drink with the other party at this time. Zoro was still drinking by himself over there, raising his glass to Luffy from time to time. Sanji has been busy in the kitchen. Although he can't sit down and celebrate with everyone, he is obviously very satisfied that everyone can like the food he makes. Thinking about Alabasta, Luffy walked over to Vivi, who was holding a wine glass by himself, and stood behind Vivi on the bow of the Mary, looking at the slightly thin back of the other party, and asked aloud. Vivi, who was looking at the front in a trance, was slightly taken aback when he heard Luffy's voice. Turning around, raising the wine glass in his hand and gently touching the glass in front of him, Vivi said, "No, although I do worry about Alabasta's situation after seeing Mr. Luffy's strength, I have no doubts about saving Alabasta." Having said this, Vivi took a sip of the champagne in the glass and continued. "Just thinking, it must be a very happy thing to be able to take risks with Mr. Luffy all the time, right? If you want, the Straw Hat Pirates welcome your Li Zhaos to join at any time." Luffy gave Vivi a serious look, then said, "If I were not the princess of Alabasta's words." Vivi shook his head and drank the wine from the glass in one gulp. Glancing in Nami's direction, he found that the other party was drinking with Makita, and he didn't notice the situation here. Vivi stepped forward, stood on tiptoe, quickly kissed Luffy's lips, and then walked towards the wine table with a blushing face in Luffy's surprised eyes. The soft touch is fleeting, but the girly fragrance that remains on the corners of the lips has not dissipated for a long time. Luffy shook his head with a wry smile, took a sip of the champagne in his glass, turned and walked towards the wine table as well. Nami, who was originally fighting with Makita, saw Vivi and Luffy coming back one after another, glanced at the two with a bit of meaning, and continued to compete with Makita. At this time there was a lively scene on the Mary. Ah, the sun is out. The Mary had been sailing for a day in the snowy weather of the Drum Kingdom. Now, the weather has finally cleared up, which means that the Mary has left the range of the Drum Kingdom. There was still a little snow piled up on the edge of the Mary, and it shimmered with a sense of crystal under the sunlight. The snow on the deck has been shoveled. There are many people on the Mary, and there is not enough space for so many people to rest, so they can only take turns to shovel the snow. A few girls in Nami's room were barely able to live, but if there were 2 more, it would probably be too crowded. However, before the 7 waters, it is estimated that no one will join except Robin. "Nami, how far is it from Alabasta?" "Now that we are out of the Drum Kingdom, it should not be too far to come to Alabasta." Now that the weather is clear, Luffy is naturally sitting on the sheep's head which he usually sits on. Behind Luffy, as always, Nami was standing there. How do I know this? We are traveling according to the permanent pointer and there is no map how to measure the distance. For Luffy's question, Nami gave Luffy an angry look. Grand Line 570 is different from the world and I have never been to Alabasta and there is no map to show the direction. How can I know the specific itinerary? Don't Vivi know too? Luffy turned to look at Vivi next to Nami. Vivi's expression was as usual, as if nothing had happened last night. Luffy didn't bother and treated Vivi as usual. We should be able to reach Alabasta by this time tomorrow. Vivi still has a certain understanding of the sea near Alabasta. But seeing Luffy turn his head to look at him, Vivi's originally calm face flashed a trace of unnaturalness. Is that so? Miss Nami, Princess Vivi, this is dessert for you. Sanji came out of the kitchen with 2 desserts and saw Nami and Vivi standing on the bow. His eyes lit up. After passing desserts to both Nami and Vivi, Sanji went back to the kitchen and served 2 more desserts. Ever since Makita said she joined the Straw Hat Pirates, Sanji has that attitude from the very beginning. Miss Makita, come down for dessert. Sanji shouted towards the watchtower and then handed one of them to Marianu, who was sitting on the steps. This little lady, this is your dessert. Hey, do I have a share too? Looking at the dessert handed to him, Marianu was a little flattered, and for a moment did not dare to pick up the dessert plate that Sanji handed over. Hey curly-browed cook, where's our dessert? Galtino, who didn't know much about Sanji, asked Sanji just like Mr. 9 before. Why should I make dessert for you guys? Handing the last dessert to Makita, who flew down with an umbrella, Sanji answered Galtino's question without hesitation. You be ****D, are you discriminating against men? Galtino, who was choked by Sanji, immediately became furious and yelled at Sanji. Give up, he's that kind of person, a erotic cook who only has ***X with women all day long. Zoro, who was resting after exercising, opened one eye and glanced at Galtino and Sanji again, and said in a flat tone. You lunatic green algae head has no right to speak to others. Hearing Zoro's taunt, Sanji immediately turned his eyes to Zoro. Then, the daily fight between the two began. What a peaceful day. Usopp took a sip of tea and sighed leisurely while holding the fishing rod. Chopper, who was originally fishing with Usopp, was so frightened that he threw the fishing rod in his hand after seeing Zoro and Sanji fighting each other. Then the little body began to run left and right on the deck. What should I do? What should I do? The two of them got into a fight. What if they were injured? Chopper, who saw this situation for the first time, was in a state of bewilderment. Don't worry, the two of them won't feel well if they don't fight for a day, and even if they're injured, isn't there a doctor like you? 55. Usopp glanced at the panicked Chopper, thinking that he finally had someone as timid as himself. Oh yes, I'm a doctor. Chopper, who was reminded by Usopp, immediately stopped, and after a pause he sat back next to Usopp again. He then lifted the glass that had been set aside and took a leisurely sip with Usopp. How wonderful, such a life! Luffy ignored the farce on the boat and still kept his eyes on the sea in front of him. Every now and then go back to take a bite of the dessert Nami handed you, Luffy, who turned back again, took a bite of the dessert that was handed over and then froze. And Vivi, who was holding a spoon, was blushing and at a loss. The hand holding the spoon was firmly grasped by Nami, not sure if he should pull it back. How is it? Does Vivi taste good? Nami, who was still holding Vivi's hand to prevent her from pulling it back, looked at Luffy, who was there with a playful expression. Nami, what are you doing? 35. Holding Nami's hand and staring straight at Luffy, Vivi felt dizzy and didn't know what to do. Looking at the red-faced Vivi and the playful smile of Nami, Luffy came back to his senses and calmly retracted his head. Delicious. Now that Nami has expressed it to this point, Luffy is no longer entangled. On the other hand, Vivi, caught between the two, was already dizzy and she couldn't feel some kind of tacit understanding between the two. D Luffy, what are you doing, my Princess Vivi? Sanji, who was still fighting with Zoro, seemed to be triggered by an alarm and immediately turned his gaze to Luffy. However, as soon as he looked over there, he saw Nami grabbing Vivi's hand and feeding a spoonful of dessert into Luffy's mouth, who turned back. Vivi, who was awakened by Sanji's loud roar, suddenly burst out of Nami's hand. Then he glanced at Luffy, then at Nami, and ran towards Nami's room with a flushed face. Damn it, that be asterisk 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 D Luffy, it's not enough to have Nami, and he even reached out to Princess Vivi. Seeing Vivi running away with a blushing face, Sanji gritted his teeth and pinched Zoro even harder. You be asterisk 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 D curls your eyebrows, chef, I'll be fine if you push harder. Zoro, who clearly felt Sanji's strength unwittingly increased, immediately yelled at Sanji with pointed teeth. Huh, what is that? After a day's voyage with Vivi's confirmation, the Mary has entered the waters of Alabasta. After what happened yesterday, Vivi is still a little afraid to face Luffy. Just came out to confirm when the Mary entered the Alabasta waters and stayed in Na Tilda May's room at other times. This also made Sanji glared at Luffy whenever he saw Luffy, and he had a tendency to fight Luffy. However, because of Zoro's relationship, every time Sanji wants to get in trouble with Luffy, he will be ridiculed by Zoro. Then Sanji, who was supposed to be fighting Luffy, is fighting Zoro. However, although Vivi did not dare to face Luffy, the relationship with Nami did not become estranged because of this, and the two had a tendency to become more intimate. It's nothing, just ordinary water vapor. While Vivi stayed in the room, Nami was no different than usual. But every time I look at Luffy, there is a little bit of resentment. Although yesterday's initiator was Nami, it is clear that Nami is not as open-minded as he has shown. Water vapor. Looking at the large fog in front of the Mary, Chopper was puzzled why there was so much water vapor in this sea. It's the underwater volcano. There should be volcanoes under the sea in that area. For the little reindeer's question, Nami answered patiently. After all, as a newcomer, Nami's endurance is still very high. Will there also be volcanoes under the sea? Chopper continued to ask questions with a persevering spirit, and there was quite a tendency to break the casserole and ask questions to the end. Yes, there are more volcanoes on the seabed than on the ground. Nami made full use of her rather profound knowledge of physics. A few thousand years from this place, or a few 10,000 years, a new island will be born. Hey Chopper, forget about that, it doesn't matter, come fishing with me. Usopp, who was sitting on the edge of the boat, held a fishing rod, and next to him sat Gartino and Vivi's Karoo, who were fishing quite leisurely with a duck. Usopp watched Chopper want to continue asking and immediately interrupted his question. Nami, you are amazing. Before Chopper could answer Usopp's words, Sanji, who was next to him, became mad at Nami. Fishing? Here I come. On this ship, Usopp is the most friendly to Chopper. After all, Usopp's big words are really effective for a simple Chopper. Therefore, when Usopp called Chopper to go fishing, Chopper immediately agreed happily. I completely forgot my original intention of continuing to seek answers. Captain Luffy, there seems to be a boat approaching across from the water vapor, but the fog is so thick that some can't see who the other party is. 99. While the few people on the deck were chatting without a word, Mikita on the observation deck suddenly shouted to Luffy. Hearing Mikita's report, Luffy immediately thought of who the owner of the ship was. Senior Agent of the Baroque Works, Mr. 2, Von Cray. Although the opponent's clone fruit is a good ability, but Luffy has absolutely no idea of letting him on board, there is no special reason, it is simply because of disgust. But Luffy didn't have the idea of killing the other party, but this time he couldn't let him touch the looks of the people on the boat. Everyone, pay attention, it's about to enter the thick fog, all cheer up, don't get the wrong direction. Just as the Mary was about to enter the water vapor area, Nami loudly reminded several people on the deck. After all, it's on the Grand Line, so don't be careless at all. Otherwise, after coming out of this water vapor area, you will find that the boat has turned around and returned to the place where the water vapor was entered before, wasting time. As for the ship on the opposite side of the water vapor area, Nami didn't care. Even if the other party was a pirate ship and Luffy was here, he didn't need to worry about it. Soon, under Nami's command, the ship came out of the other side of the steam safely. Ah, who are you? Just regaining sight from the vapor barrier, a strange person appeared in front of Usopp and Chopper. And Galtino, who was sitting next to Usopp and fishing with Usopp, put on a fighting stance the first time he saw each other. Mr. 2, looking at the man who was caught by Usopp and Chopper's fishing line, Galtino directly called out his identity. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKING flowers 0. Moreover, when he saw Mr. 2 wearing a swan skirt and a S******E makeup on his face, Galtino knew why the other party appeared here. Although the other party's appearance on the Mary was purely accidental, but the other party's ship appeared on the route of Alabasta, so his purpose can be imagined. Solve yourself and Miss Golden Week when the mission failed. This is the way of doing things in the Baroque Work Club. As early as Sanji said that he received a phone call from Mr. Zero, Galtino had expected such a situation. This is also the reason why he did not leave the Straw Hat pirate ship immediately. Startled by Galtino's loud shout, Usopp, who quickly reacted, wanted to throw the man on the fishing rod into the sea. But because Chopper just joined, he didn't know about the Baroque Work Club, so he didn't cooperate with Usopp's actions. This also resulted in Usopp not being able to throw the caught S******E into the sea. And Mr. 2 Von Clay, who also woke up under Gardino's shouting, took this opportunity to quickly break free from the fishing line, then jumped on the Mary with fishing line. It was delivered straight to the door, Mr. 3 Miss Golden Week. Von Clay, who stood firm, saw Galtino and Marianu clearly on the boat, but he didn't make the first move. Damn it, you were actually saved by this guy. Damn it, if I kill you now, wouldn't it be revenge? For Von Clay, the way of the S*****E does not allow himself to do such a thing. But if Mr. Zero's order is not fulfilled, he may be the one to be hunted down next time. For a time, the S*****E agent who did not see the situation clearly fell into a self-entanglement. Captain Luffy, this person is Mr. 2 of the Baroque Works. As a senior agent of the Baroque Work Club, Makita has naturally seen Mr. 2. But now that she has officially joined the Straw Hat Pirates, she immediately told Luffy the identity of Mr. 2. Huh, Miss Valentine, are you here too? Von Clay, who was still struggling, immediately raised his head after hearing the familiar voice from the observation deck. Mr. 3, Miss Golden Week, Miss Valentine, you're all on the ship. Von Clay, who was still struggling with whether or not to take action, disappeared after seeing Makita on the observation deck. Even if it is one-on-one, he may not be able to kill Mr. 3 in a head-to-head battle, not to mention his partner Miss Golden Week is there. On this small ship, Miss Golden Week's ability is too much a threat to itself. Now I have to add Miss Valentine, although Von Clay is confident he is not stupid. Moreover, there are more than 3 of them on the ship, and the other people on this ship, Von Clay, do not know how strong they are. If you act rashly, you can only be unlucky. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, Von Clay decisively jumped on the edge of the Mary and waited for 570 to wait for his ship to arrive, and ensured that he could leave as soon as possible. Now is the time to show off your eloquence. Von Clay was thinking about how to delay the time, but Galtino didn't want to give him a chance to breathe. Before even Makita could answer Von Clay, he took the lead. After all, the other party came to kill him, and he couldn't count on Luffy and the others to help him. Although Luffy invited himself and Marianu to board the ship, he bluntly refused. Now I just hope that they don't get in trouble. As for helping himself, Galtino doesn't dare to think about it at all. Even Marianu might not be able to help himself. After all, Luffy completely treats her as a crew member, completely different from her dispensable person. Once Luffy limits Marianu's shot, it is very dangerous to face Mr. 2 alone. The hands that turned into liquid candles swung violently towards the edge of the boat to which Bentham was jumping. A cloud of white liquid candles quickly flew to the feet of Von Clay, who had just fallen. I saw Von Clay suddenly take a light dance step, and at the moment when he just landed on the edge of the boat, his feet wearing swan shoes spun. Then the body moved to the side, cleverly dodging the white liquid candle released by Galtino. The white liquid candle lost its target, attached directly to the rim of the Mary, and then quickly solidified. 3 Stop me, are you trying to dismantle my boat? Although I'd love to have a lively look if I hurt my Mary, Luffy might be tempted to tear them apart. So Luffy directly stopped Galtino, who wanted to continue shooting. When Galtino heard Luffy's voice, he could only reluctantly give up his plan to continue shooting. After all, Luffy's strength is not something he can compete with. If he engages him, he may really have no way out. Don't look at how Luffy doesn't treat himself right now, but people's patience is limited after all. Maybe he can tolerate the mischief of his crew, but he is not yet his crew. Maybe he should make a decision as soon as possible. Mr. 3 actually listened to that man like that? Von Cray looked at the man who made the voice in disbelief, and when he saw the man wearing a straw hat, Bentham finally felt a touch of familiarity. It was him. Bentham was a little surprised. The rookie pirate that was uploaded by the sea before had a bounty of 90 million Baileys for the first time. The Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, Mr. 3 and they actually joined the Straw Hat Pirates. This is a little troublesome. Don't look at Von Clay's funny look all day, but his mind is not simple. After all, he can be Mr. 2 of the Baroque Work Club. If he can only be funny, then it is really funny. HMPH, since what Luffy said, I'll let you go this time. After all, it is a frontal battle, or in a small pirate ship, Galtino's ability is better displayed. Although Von Cray has a powerful S*****E boxing technique in addition to Devil Fruit ability, Luffy obviously won't let him mess up. If Luffy can be attracted, it will be even more good for Galtino. The slave family is not afraid of you. Von Cray didn't care about Galtino's harsh words at all. But since Captain Straw Hat has spoken, then the slave family is not a disrespectful person, not to mention that it is indeed you who saved the slave family this time. The slave family naturally does not want to retaliate. Luffy got goosebumps with her pretending to be a woman, and Nami next to him couldn't help rubbing his arms with both hands. Other people's pirate ships can't be boarded casually. Zoro's hand hadn't left the hilt since Von Clay appeared on the Mary. Wow, is this also human? Chopper, who has been in a state of fright since Von Cree appeared, finally sees the face of the other party. The slave family is of course human, but unlike them, the slave family is a new human being. Hearing Chopper's question, Von Cray replied subconsciously. The civet cat has spoken. B********D, I'm a reindeer, not a civet cat. Chopper, who was still curious about what the new human was, immediately became furious after being mistaken for a civet cat by Von Cray. This is the end of the joke, Mr. 2 of the Baroque Society. Von Cree, please spend some time as a guest on the Mary before solving the Baroque Society. Seeing that the topic was about to go wrong again, Luffy directly interrupted the conversation between one person and one deer. Is the Straw Hat Captain inviting the slave family? Thank you so much. Not only did you save the slave family's life, but also invited the slave family to be a guest. You are indeed a good person. I don't know if he really couldn't understand Luffy's words or if he was pretending not to understand and kept wiping his heavily made-up eyes. If you are disgusting with me, I will do it myself. Luffy just looked calmly at Von Cray, who was wiping tears, completely wondering what 0.4 by was moving. Apparently stunned by Luffy's words, Von Cree did not continue to cry, nor did he continue to do other funny behaviors. Just looking at Luffy with a rather dignified expression, he could feel that Luffy's words were not just words. Originally, I wanted to use my eloquence to delay time, but now it seems that I can't do it. Von Clay tensed up under Luffy's gaze, ready to attack or escape. Although he didn't know how strong Luffy was, he subconsciously told himself that he would not be his opponent. You can only hope that your ship can catch up quickly and then turn around and run away. For the first time, Von Cray felt that the devil fruit he ate was so unsightly, otherwise he might try diving to escape. Don't think about running away, you can't escape. Looking at Von Cray's cautiously tightening his body, Luffy just smiled. Why did Captain Straw Hat have to stay with the slave family? Looking at the people around him, Von Clay stopped struggling, jumped onto the deck and sat down on the spot. Your ability is still very troublesome without knowing it. In order to avoid accidents, it is better to invite you to be a guest here during this time. Although it is only a bit of trouble, if it can be solved in advance, it can save a lot of trouble. Is he also demon fruit power? Hearing Luffy's words, Nami, who was standing beside Luffy, asked curiously. Since entering the Grand Line, there have been many demon fruit powers encountered along the way. The abilities of various devil fruit are quite attractive to Nami, who have never seen devil fruit before. Clone fruit ability 14 can touch someone's face with the right hand and then change into the other person's appearance, including body, voice, and so on. Clone fruit's abilities still need attention, so Luffy explained it here to the people on board. During the time he's on the boat, you'd better not approach him and avoid being imitated by him. When Luffy said the ability of Von Kray's fruit, Von Kray was shocked. Could it be that Mr. 3 and the others told Luffy about his abilities? But even if they knew that they were clone fruit users, it was impossible for them to know the conditions for their ability to activate. He had never cast abilities in front of them, so how did the Straw Hat Boy know about this? Bentham is even more worried about what happened to him. Luffy, the Straw Hat, seems to have a very good intelligence system. Coupled with his unfathomable strength, will he directly kill himself after learning about his past? After all, he looks like he hates the feeling of a new human being. Just when Von Kray was frightened, Vivi and Sanji, who heard the movement outside, came out of Nami's room and the kitchen respectively. Luffy, what happened? Seeing that everyone was in a circle, surrounded by a man with strange clothes and strange makeup in the corner, Vivi couldn't help asking. After these 2 days, Vivi no longer added the word Mr. Luffy when calling him Luffy. Vivi, come here, I'll tell you. Seeing Vivi come out of the room, Nami immediately trotted over and hugged Vivi's arm affectionately, looking like a good girlfriend. Hey Clarella, what happened? While Nami and Vivi were whispering, Sanji, who also didn't understand the situation, asked Sun Long. It's just an uninvited guest on the boat, by the way. Erotic cook, are you interested in shemels? Zoro withdrew his grip on the hilt and sat down again against the main mast. For Sanji's question, Zoro simply answered it, and at the end he asked Sanji maliciously. Huh. Idiot green algae head, I'm only interested in beauties, all the shemels and all go to hell. As if out of some instinct, Sanji answered Zoro's question without hesitation. Von Kray, who was sitting on the deck listening to their conversation, was taken aback by Sanji's words. Darling, this curly-browed cook seems to hate shemels even more than Straw Hat. I always felt that it would be dangerous to stay on this ship. You be ****D with curly eyebrows, erotic cook, why don't you like shemels? No one cared about Von Clay's fear, and Zoro and Sanji tended to fight again. And Nami, who finished telling Vivi what happened, also took Vivi's hand and walked to Luffy's side. It's just that Vivi still didn't seem to dare to face Luffy and just kept standing beside Luffy with his head down. Usopp work. Luffy shouted to Usopp to the side. Unlike other people, Von Kray can't let him move freely. This kind of active person let him stay on the Mary, who knows what will happen. Moreover, in the original book, he dared to act like Nami and do that kind of thing. Luffy thought it was better to be vigilant. Oh, got it, Chopper, tie him up with me. Finally, there is no need for one person to do things like tying people. With Chopper as his partner, Usopp feels that his legs are no longer shaking and the tying people are a lot easier. Oh, here we come. Chopper obeyed Usopp completely, and the two quickly tied up Von Kray, who did not dare to resist. Captain Straw Hat, do you really want to do this to the slave family? Von Kray, who was tied up, still did not give up and tried to intercede with Luffy. However, seeing his S****E makeup and contrived wiping of tears, Luffy felt his stomach twitching. Boss, why did you get caught? On the side of the Mary, a ship was approaching, and the people on the ship immediately asked loudly after seeing what happened to their boss on the Mary. Let your people go back, or I can't guarantee that they will survive. Luffy didn't want to talk too much about these little guys. It would be best if Von Kray could persuade them back, otherwise Luffy would attack directly. Don't do it, I'll tell them. For these subordinates, Von Kray still quite liked them, and they couldn't be beaten together anyway, so let them go back. Maybe 573 will be able to move to rescue soldiers to save himself. Hey, little ones, go back first. I'm going to be a guest here for a while, so I won't go with you. 39. Von Kray was escorted by Usopp and stood on the side of the Mary and then instructed the younger brothers on the approaching ship. But boss, you don't look like you're a guest. 35. I can't see that these little brothers still have some sense of loyalty. After seeing the boss being arrested, they didn't run away as soon as possible. Don't worry, this is a special etiquette between me and my friends, you don't have to worry, okay, that's it, you go back. 39. Feeling the sight that Luffy had already cast over, Von Kray didn't dare to say more. The younger brothers looked at each other in dismay, completely ignoring what happened to their boss. But since the boss has said so, as a younger brother, it is natural to execute it. Soon, the ship carrying Von Kray's little brothers gradually drifted away. After this, you can stay on the Mary for a while, and when the purpose of our line is completed, you will be released. Looking at Von Clay, who was quite cooperative, Luffy didn't continue to intimidate him. It is enough to do this level, and there will be no better effect if you continue, so there is no need to waste your words. Since entering the Alabasta waters, the weather has been sunny. When I first entered the Grand Line, the weather was changing all the time. Alabasta is the kingdom of the desert. You may not feel it at sea now, but after landing on the island it will be very hot, so you have to be prepared. 39. Seeing that he was about to log into Alabasta, Vivi had to warn in advance. Will it be hot, but I can't stand the hot weather. Hearing Vivi's reminder, Chopper was the first to jump up. No way, the reindeer born on Winter Island naturally grow with fur to resist the severe cold. Hey, that sea beast looks like a cat. Is it Sea King's? I don't know if it tastes good or not. Luffy looked at a sea beast from the bottom of the sea and stared blankly at the Mary. The sea beast has a cat face, and the upper body is basically the body of a cat, but if you look closely, you will find that behind the sea beast is a row of dorsal fins of fish. That's a sea cat. It's a sacred creature in Alabasta and can't be eaten, and you idiot Luffy are too edible. Of course, Luffy had an impression on this matter, but sometimes being too serious all the time would make people feel distant, so Luffy pretended not to know about it. Sure enough, after hearing Luffy's words, Vivi couldn't care less about being shy and immediately wanted to stop Luffy. But when looking up at Luffy, Vivi saw that familiar face with a slight smile. Vivi, who only realized that he had been deceived, couldn't help but patted Luffy's arm. But also because of this, Vivi found that he didn't seem so embarrassed. Now that the sea cat has appeared, it means that we are indeed approaching Alabasta. 99. With such a small episode, Vivi did not continue to bow his head but began to introduce some things about Alabasta to everyone. Come on everyone, you can see the port. Usopp and Chopper, who had been fishing all the time, saw the existence of a port in front of them for the first time, and immediately greeted everyone on the Mary. But there seemed to be a lot of ships behind us. Zoro, who was resting with his back against the main mast, opened his eyes after hearing the sound, but the first sight he saw was a row of ships approaching from the side and rear. Look at the mark, it's the ship of the Baroque Work Society. If I guessed correctly, those should be the subordinates of the senior agents of the Baroque Work Society, hundreds of millions of elders. There were several agents of the original Baroque Work Club on board, and one current agent was tied up. Naturally, he knew what the Baroque Work Club marked. How about you want to shoot them down now? With Chopper as an inseparable sidekick, Usopp's guts seemed to be growing. In the past, when facing so many people, he didn't dare to say loudly that he wanted to destroy each other. The naval battle is not good for us. After all, they have so many ships and it is enough for us to shoot one gun per ship. Nami immediately retorted that if they fought in the sea, the Mary, who was fighting alone, would be very passive. 3. How can your candle block the shelling? Luffy wanted to kill all those hundreds of millions of elders here, nibbling away step by step so that these people could make trouble at a critical moment. Galtino doesn't care what Luffy calls him now, and now he has to consider whether to stand on Luffy's side. However, when he caught a glimpse of Von Cray, who was tied to the corner, Galtino made a decision. Okay, the cannonballs on the ship can't penetrate my candle wall, I will protect the ship. Luffy glanced at Galtino and smiled slightly. It seemed that this one also agreed to get on the boat. In that case, Usopp, start the bombardment, wait for the rest of the ships to get close and then start the battle. There are a total of 10 Baroque workers' ships with a total of 200 billions of elders, and Luffy has no plans to shoot. They're all little bastards and it's not enough to let Haki stun them. Oh. Including Sanji, who came out of the kitchen, they all agreed. Vivi looked at Luffy standing on the bow with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Logging into Alabasta this time means that he is about to part with Luffy. Nami just glanced at it, but there was nothing he could do. After all, as a princess of a country, Vivi could not travel the world with Luffy. Boom. 99. Usopp, who was the first to walk to the bow, set the position of the cannon and fired a cannon directly in front of him. The shells accurately hit the nearest Baroque works ship, directly blowing up half of the bow of that ship. When I saw the hit ship, people immediately began to jump into the sea one by one. Apparently the ship was damaged beyond rescue after being hit by shells. So these people made an immediate decision, jumped off the sinking ship and swam towards the next boat. Tilda wow, Usopp is amazing. Several people from East Blue already knew about Usopp's shooting skills, but Chopper, who had just joined, didn't know much about it, and at this moment, seeing Usopp's accurate shooting, he naturally exclaimed. Galtino and the others also looked at Usopp with surprise. I thought that this man had no other characteristics except for being timid and talking big, but he didn't expect him to have such accurate shooting skills. Haha, of course when it comes to shooting, you, Master Usopp, have never been afraid of anyone. Usopp clearly took advantage of Chopper's compliments, instantly restoring his big talker image. But happy to be happy, the guns still have to continue to shoot. It is best to sink them all before the ships arrive. Thinking like this, Usopp fired another cannonball and Li Jiahao, another Baroque works ship that had not arrived yet and was on guard, was hit. However, this time the ship was not directly destroyed, but the hull was damaged a little and the impact was not loud. Then, the ships of the hundreds of millions of elders who finally reacted all pointed their bows at the Mary, and the muzzles of the bows were raised one by one. Boom, boom, boom. A series of shelling sounds came, but there were few shells that could reach this distance. The shells shot into the sea, causing waves to rock the Mary from side to side. However, with Nami around, there is no need to worry about the Mary's capsize in such a wave. Soon, after Usopp fired the fourth shell the opponents shot, the shells were finally able to reach the Mary. At this time, Galtino, who was already standing on the bow, turned his hands into liquid candles and waved in front of him. A wall of liquid candles quickly forms and then solidifies. Boom. A cannonball landed precisely on the white candle wall in front of the Mary, and then exploded. Luffy glanced at the front of the candle wall with observation Haki, and other than a slight melt from the heat, it didn't shatter from the impact. It's no wonder that Zoro, who didn't reach the realm of cutting iron in the original work, couldn't cut through the words Hidei, one of the 21 big sharp swords. It seems that it is indeed very hard. The ability of your candle is surprisingly good. As for Galtino's candle power, this was the first time anyone else on the Mary felt the intensity of the candle created. No wonder Luffy wants to invite him. It seems that this man with a strange three-shaped hairstyle can indeed protect the ship very well in the chaos. HMPH, if it wasn't for the strength of Captain Luffy, none of you would be my opponent. For everyone's praise, Galtino turned his face away with some tsundere. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Zoro was the first to jump out of Galtino's jeers. He glanced at the ships of the Baroque Society that were about the same distance from him. 573 Zoro also stepped forward and pulled Kazuichi and third-generation Kidu from their scabbards. 2 swordsmanship, 72 troubled winds. The 2 knives swung out suddenly, and the resulting slash quickly flew towards the ship of the Baroque Work Club not far away. Zwish! The slash hits the nearest ship, then quickly cuts the ship through the middle. Although the ship was not completely split in half when the slash disappeared, it had already cut most of the ship. The remaining hull, which was still connected, could not bear the hulls that were separated from the 2 sides, and eventually the whole ship split from the middle and fell to the sides. Flying slash. You have already reached the realm of a swordsman. As a senior agent of the Baroque Work Club, although I have never really met a swordsman, I have naturally heard of swordsmen who can cut flying slashes. And once the swordsman can cut the flying slash, it means that the swordsman can cut through the steel. Galtino also understands what it means to be a swordsman who can cut through steel. Although his candle is comparable to steel after solidification, it is nothing more than that. For a swordsman who can cut steel, it is completely useless. But it doesn't matter now anyway, since he has already expressed his attitude to join the Straw Hat Pirates, there is no need to think about it. Boom! As Usopp fired another round, the ships were getting too close to firing. Soon, the Mary was in contact with the remaining 6 ships of the Baroque Society. Meanwhile, Zoro, Sanji, and the enlarged Chopper jumped to those ships at the same time. And Galtino waved his hands again, and the area of the candle wall expanded again, completely wrapping the Mary except for the back. However, Galtino opened a window in Usopp's position for Usopp to shoot. And Makita on the observation deck also opened her umbrella and jumped from the observation deck. Galtino understood and layers of candles appeared at Makita's feet. Then, Galtino kept increasing the number of candles and the candle pillar that supported Makita rose higher and higher. Finally, the limit of the candles that Galtino could create had been reached. At this time, Makita, who was already at a considerable height, suddenly jumped towards a boat with no one on board. Like the Iron King, the ship targeted by Makita exploded under this heavy fall. The three ships that were boarded by Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper kept screaming. Obviously, these so-called elites are no threat to Zoro at all. Even Chopper, when it gets bigger, is a slap in the face. And with Usopp taking cover aboard the Mary, Chopper had no trouble getting everyone on board into the sea. Watching the battle without any suspense in front of him, Vivi developed confidence in defeating Crocodile for the first time. Although I had seen Luffy shoot before, even Wapol was killed by Luffy with one punch and Vivi had no idea of Luffy's specific strength. That's why I was really worried all the time. But now, watching Luffy's gang easily kill the 200-strong elite of the Baroque workers with just a few people, Vivi has a new understanding of the people on the Mary. How about it, Vivi, aren't they great? Seeing Vivi staring at everything in front of him, Nami also understood Vivi's mood at this time. But compared to them, Nami believes that when Vivi sees Luffy's shot, she will know how unnecessary her worries were. They are amazing. Through the hole in front of Usopp, Marianu also looked at the three people who were fighting with the enemy outside with a shocked face. Although his abilities are special, he can't play much of a role in this massive chaos. Perhaps staying here by yourself is also a good choice. The battle was quickly over, and with the combined efforts of Zoro and Sanji, the last ship of the Baroque works was also sunk. The two jumped back to the Mary and Luffy pulled Makita, who was stepping on the driftwood, up. This time there was not such a strong wind to take advantage of. Galtino also cancelled the candle wall in due course. At this time, what appeared in the eyes of others on the Mary was a messy sea. The following boats were not seriously damaged because of the battle, but the people above were all thrown into the sea. At this time, hundreds of millions of elderly people who were not on the sea were swimming desperately, trying to climb on the still intact ships. But Luffy wouldn't be so kind enough to leave them a boat, and it would be nice if he didn't kill them himself. Usopp, wait until the Mary is farther away and sink all these ships. Understood, leave it to me. Usopp, who has been praised by everyone, is now in a state of excitement and naturally agrees with what Luffy said. Are you still worried about our strength? Luffy looked at Vivi and just said something softly. Luffy's worries about Vivi naturally understood, especially after that night was similar to a confession. Vivi's worries about Luffy were more obvious. On the one hand, Alabasta's situation, on the other hand, the safety of Luffy's life. Vivi didn't know how to choose. But now, Luffy deliberately chose to destroy the ship of the 10 billion elders at this time, also to give Vivi a boost. Let her not worry too much and believe in herself. At this time, Vivi, although still not completely relieved, at least a lot better than before, at least those eyes were full of hope at this time. You mean Mr. 2 was caught by Mr. 3's gang? In the dark office, Crocodile was listening to Miss Aii Sunday, Nico Robin's report. Do you know who Mr. 3 is partnering with? As far as we know, there's Miss Golden Week, Miss Valentine, Miss Wednesday, and Straw Hat Crew 35. With a stack of documents in his hand, Robin stood on the side of Crocodile and reported. The identities of Luffy's gang were not concealed, let alone whether Crocodile had other sources of information. If Luffy really wants to defeat Crocodile, intrigue alone won't help. Logia Demon Fruit Power, if you can't suppress the opponent in terms of strength, just relying on the hidden identity surprise attack is useless. Straw Hat Crew. Crocodile tapped the table with his gloomy index finger as if thinking about something. That face that looked quite vicious in this gloomy environment was even more intimidating. Know what their purpose is? At this critical moment when he's getting ready to do it himself, Crocodile is annoyed by the sudden appearance of a potentially disruptive guy. The key is that this possible disruptor is not an ordinary cat or dog. Others may not know it, but Crocodile, also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, does. This man in a straw hat is someone who can fight Hawkeye. It's hard to imagine that such a guy would suddenly appear in the first half of this Grand Line. It appears to be a deal with Miss on Wednesday, the specifics of which are unclear. It's not that Robin deliberately concealed it, but that the transaction was carried out on the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates. There are no great people in the Baroque society who can sneak on board without being discovered. Really? I know, continue to pay attention to their movements and report to me at any time if there is any situation. Crocodile pondered for a while, without further questioning. Alabasta should be all crocodile eyeliner at the moment. Let's find a place to hide the Mary. 35. The port of Alabasta is Nahana on the Mary, which is about to enter the port. Vivi suggested to Luffy. Crocodile. Isn't that one of the 7 warlords of the sea? What does it matter to him that we log into Alabasta? Except for Luffy's group and Vivi, several other agents of the former Baroque Work Club obviously do not know the true identity of Mr. Zero. Mr. O is Crocodile. It's not that Luffy deliberately concealed it and didn't tell them, but when he was on the boat, no one mentioned about Mr. O, so Luffy naturally wouldn't take the initiative to talk to them about it. Oh, so Mr. O is Crocodile. Galtino nodded knowingly, even Von Cray, who was tied up. However, after the two nodded, they were quickly shocked again. What did you say? Mr. O is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The two who suddenly reacted and shouted at Luffy with disbelief on their faces. Is there anything strange? Luffy couldn't understand why these people were so excited. Crocodile is also a pirate. What's wrong with a sideline? Isn't it strange? He, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, wants to codify the allied countries of the world government. They knew part of Mr. Zero's plan, which was to capture Alabasta. But now they tell them that their immediate boss, the mastermind of Alabasta, is actually one of the 7 warlords of the sea designated by the world government. This is too weird. There is no limit to human desires. If Luffy said something instructive, he ignored Galtino and Von Clay. Then we've all disembarked. What about this S******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Sanji was named Von Clay on the ship, and I always felt that the S*****E was more attracted to Sanji's hatred than Zoro. Could it be that Sanji's subconscious already has a hunch about the future? Hey, curly eyebrows, how can you say that to the slave family? Bentham was clearly displeased with Sanji calling him an hole, and immediately yelled at Sanji. Huh, do you have any dissatisfaction with you be D prisoner? Sanji didn't mean to change his name at all, looked at Von Cray who was tied up and said with a ruffian look, "For flowers 0. Damn curly eyebrows, you wait for the slave family. When the slave family is free, you must be caught in the S****E kingdom for new human transformation." His words, 3 you and Marianu stay and watch him. Marian's ability is matched with your wax fruit. It should not be difficult to trap him. 35. Candles made by Gardino, Von Cray can't necessarily break. And with Marianu's ability to cooperate, as long as there is no helper, it is basically impossible for Bentham to escape. Stay as a watchman, that's fine, and Marianu is not fit to go to war with you. Galtino did not reject Luffy's proposal. After all, it was an official captain's order, and he might have refused as soon as he agreed to join. Let's do it like this. According to Vivi, the first thing we have to do is to meet the king and the others to understand the current form. During this time, the Mary and the Bentham will be handed over to you. 35. At the current time, if there is an advance report from Ikalam, the king should be able to take corresponding countermeasures. If their side can agree with the rebels, then maybe Luffy's purpose in this trip is to deal with Crocodile. However, although Ikalam was not discovered by the Baroque workers, the newspapers still reported the confrontation between the rebel army and the king's army. It is also unknown whether Ikalam brought the information, which is why Vivi decided to return to the capital Albana first. But in any case, first go to Albana, the capital of Alabasta, to confirm the situation. No problem, I'll keep an eye on the boat and the people before you come back. 9. I'm fine. The girl, who has always had a very thin sense of existence, for the first time showed a sense of belonging to the Straw Hat Pirates. Well, let the boat stop there and the others will join me and get ready to disembark. The Mary ended up at a secluded harbor. Except for Mr. 3 and Marianu and Von Clay, who was tied up, everyone else, including Makita, got off the Mary with Luffy. I don't know if I can meet Ace here. Although Luffy is not the original Luffy, it was brought back by Garp after all, and the relationship between Luffy and Ace is still good. Will the goals of a group of us be too big? Walking on the streets of Nahana, Luffy's group's attire was particularly conspicuous. After all, Alabasta is a desert country and people here dress very differently from other places. Then let's go buy some clothes to disguise first. The number of people is not the most important thing. As long as you wear the same clothes as the people here, you will basically not attract the attention of people who care. Then let Nami, Vivi, and Makita go shopping for clothes. I'm going to the restaurant in front of me. Luffy habitually opened observation Haki after logging in to the land. I didn't expect that I would still be able to see Ace here a few days earlier. Why don't you let me buy it? With a certain purpose, Sanji wants to refute Luffy's arrangement. 573 Pay attention to the surrounding situation. There seems to be a lot of Marines in Nahana. Luffy ignored Sanji's questioning. Just after opening observation Haki, Luffy saw Smoker in addition to Ace. Unexpectedly, he still arrived at the Grand Line. Is it to chase after himself? Marine. Generally speaking, doesn't each country have its own army? Few Marines are directly stationed. For this kind of thing, Nami is quite familiar with it. What, is there a Marine? Are we going to get out of here quickly? With Marine, Usopp is still terrified when he talks about it, even now with Chopper as a good partner. But there's nothing wrong with Usopp being scared. After all, it's perfectly normal for pirates to be caught by Marine. What's wrong with Marine? However, Chopper obviously didn't react. He just joined the Straw Hat Pirates and he has not yet adapted to the fact that he has become a pirate. Idiot, we are pirates now, of course we will run away when we see Marine. 99. What to do, Luffy, let's run. Usopp's explanation made Chopper react immediately, but it was a little overreacting. And this Marine is something you've all seen and it's probably just for us. Luffy wanted Zoro and Sanji to experience the battle with Logia's abilities, and Smoker should be the most suitable candidate. Smoke Fruit doesn't do much damage, and even if attacked, Sanji and Zoro's physique won't be that bad. Although Zoro has reached the threshold of armament Haki, he can't use it freely. Maybe by fighting with Logia's ability he can make him master faster. As for Sanji, with his current physical fitness, armament Haki may not be able to open. Unlike Zoro, he didn't exercise and fight regularly as a cook before going on the merry. Zoro, on the other hand, exercises whenever he has free time, and as a bounty hunter, battles are commonplace. So after learning about the existence of Haki, it is not difficult for Zoro to want master. If Sanji can experience the powerlessness of fighting against the Logia demon fruit power, maybe he will spend more time practicing. Instead of being full of women all day, the Marine we've seen is that the smoky guy from Log Town. Among the Marines that Luffy and others have seen so far, only Smoker, the Logia demon fruit power, is worth remembering. Didn't you think the Logia demon fruit power was like that? You might have a chance to fight him this time. 55. When Zoro and Sanji heard Luffy's words, their eyes lit up. The ones I've dealt with recently are people who don't pose any threat, and it's not a happy fight at all. Hide around here, pay attention to Nami and the others. Although Makita is following, you are not afraid of 10,000 just in case. If it wasn't for telling Ace about Blackbeard's abilities, Luffy wouldn't be going to see Ace right now. Don't worry, Miss Nami and the others, leave the safety to me. As soon as Luffy said to pay attention to the safety of Nami and the others, Sanji completely forgot his dissatisfaction and assuredly patted his chest with excitement. Luffy, don't worry, we will also protect Nami and the others, so can you stand up straight when you say this? Watching Usopp pat his chest while his legs tremble, Luffy felt speechless. Idiot, don't shake your legs when you say this. Nami, who has been watching a few people discussing, can't help but complain immediately after seeing Usopp's performance. Mr. Usopp is that kind of person. Vivi followed suit. Arriving in Alabasta, Vivi's mood seemed to relax a lot, although the form was still severe, but at least it would not be the same as before and could only pray secretly. What's the matter with Captain Luffy going to the restaurant? After getting off the boat, Makita, who just followed silently, looked at Luffy and asked a question. Hearing Makita's question, the others also looked at Luffy. Luffy had been arranging what they were going to do before, forgetting that Luffy was not with them. When Makita asked, everyone remembered that Luffy said he wanted to go to the restaurant alone. Although Luffy eats a lot, people don't think he's going to eat. After all, if it is to eat, there is no need to go away with everyone, just go and eat together after buying clothes. Go see someone. Now that he was asked, Luffy didn't care about the answer. After all, it's not something that needs to be kept secret. Does Luffy have any acquaintances in Alabasta? Luffy's words obviously aroused the interest of several people. Did Luffy know so many secrets because the person he was going to see told him? He's not from Alabasta, he's out at sea 3 years before me, my brother in name, and I just discovered him here through observation Haki. 0.4. Ace's words, I don't know if he has his own reminder, does he have Master Haki? In the original book, he stayed on the Whitebeard ship for 2 years and he didn't even learn Haki, which is really incredible. For the Logia demon fruit power, armament Haki may not be required, but observation Haki is quite useful. Through the perception of observation Haki, the body is elementalized in advance, and it can even evade attacks containing Haki. Luffy's brother. I have never heard Luffy say that he has an older brother, even Nami. He only knows that his grandfather is the marine hero Garp and nothing else. Speaking of the relationship between the two of them, Luffy didn't even tell himself this. Sure enough, men are big hooves, Nami thought angrily. Facing Nami's questioning eyes, Luffy just smiled faintly and then asked everyone to act according to the arrangement just now. While Luffy's straw hat is discriminating, obviously not everyone pays attention to Marine's bounty. After all, for civilians, even if you know someone is a pirate, it won't change anything. Luffy just walked down the street like this and no one in particular was watching him except for occasional glances at him because of his clothes. Luffy quickly arrived at the location of Ace that observation Haki sensed. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Luffy saw Ace sitting on the bar eating with empty plates in front of him. Wearing a gentleman's hat with a naked upper body, there is a skull mark on the back and a crescent moon beard on the skull runs across the middle of the skull. Seeing that the other party was dressed as in the original book, Luffy didn't step forward for the first time. And Ace didn't notice Luffy's existence for the first time and just kept stuffing food into his mouth. However, when it was stuffed, his hand holding the spoon suddenly stopped and then 14 was sitting still in front of the bar. Hey guest, what's the matter with you? The owner of the restaurant asked Ace curiously when he saw Ace's stop, but he didn't get a response. Hey guest, are you all right? Seeing that Ace didn't respond, the restaurant owner reached out and pushed Ace again, but there was still no response. The restaurant owner staggered back a few steps, his face was full of horror. He dead. The boss pointed at Ace, who was sitting motionless in disbelief, his voice trembling. When the surrounding guests heard the boss's words, they gathered around and pointed at Ace, who was motionless. Well, he didn't eat desert strawberries by mistake, did he? For the people of Alabasta, the desert strawberry is not uncommon. It is a venomous spider that looks like a strawberry. After eating, people will die suddenly within a few days because the shape is very similar to strawberries. Foreign travelers can easily be recruited. Then boss, you are too unlucky, someone died suddenly in the restaurant, which is very unlucky. Although it is not the cause of his own restaurant, but the person in front of him died here, which will definitely have a negative impact on his own restaurant. The restaurant owner wanted to cry for a while, but it was a disaster. Don't worry, he just fell asleep. Luffy walked in from the restaurant door and said to the restaurant owner, Hey little brother, don't lie, how could anyone suddenly fall asleep while eating? This is right in front of you. Luffy's voice immediately attracted the attention of the restaurant owner and onlookers. But these people obviously don't believe Luffy's words. After all, it's too strange to fall asleep suddenly while eating, isn't it? Since you don't believe me, I'll wake him up. Luffy also thought this kind of thing was interesting, so he decided to let these people learn more. After all, a rare opportunity, it would be even better if you could take a photo. Everyone in the restaurant looked nervously at Luffy, who was approaching slowly. They still didn't believe that the man who suddenly didn't move while eating was asleep. It was the restaurant owner who looked at Luffy expectantly. If the person really just fell asleep, then the restaurant will not only be unaffected, but there will be more discussion points for the guests to talk about before and after tea. Ignoring the nervousness of the onlookers and the boss, Luffy walked towards Ace step by step. Looking at Luffy, who was getting closer and closer to the man, the onlookers couldn't help swallowing, as if they were waiting for some exciting moment. Under the nervous stares of the guests, Luffy leaned his head over to Ace's ear. "Ah, old Garp, why are you here?" Hearing Luffy's voice, the guests still didn't understand what Luffy meant. I saw Ace, who had been motionless, suddenly jumped off the stool and his eyes suddenly opened. The spoon in his hand was quickly placed in front of his chest, making a parry. "Where is the smelly old man?" "Ah, tilde." Seeing Ace, who suddenly came to life, the surrounding guests exclaimed in exclamation and actually fell asleep. "You're still the same, Ace." Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Luffy also felt a little emotional. At that time he, Ace, and Sabo had not been beaten by Garp. "Luffy, it's really you." 95. Ace, who woke up, finally saw the person who woke him up in front of him. Then, excitedly, he hugged Luffy's shoulders. "I'm still wondering if you will choose this route after you enter the Grand Line, but I didn't expect to see you here." Luffy also hugged Ace back, signaling long time no see. "Let's finish your meal first, we'll talk later," and your habit of falling asleep suddenly surprised the boss here. Luffy patted Ace on the shoulder and pointed to the stunned guests and boss around him. "I'm really sorry to cause you trouble." Ace, reminded by Luffy, looked around, then bowed to the guests and the boss. You're fine, I didn't expect you to actually just fall asleep." The sobered boss looked at the bowed Ace and waved his hand quickly to indicate that he didn't care. The guests on the side also woke up one after another, exclaimed from time to time, and then returned to their 577 seats. "Boss, settle the bill." Seeing Luffy here, Ace has no idea of continuing to eat. And with Luffy on the side, Ace didn't eat Bowwing's meal either. Although he didn't have any money, he still tried to pay to the boss. "Ah, forget it, and forget about the money. I invite the guest to eat this meal." Fortunately, the guest is fine, otherwise the shop doesn't know what will happen. 35. Hearing that Ace was going to check out, the restaurant owner waved his hands again and again. It's great that Ace didn't have an accident in his own restaurant. "I have invited this meal and I just hope that I will not meet such guests again in the future. Otherwise my heart will not be able to bear such stimulation." How embarrassing that is. Hearing the boss say that this meal is up to him, Ace breathed a sigh of relief but still bowed to the boss to thank him. "Otherwise I might embarrass myself in front of Luffy." Looking at Ace's relieved look, Luffy naturally knew why, but he didn't comment too much. Although the two have a good relationship, they each have their own path and they can't dictate his actions unless Ace joins them. "Otherwise, I don't have this qualification, although it doesn't fit Luffy's style of behavior, but after all, people are close and distant, so it's impossible for Luffy to hit Ace because of this." "When I read the newspaper before, didn't you already join the Whitebeard Pirates? Why did you come to Alabasta?" Luffy naturally knew the reason, but it was more appropriate to ask this way, otherwise it would be very troublesome to explain. "Ah, I was chasing a traitor from a boat. I heard he was in Alabasta, so I came here." "The traitor on the Whitebeard ship?" "Yeah, that guy committed a big taboo on the ship. He killed his partner and took away his devil fruit, and as his captain, I naturally have the responsibility to arrest him." For Luffy, Ace did not hide anything and told the story of Blackbeard killing the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Actually killed the crew of the world's strongest man for a devil fruit. It seems that the devil fruit he took is incredible. Luffy followed Ace's words intentionally or unintentionally. It's not normal to tell Ace Blackbeard what his abilities are. Even if that devil fruit is strong, he doesn't need to kill Thatch at all. If he asks Thatch for it, Thatch will definitely give it to him. 99. Ace's mood was a little ups and downs. It seems that staying on the Whitebeard ship for the past 2 years has really given him a strong sense of belonging. "Only that guy, I will never let him go." Then do you understand what kind of ability he got? "If you go to him rashly, you can only suffer." Luffy continued to guide Ace to think about it. "That devil fruit seems to be called dark fruit." Ace thought for a moment and said the answer Luffy wanted to hear. "Because that guy Teach killed Thatch, the mates on the ship were very angry. What kind of fruit is it worth Teach to kill his own family?" When talking about his family, Ace was a little excited, and after a pause he continued. "For this reason, everyone deliberately turned over the devil fruit illustration book that Dad collected before, but there is no specific information on it except the name. Dark fruit. I seem to have seen the introduction of this fruit somewhere. After Ace finished speaking, Luffy followed his words. This devil fruit is a Logia devil fruit. Logia, if it's just Logia devil fruit has been obtained on the ship before, but he has not expressed what he wants. Before Luffy could finish speaking, Ace interrupted Luffy first. This devil fruit is a bit different. Although it is Logia, it cannot be elementalized. Instead, it will absorb the damage, so I will suffer double the pain. Absorb damage. Hearing Luffy's words, Ace finally considered this ability. If Teach can really absorb the damage it takes, it might be a little troublesome. From what I know of him, although absorbing damage will cause more pain, the Teach guy is particularly tolerant, which doesn't seem to have a big impact on him. If you want to defeat him, the first thing you need to consider is whether Mira Fruit's ability can cause effective damage to him. Seeing Ace bowing his head in contemplation, Luffy didn't continue talking, waiting for him to sort it out first. Is there a cap on the effect of Dark Fruit's damage absorption? 35. Ace looked up at Luffy and asked. When asked by Ace's words, Luffy didn't know much about Blackbeard's plot in the original comics. I don't know the specifics, but I think it depends on how much pain he can endure, right? If the pain passes out, the ability to think about the fruit cannot be activated. Luffy thought about it and could only guess. Ordinary Logia demon fruit power may be able to be automatically elementalized, but Dark Fruit's ability should be actively used by the host. But in addition to the ability to absorb damage, Dark Fruit has another effect, that is, it can make the demon fruit power that is touched cannot activate its abilities. This is the most important point. Originally, Ace might not be able to beat him and could still rely on the ability of Mira Fruit to escape, but once caught, Ace basically has no chance. Is there such a troublesome ability? Originally, Ace was quite sure about catching Blackbeard Teach, but now that he heard Dark Fruit's ability from Luffy's mouth, Ace only felt a bit of trouble. Ace didn't doubt that what Luffy had told him about the Dark Fruit's abilities was true. From what Ace knew about Luffy, Luffy wouldn't deceive himself. In this case, it may be necessary to plan well. Although Luffy has reminded so much, Ace has not given up on finding Blackbeard. In any case, Blackbeard had to take him to Daddy himself. Seeing Ace rubbing his chin and thinking again, Luffy knew that Ace hadn't given up on capturing Blackbeard. But this is normal. If Ace would give up easily, Luffy would just ask him to give up. Why bother explaining Dark Fruit's ability? But this is also the point that I hate Ace, it's too impatient. If Ace has Roger's strength, then stubbornness will also be raised. After all, no one can do anything to you. But with Ace's current strength, this kind of stubbornness could easily kill him. After learning about Dark Fruit's abilities, do you have any countermeasures? Luffy didn't say anything to make him give up the hunt, but wanted to see if he was ready to deal with it. Can I beat him if I only use ranged attacks? After listening to Ace's words, Luffy shook his head. Dark Fruit has the ability to attract and will be caught if you are not careful. If you want to defeat Blackbeard with long-range attacks, unless Enel's Thunder Fruit is matched with his Heart Net, that is, the super-wide observation Haki, it is basically impossible. Or do not rely on Devil Fruit, just rely on Li Jiaozhao to defeat him. But Ace doesn't account for both, and Blackbeard also has a partner robbery. Although they may not have Master Haki at the moment, but if they just get in the way of Ace, they should still be able to do it. To be honest, Ace, it's impossible for you to capture Blackbeard alone. It's a bit harsh to say, but it's not Luffy talking nonsense. In addition to the Dark Fruit ability that Blackbeard just acquired, how could he have no other ability to survive on the Whitebeard ship before? Hey, I haven't seen you for a while and you're still so rude. For Luffy's outspokenness, Ace didn't show anger or dissatisfaction, just slapped Luffy's chest indifferently. But I won't give up on catching him. Ace naturally understood that Luffy wanted to give up by saying this, but he couldn't let go of the betrayer who killed his family. Hey, is there a fight over there? Just as Luffy and Ace were walking slowly, two people hurried past discussing something while walking. And there were constantly people rushing in the direction the two pointed. Obviously something happened there. Looks like the small talk can only go so far and my buddies seem to be in trouble. 35. Luffy unfolded observation Haki as soon as he heard the two passersby speak. It was none other than Zoro, Sanji and Smoker who chased after him to Alabasta. As for why he is chasing himself, Luffy can only say that this is fate. Oh, people who can be recognized as your partners must be very good people, right? 35. Ace, who was still thinking about how to deal with Blackbeard, heard Luffy speak and temporarily let go of his fear of Blackbeard. He turned to look at Luffy with interest, as if he wanted to meet those people whom Luffy called his partners. It's really a nice group of people. How about you? Do you want to leave Whitebeard's place and come to my boat? Luffy also joked, and then the two ran towards the direction where the crowd gathered. Huh, didn't you come to my boat? Father Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world and your companions will be very safe there. Ace 577 ran, responding to Luffy's jokes. Then forget it. I have an inspirational existence on my ship to be the world's #1 swordsman, but I can't hide behind the strongest in another world. Besides, Luffy wants to travel around the world well, only his own boat sitting is the most comfortable. The world's #1 swordsman, that's really a great ambition. Ace was not surprised by Luffy's rejection. Everyone knew each other very well, so it was just a joke. But it seems that your two partners have absolutely nothing to do with the Logia demon fruit power. With the speed of the two, they naturally quickly reached the location of the incident. Zoro and Sanji were now staring at Smoker with embarrassed expressions on their faces. In the crowd not far away, Nami, Vivi, Chopper and Usopp looked at the two of them worriedly. Obviously the previous battle was not optimistic. Please leave here immediately. Our marine is catching pirates in order to avoid accidental injury. Please do not stay any longer. The bespectacled female marine, Tashigi, was leading a group of marine soldiers trying to evacuate the crowd. But it doesn't seem to have much effect. After all, they are not soldiers or marines of their own country. These civilians don't care at all. After all, they have just entered the Grand Line and have not had time to go to Master Haki. This time, I just want them to experience the abilities of Logia Devil Fruit for themselves. 35. Luffy has no plans to shoot directly. The two have not reached the limit yet, and if Smoker pushes him a little more, Zoro's armament Haki might be able to master it completely. You captain is really strict, but it should be the same, otherwise the future voyage will be difficult for them. Ace is talking about them. Although Ace is not clear about Luffy's current strength, it is certain that at least he will not lose to himself. This is also because of the fact that I ate Mira fruit now. Before, I never beat Luffy once. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro, Sanji, the chef of the former sea restaurant Baladi, since you are here, the guy in the straw hat must be here somewhere. Looking at the panting two people in front of him, Smoker's face was calm, but his eyes fluctuated when he mentioned the straw hat. If you want to find our captain, you must defeat us first, right? Now we're still standing in front of you. Zoro said to Sanji one by one, although the discerning person knew at a glance that the two were approaching the limit, but the two still had no intention of retreating. Hey, Chlorella, what happened to your Haki master? I really didn't expect that the guy who was easily dealt with by Luffy would actually embarrass the two of us. It's almost, I always feel that there is still not enough. Zoro gritted his teeth. The current situation is really bad. He, who thought he could cut iron, might soon be able to force Hawkeye to pull out his black knife. But he didn't think that any Colonel Marine would be able to make himself helpless now. Zoro's hand holding the two knives exerted a little force and his teeth clenched the words of Hedao in his mouth unconsciously. There is a force in the body that seems to be condensing, but he has never been able to speed up its formation. If that's the case, then catch you all, the guy in the straw hat will definitely come to save you. 99. Smoker didn't continue talking nonsense. His hands turned into smoke and two fists turned into smoke flew out quickly. The smoke from the fist and wrist suddenly stretched, and under the pulling of the fist it quickly wrapped Zoro and Sanji around. Zoro and Sanji wanted to dodge, but the two who had used up too much energy before finally moved a beat slower. It was directly caught by Smoker's extended smoke arm. Zoro's hands Yuuki and third-generation Kitaru also fell to the ground because their arms were tied. Damn it, get me out. The bound Zoro clenched his teeth tightly and said the words, and the veins on his forehead burst. A faint layer of breath wrapped around Zoro's hands. Then, in Smoker's surprised eyes, the smoke fist that wrapped Zoro was directly caught in Zoro's hand. Zoro's men clenched tightly, and the pained Smoker unwittingly let go of the white smoke entangling Zoro. Zoro took the opportunity to break free of the smoke, and while he could still feel the breath in his hands, he quickly rushed towards Sanji, directly grabbing Sanji's other fist. Seeing Zoro break free, Sanji didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Smoker shoot that fist again at the back of Zoro's head, who was rushing towards him. Watch out for the back, green algae head. However, it was too late for Zoro, who wanted to dodge, and Smoker's white smoke fist was already close at hand. Zoro. Usopp and others in the crowd could not help but exclaim. If this punch hits the head directly, Zoro will be finished. Snapped. The sound of fists and palms intersected, and under the gaze of all the civilians and marines on the scene, a figure wearing a straw hat appeared behind Zoro. Smoker's white smoke fist was firmly grasped by the suddenly appearing figure. I don't understand very well, there are so many pirates in this sea, why do you have to hold us back? You really are here. Withdrawing the hand that wrapped around Sanji, he also freed the other fist from Luffy's unclenched hand. Smoker didn't answer Luffy's question, just stared at Luffy closely. This is the elementalization of Logia demon fruit power, how does it feel? Luffy didn't continue to look at Smoker but turned his attention to Zoro and Sanji, who were rather embarrassed. Luffy! Seeing Luffy, who suddenly appeared to block Smoker's attack, Nami and the others also emerged from the crowd. Originally, I wanted them to buy clothes to disguise them, but this time they all came out. But it doesn't matter. With Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta, there you can negotiate with them to prevent bad things from jumping out at the critical moment. It's worse than I imagined. I didn't expect the Logia demon fruit power to be so difficult to deal with. Is it really impossible to face them without Haki? The ugly face of Sanji being supported by Usopp was not the reason for being injured by Smoker. But when I fought with Smoker before, the feeling that I had attacked myself but couldn't hit the opponent at all was really uncomfortable and wanted to vomit blood. It is not that there are no other methods, sea water and sea stone are the most restrained demon fruit power, but I do not recommend this method. After all, only one's own strength can survive in this sea. The Straw Hat Pirates, what is your purpose in coming to Alabasta? Seeing the others rushing out of the crowd, Smoker frowned. Although Monkey D. Luffy's bounty amounted to 90 million Baileys, none of his crew was a bounty offender. Cut. Disgusting senior officials, Smoker didn't know why he cared so much about the Straw Hat Pirates. Maybe because they didn't volunteer to be pirates, or maybe because they were pirates who escaped from their own hands. There are many reasons, but Smoker doesn't know which one is the real reason. Purpose? Rather, what is the purpose of your marine and world government? Luffy also responded to Smoker's question. What do you mean by that? Luffy's words made Smoker a little unresponsive. What did marine and the world government want to do? Wait, that girl is Princess Vivi as the Princess of Alabasta. Why are you with the Straw Hat Pirates? Things seem to be getting in trouble. Smoker took a hard puff from the cigar he had bitten in his mouth, his brows furrowed into mountains. The Princess of the World Government, Allied Country and the new Straw Hat Pirates got mixed up again, which made Smoker as Marine feel uncomfortable. You are the Colonel of Naval Headquarters. The people around have been dismissed by Marine, and here are Luffy's gang and Smoker's gang. Ace's words have been hiding in the alley next to him and never come out. This is Luffy's business and Ace will not interfere. Unless Luffy asks for help or the other party may endanger Luffy's life, it is disrespect to Luffy to intervene casually. Vivi, who was recognized by Smoker, did not continue to hide but stood up directly. Luffy didn't stop Vivi's actions. As a princess of a country, she needs to have her own rules of conduct. That's right, I'm Colonel Naval Headquarters Smoker, and I wonder if Princess Vivi can answer my question. 99. Smoker shifted his gaze from Luffy to Vivi. Obviously, compared to Straw Hat Luffy, the matter of the Princess of the World Government is more important to Marine. What do you Marines have to say about the 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile plotting to take Alabasta? Now that Marine is here, it is better to let Marine intervene in this matter. Perhaps doing so will have unexpected results. Vivi pondered for a while and then spoke out about Crocodile. In any case, Alabasta, as a member of the world government, Marine is obliged to protect the country from encroachment with the permission of its leaders. Tusk, I know that nothing to do with the country is good. Smoker was speechless at the name that came out of Vivi's mouth. Although I don't know the specific situation, but it was told by the Princess of Alabasta that it is probably true. Smoker regretted calling Vivi's name, obviously pretending he didn't know him so he wouldn't have any trouble. Colonel Smoker, what are we going to do? Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKING flowers. Although he is usually a little confused, Tashigi knows what he should know. She also realized at this time that things seem to be deviating in some unknowable direction. Luckily, you don't have to think for yourself, just leave the problem to Colonel Smoker. I will investigate this matter, but please leave Straw Hat Crew immediately. As Princess Alabasta, you should not mix with pirates. For this kind of thing, Smoker's temper naturally won't let it go. But when it comes to getting involved directly, Smoker isn't stupid, so leave this kind of thing to the old guy above for a headache. But before that, I have to find the evidence first, otherwise I will only be scolded for nothing. Although I am not afraid, it is somewhat difficult for my face. Let's wait until you guys deal with Crocodile and tell me that Straw Hat Crew is a pirate. Vivi didn't listen to Smoker and leave Luffy. While Luffy's crew were indeed pirates, Vivi enjoyed her time aboard the Mary. Luffy, they haven't done a single thing that hurt innocent people. If you are not a princess, you can go around the world with Luffy desperately. It's not the first time Vivi has thought this way. Cut, what a hassle. Straw Hat Luffy, I'll spare you this time. Tashigi, let's go. Although he may not be Luffy's opponent in a real fight, as Marine, he can't be overpowered by pirates. Yes, Colonel Smoker. Tashigi and the surrounding Marines answered at the same time and left with Smoker. Luffy looked at Smoker in the distance, speechless, although he knew that he was indeed such a person. But isn't it bad that you completely ignore my presence in front of my face? Fortunately, Luffy didn't have any hatred in his heart. Otherwise, if someone else replaced him, he might just wipe out this group of Marines. Chopper, bandage the two of them. Although the injury is not serious, it will still have some impact. Understood, I'll wrap them up now. Listening to Chopper's slightly deformed voice, Luffy noticed that there were 2 cloth strips stuck in Chopper's nose. Shouldn't he be able to stand the fragrance of this port city? But does the reindeer stuffer work? 4. As expected of you, Luffy, even the Princess of Alabasta can be invited aboard. After Smoker left with all the Marines, Ace came out of the side alley. Who was? The first to react was Makita, who had not spoken. Now Zoro and Sanji are both injured. Chopper is bandaging them except for Luffy. Makita is still a bit of a fight. As for Usopp, as he is now, he will die if he is approached by the enemy. Take it easy, Makita, it's not the enemy. Luffy did not refute Ace's ridicule. Judging from the current situation, although Vivi will not be on board because of Alabasta, everyone basically recognizes her as a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. You guys are so nice, Luffy. Ace saw Zoro and Sanji's performance, May 7-7, and the expressions of Nami and others rushing out. Before I got on the Whitebeard, I sailed with a group of like-minded partners. Right. Luffy replied that although everyone has not experienced much together yet, they have gotten along very well with each other. Who is this? It was Nami who spoke first. After all, it was obvious that Luffy knew the man who just appeared, so he should be the brother Luffy said before, right? Nami took a closer look. Well, a little familiar, but nothing like Luffy. Hello, my name is Ace, I'm Luffy's brother, nice to meet you. 35. Although I wanted to say thank you for taking care of Luffy, but thinking of Luffy who has been taking care of herself and Sabo, Ace felt that she did not have the position to say that. Ah, so you are the brother, Luffy said. After hearing Ace's self-introduction, Usopp realized that he had not thought about it at all before. Zoro and Sanji, who were being wrapped by Chopper, remained calm throughout. They didn't feel any malice from Ace, and if it was an enemy, Luffy wouldn't let him come. Ace, you must have heard of it, right? You are not the kind of people who don't read newspapers. In that case, I did see this face in the newspapers. 35. Nami felt a little familiar just now, and now hearing Luffy say this, he kind of remembered the newspaper he read 2 years ago. Portgas D. Ace, the super rookie 3 years ago, turned down the invitation to become the 7 warlords of the sea, the man who ended up joining the Whitebeard Pirates. After all, it was a newspaper from a few years ago, so it's normal to not remember it for a while. The Whitebeard Pirates, is that the Whitebeard I know? Although Usopp hadn't seen Ace's report, there was no one on the sea who didn't know about Whitebeard's name. Looks like an amazing man. Zoro, who had been wrapped up by Chopper, had an interested expression on his face. But there is no plan to do it. After all, Zoro does not have such a strong desire to do it for people other than swordsmen. Sanji on the side did not speak, but his eyes were just as eager. The battle with Smoker just now made his desperate hope stronger. By the way, Ace is currently the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, but his strength should be the last among the captains. Luffy doesn't mean to give Ace face at all. After all, he is his own. Cough. The last sentence is superfluous, but after 3 years of absence, you precocious brat has learned to complain. Ace couldn't refute what Luffy said, and could only helplessly roll his eyes at Luffy. Oh, how amazing, it only took 3 years to become a squad leader on that Whitebeard ship. Luffy's words didn't take away Usopp's shock. After all, Whitebeard was a little too far away for him. So Luffy's brother is such an amazing person. Chopper, who had wrapped Zoro and Sanji, went back to Usopp, looking at Ace with deep curiosity in his eyes. Stare. Stare. What? What's wrong? When Chopper looked at Ace, Ace also looked at Chopper. One person and one deer looked at each other like this, but Chopper couldn't help but lose first. There was a little fear on the cute deer's face, and Genin couldn't help but take 2 steps back under Ace's gaze. Alas, is this civic cat a fur tribe? It can talk. 35. In the past 3 years of voyage, Ace has naturally seen many novel things and naturally knows the existence of the fur tribe. B*******D, I'm not a civet cat, I'm a reindeer, and what is a fur tribe? Chopper, who was once again mistaken for a tanuki, immediately yelled angrily, but still noticed what Ace said about the fur tribe. His name is Chopper and he's a reindeer that eats human fruit, not a fur tribe. Looking at Chopper jumping again, Luffy couldn't help but chuckle and explain to Ace. Oh, it turns out to be a reindeer, I'm really sorry. 9. With that said, Ace bowed to Chopper apologetically and continued. Furs are a human form derived from hairy animals that can speak and act like humans, but they don't eat hairy creatures. Well, is this the country Luffy was talking about? Hearing Ace's explanation, Chopper remembered the kingdom of talking animals that Luffy had said earlier. Oh, Luffy, do you know Zoo? Hearing Chopper say this, Ace immediately looked at Luffy in surprise. In Ace's impression, Luffy, like himself, had never been out of East Blue. Maybe other countries can read it from the newspapers, but it is impossible for ordinary people to know the words of Zoo. Compared to Ace's shock, Nami and others are used to it. I do know, but now is not the time to talk about it. We have been here for 0.4 long enough. If we don't leave, we will be watched as monkeys. 99. Only then did everyone react, and the people who had just been dispersed were looking at themselves and others from a distance. It's just because Smoker said that Luffy and the others were pirates, and now there is no marine around, so these people don't dare to come forward and watch. If that's the case, then it's almost time for me to leave. Ace is satisfied to be able to meet Luffy here. Next, it's time to continue. Teach, you wait for me, I will definitely take you back to the boat and let Daddy judge your life. Are you still going after that person? Seeing Ace's expression, Luffy knew what Ace was going to do next. You know mine, I can't let go of that traitor who dared to kill his family. Is Ace just gone? Watching Ace go away, Usopp couldn't help asking. Well, he has his business to do. Luffy replied, but he was thinking. It's obviously impossible to stop Ace here, so is it possible to stop Blackbeard before going to Sky Island? With his current strength, can he fight against Blackbeard, who has not yet acquired the ability of Shock Fruit? Dark Fruit's ability is too restrained for Demon Fruit power, and he is relying too much on Rubber Fruit's boost at this stage, which is difficult. If only I could learn Conqueror's Haki before that. However, in the first half of the Grand Line, no one has this ability, which is rare even among Conqueror's Haki owners. A mission in the future, Armament Haki Flow plus Internal Destruction will be called Emission, otherwise it will be a bit troublesome to call it that every time. Luffy, what's the matter? Nami asked, noticing that Luffy seemed to be thinking. The enemy that Ace is dealing with this time is a bit troublesome, maybe Ace will be caught by the other side. Ace will be caught. 14. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates can't beat them, so how powerful should Ace be against people? Then why don't you persuade him to give up? If you know you can't beat it but you still have to fight, what is this? Where have you seen this kind of behavior? Nami glanced at Luffy and Zoro beside him and suddenly realized that these two guys are not like this. Feeling that there was something wrong with Nami looking at him, Luffy instantly understood what Nami meant. But there is no way, taking advantage of the relationship between Hawkeye and Red Hair, he can reduce the danger to a minimum. If you really try to break through in order to fight Kaido later, then your voyage will definitely be dangerous due to the lack of strength. Ace's character is like this. Once he decides, no one can change it. Isn't that why Ace died in the original book? Stubbornly wanted to take action against Akinu, who insulted Whitebeard, but he ignored that it was the hard work of his comrades that resulted in countless deaths and injuries to save him. Are you like that too? Nami stared at Luffy closely as if trying to see the answer on Luffy's face. 66.99. Is it the same for me? Luffy thought about it and rejected the answer. At least as the self who came from transmigration, he still cherishes his life. Also, don't you take yourself too seriously, Nami. However, Luffy didn't say these words. There are some things that you need to figure out. It's time for us to go. How are your clothes? Being stared at by Nami was unbearable, so Luffy had to change the subject. The clothes have been bought, let's find a hotel to change them. Seeing that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, Vivi took over the topic of Luffy. Nami took a deep look at Luffy and didn't ask any further questions. Luffy of damn it, making Miss Nami unhappy again. Sanji, who was supported by Usopp, looked at Luffy with fire-breathing eyes. Whether it was anger or jealousy, it is unknown, but Luffy thinks it's more likely to be jealousy. Several people walked towards a hotel with the fearful eyes of pedestrians. When he came out again, everything had changed. Well, except Luffy. If you are weak, you need to change your clothes and disguise so you can honestly wear this outfit. 95. That being said, in fact, Luffy has already opened observation Haki. In this Alabasta, no one's observation Haki can cover Luffy's Haki. Once he found out that someone was spying on his party, Luffy could find out immediately. 66.95. Although they were a little unhappy with Luffy's words, Zoro and Sanji did not refute them. After all, Luffy was right. If you are strong enough to kill all the people who are watching, naturally you don't need to disguise. But Luffy didn't say that he turned on observation Haki. After all, Nami and Vivi's clothes are still pretty good looking, and even Makita's clothes are not bad. If Luffy said he was on observation Haki, the girls might not change into this exotic dancer costume. However, when Luffy found out that they were wearing this dress, he let them wear a white robe outside. Looking at Nami with his hair up, Luffy couldn't help but glance at him. After all, Nami usually wears her hair, which is rare. And Vivi is still the previous hairstyle, combing her hair into a bundle, half draped behind her back. Makita is much simpler. After all, she has short hair, so there is no need to tie it up. As for Zoro, let's not talk about them, so shall we go straight to Albana? Now that he has finished changing his clothes, there is no need to stay in this port, but only Vivi knows how to get to Albana. If you go directly to Albana from Nahana, you need to go through a whole desert. It is best to have enough drinking water. It is even better if you have a camel to travel. If it was on foot, Vivi felt that his group might not be able to walk. In that case, look for a place where camels are rented or sold. 35. Since Vivi, a local, said so, Luffy naturally made the decision immediately. Try to save your energy when you can and don't drop the chain at the critical moment. One more question. Now that we are in Nahana, should the rebels be closer to us? Don't you need to go to the location of the rebels first to confirm? -577. It stands to reason that Ikelim should have informed the King of Crocodile's conspiracy, but now it is still a situation where the rebels and the King's army confront each other. Is there something in there that Luffy and the others didn't expect? Is Katria? Vivi lowered her head and pondered for a while. The current situation is indeed a bit abnormal. It is impossible for Ikelim to betray, but now it seems that no news has reached the king. Or was Ikelim caught up by the Baroque workers? Thinking of this, Vivi couldn't help but be a little worried, and the current situation really has to make people think more. Then let's go to Katria first. Maybe we can learn about the situation faster there. After all, the rebel army and the king's army are hostile, and there may be news of Albana on their side. Luffy nodded. From the map, Nahana was not far from Katria. However, for the convenience of movement, camels are still very necessary. Under the leadership of Vivi, several people quickly found a place where they could rent camels. 7 people and 7 camels. Chopper doesn't need it, and little Chopper can ride with Usopp. In this way, Luffy, 7 people and 1 reindeer rode 7 camels and under the guidance of Vivi started to set out for Katria, the gathering place of the Alabasta rebel army. This is Katria. It feels like Nahana. Luffy and his group from Nahana arrived in Katria in half a day with camels. To Usopp's disappointment though, here in Nahana don't look much different. After all, Alabasta is the kingdom of the desert. In this desert territory, it seems a bit difficult to derive other styles. Vivi looked at Usopp speechlessly. The same country, the 2 cities are still very close. How much difference can there be? Do I need to go directly to the leader of the rebel army? I can find his location directly. In Alabasta, all Luffy has to do is to clear the way for Vivi. As for decision-making, everything about Alabasta is up to Vivi to decide. After all, it takes money to do things. Although he and Vivi are basically in a certain state of relationship, the one who saves himself is Alabasta. Even if you don't get Vivi's, the king's side is indispensable. Well, go directly to Kosha, speaking of which that rebel leader is also my childhood playmate. Vivi glanced at Luffy cautiously and seeing that he didn't respond, Vivi breathed a sigh of relief before continuing. If I could see him directly, maybe a lot of things could be explained clearly. Luffy nodded, although he didn't know what the war between the army was like, but if it could cut off the signs of war, it must be effective. Unless the reason for the opponent to send troops is not the reason on the surface. Turning the observation Haki, which reduced its power after entering the desert, to maximum, Luffy quickly found where the army was gathering. And there is a person surrounded by a speech. It should be him. Luffy looked back at Vivi and said, I found it, come with me. Vivi nodded, then followed Luffy, who was walking ahead, and the others followed. Camels can be directly rode into the city, so everyone did not intend to get off the camels. Fortunately, there are camels to ride, otherwise Chopper might dehydrate and die. This fur, which is extra warm in winter, killed Chopper in the desert kingdom of Alabasta. Soon, at the signal of Luffy, everyone stopped at a large rock in a clearing. In front is the camp of the rebel army. There is no need to ride a camel into it. Also, if you negotiate, you don't need everyone to go in. It's enough to accompany Vivi and buy yourself. Even if the other party wants to catch Vivi, if he is there, he will not be able to succeed. Just let me and Vivi go in to negotiate. You guys just wait here. There are too many people. If the negotiation fails, it will not be easy to come out. After all, there were at least 1 million soldiers around, and even if Luffy opened Conqueror's Haki, it wouldn't necessarily be able to stun them all in such a large area. Then be careful. No one objected. After all, what Luffy said was the truth. The words of the 2 with Luffy's strength would not be a problem for them to escape. Luffy and Vivi came out from behind the boulder, still some distance away from the rebel camp, and this distance could only be passed on foot. Soon, Luffy and Vivi were spotted near the camp. A group of soldiers then emerged from the camp and surrounded Luffy and Vivi. I am the Princess of Alabasta, Neferutari Vivi, who has come to negotiate with your leader. Surrounded by Vivi, he was not afraid. With Luffy by his side, he would always feel at ease unconsciously. Vivi's self-reported home name caused a commotion among the soldiers who surrounded the 2, and soon soldiers came forward. You are finally here, Princess Vivi. The chief has been waiting here for a long time. The soldier who walked in front of the 2 saluted Vivi and then waved to the soldier behind him. Luffy and Vivi glanced at each other, not quite understanding what these people were doing. But since the other party said so, let's take a look first. Luffy's observation Haki did not perceive the ambush. Under the guidance of the soldiers, the 2 walked into a tent from the road that the soldiers gave way. Princess Vivi, I didn't expect us to meet again, but in this capacity. As soon as he entered the tent, the young man sitting in the main seat glanced at Vivi and spoke, apparently confirmed the identity of Vivi and recognized it at a glance. Leader Kosha, let's keep it short. The main purpose of Vivi's visit this time was to confirm the situation in Albana, not to catch up with the other party. Hearing Vivi's flat tone, the man named Kosha was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled bitterly. Unexpectedly, the little girl who always followed behind her back then is now like a stranger. But now is not the time to sigh because Alabasta's fate is at stake and Kosha must hurry up. Tilda, this must be the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy, right? No longer struggling with those unrealistic thoughts, Kosha looked at Luffy, who was standing next to Vivi. Even I know. It seems that the king has passed his temper with you. From this perspective, the confrontation between the king's army and the rebel army may be intriguing. After Icilum returned to Alabasta, he has reported everything to His Majesty. Kosha slowly told the whole story. It turned out that after Icilum returned to Albana, he reported the crocodile matter to King Cobra as soon as possible. After King Cobra learned about it, he secretly sent someone to contact Kosha, the leader of the rebel army, who was the chin in front of him. Although Kosha was the leader of the rebel army, he did not send troops because he wanted to rebel. As for why the king's army would attack ordinary people, it should be Crocodile's handwriting. And Kosa, who learned the real situation from the king, immediately consulted with King Cobra. The result of the deliberations was to confuse Crocodile by creating the illusion of a confrontation between the rebel army and the king's army, making him feel that things were going according to his plan. That way Alabasta will have plenty of time for Vivi to bring Luffy over. In the final analysis, it is because there is no way to solve the existence of Crocodile in Alabasta. Otherwise, there is no need to put all hope on Luffy, the pirate. After all, pirates are pirates after all, and no one can guarantee whether Luffy will become the next Crocodile. But both Cobra and Kosha chose to believe in Vivi, and they believed that the person Vivi brought back was someone they could trust. So we don't have to go to Albana. Luffy and Vivi, who left the rebel camp after meeting with Zoro, briefly told them the information they got from Kosha. Well, after that we just need to go straight to the rain and deal with Crocodile. After knowing the cause and effect of the matter, Vivi relaxed a little bit. Things are on the bright side and Icilum is fine. Then, as long as Luffy solves Crocodile, the crisis in Alabasta is basically lifted. Great Vivi 35. While it's too early to tell, the mastermind of the Alabasta crisis has yet to be resolved. But the Kingdom Rebellion issue has been clarified, which is indeed a good thing for Vivi. Then we have to go back to Nahana. The rain is on the other side of the sea and we need to go by boat. Vivi was able to breathe a sigh of relief, but his mind did not relax. Princess Vivi is so beautiful when she's relaxed. Sanji, who was still wearing color, saw Vivi's relaxed expression and his body couldn't help twisting again. 580 color cook. Zoro doesn't miss any chance to taunt Sanji. Nympho cook. Makita's face was a little dark and her previous self was actually frightened by such a person. Miss Makita is so beautiful. Sanji, who didn't care that he was being scolded at all, looked at Makita with the same gesture. But soon, Sanji's injury was not yet healed and Sanji twisted his waist smoothly. Click. What? Maybe this is the so-called joy and sorrow. Ah, Sanji, don't move, doctor, the doctor is coming. Chopper on the side saw Sanji like this and immediately panicked, calling for the doctor in a hurry. You are a doctor yourself, Usopp yelled at Chopper. What happened to his little brother? How could he feel less reliable than himself? Okay, don't make trouble, let's go and get rid of Crocodile as soon as possible so as not to have too many dreams at night. It will change after a while and if something messy happens again, it will be troublesome at that time. After listening to Luffy's words, everyone stopped arguing. Sanji, who was injured again, was still supported by Usopp and the group went back to the way they came. It was another half-day journey and the speed slowed down a lot due to the number of wounded. It was early morning when we left and it was completely dark when we came back. At night, the weather in the desert is not hot but cold. Chopper, who was weak along the way, felt alive again. The group did not stay in Nahana but returned directly to the Mary. Although the Mary is small, even the sleeping deck feels more secure than sleeping in an unfamiliar city. When Luffy and the others came back, Von Kree, who was tied up with green patterns on his clothes, leaned on the steps and fell asleep without any image. Galtino was resting by sitting on the mainmast, but looking at his sleeping appearance, it was obvious that even if Von Clay escaped, he would not know. So it's not unreasonable that Crocodile paired him with Marianu in the first place. As for Marianu, probably fell asleep in Nami's room. After all, I've been living in Nami's room before and now that I haven't seen anyone, I think I've rested. Since they were all asleep, Luffy and the others also went back to their cabins to rest. Nami, Vivi, and Makita naturally went back to Nami's room to sleep. As for men like Zoro, they could just find a place to sleep under the Mary's cabin, even on the deck. But Luffy didn't sleep with them but sat on the Mary's sheep's head thinking about the next voyage again. The Alabasta thing is almost over and then comes the journey to Sky Island. Enel, Thunder Fruit with Enel's character is not suitable for this ship. Then there is no need to keep your hands. If you can get Thunder Fruit, who is suitable to eat this Thunder Fruit? It's a bit premature to think about this without Lion Fruit, but what if, like Munch Munch Fruit, Thunder Fruit respawns nearby? Use Up's sniping ability and observation Haki's talent may be suitable for long-range strikes. But in this way, Thunder Fruit's physical augmentation was completely wasted. For Nami, he already has Lion Fruit, which is the most suitable ability other than Yun Yun Fruit. Unless Lion Fruit respawns somewhere Luffy can't catch up, it's basically a no-brainer. Sanji, under the premise of having transparent fruits, he is not interested in other devil fruits at all. Of course, even with the transparent fruit, Luffy would rather give it to Usopp than to Sanji. If only I could eat the second fruit myself. I don't know whether Blackbeard can accommodate the second devil fruit because of the dark fruit or because of his own special reasons. WT is too slow. If he could wrap himself around Master Conqueror's Haki, he might be able to catch Blackbeard. At that time, there will be a way to conduct a comprehensive inspection of him and perhaps find a way for the two fruits to coexist. After leaving Sky Island, it was time to switch to a bigger ship. The Mary was obviously a little too small. Some of the people who live now need to sleep on the deck. When there are more crew members, the Mary will not be enough. The problem of the ship is easy to solve, and the gold of Sky Island is enough for Luffy and others to change to a big ship that suits their hearts. And there is the existence of Munch Munch Fruit, and there is no such thing as giving up the Mary. The main issue is the strength of the crowd. Before Sabyati Archipelago, this route was not as long as expected. Before 2 years of cultivation, is there any other way to increase the strength of a wave of people? Judging from the current situation, because of his own reasons, Nami's combat power is not as good as the original. Even Usopp and Sanji didn't get enough battles like the original. Only Zoro, because of Hawkeye and his years of training, has improved a lot compared to the original with his own advice. Maybe get Sanji's battle suit before 2 years of training. As for Usopp, we can only see if there is a suitable devil fruit. Another point is, since Chopper can research something like the blue wave ball, can it research other things that can enhance its strength? There are so many strange animals and plants in the pirate world with the help of Crocus's medical notes, plus the medical knowledge that Chopper learned from Dr. Dory. Maybe some special drugs can be developed, because the target was aimed directly at the rain. In order to avoid attracting attention, Luffy and his party chose to sail from the sea. Walking on land requires not only camouflage but also keeping someone to guard the Mary. It is better to take the Mary together from the Santo River. Not only does it save time compared to walking on land, but the key is that it is not easy to be found at sea. After 2 days of sailing, the Mary arrived at the City of Dreams where Crocodile is located, Rainland. The next thing is simple: find someone to ask the location of the casino in the rain. Then Luffy uses observation Haki to confirm the crocodile's location and finally just break in directly. Luffy, Vivi, Zoro, and Sanji got off the Mary this time while the others stayed on the Mary. Under the perception of Luffy observation Haki, except for Crocodile, the members of the Baroque working group here are all the senior agents who appeared in Albana in the original 5 and 8-0. It seems that Cobra and Kosha's plan was successful and Crocodile didn't see anything wrong. Otherwise, these people may have gone to Albana in advance. However, this is just right and the entire Baroque work club can be wiped out. With Zoro's current strength, there is absolutely no problem in dealing with Crocodile's Mr. 1 combination. As for the other pair in the original book, there would be no problem with Sanji's strength. So the 4 of them went directly to the casino where Crocodile was. To prevent trouble, Luffy came in and turned on Conqueror's Haki for an indiscriminate coercion. Under Luffy's increasing momentum, the entire casino, both the guests and the security guards, fainted without any resistance. How is this going? Vivi, who saw the shocking scene of Conqueror's Haki for the first time, was speechless when he watched the casino collapse. Sure enough, no matter how many times you watch it, it's still a shocking picture. 99. Although it was not the first time that Zoro and Sanji met, they were still shocked. Okay, the soldiers have all left the stage and the next is today's master. Luffy pressed the brim of the straw hat with his hand and looked at the hallway of the casino hall with a dull gaze. Under the perception of his observation Haki, several people were about to come out of there. Vivi looked at Luffy like this, her heart trembled slightly. This was the first time she saw Luffy so Haki. Although the previous Luffy was just as strong, he felt more indifferent and confident. With Luffy now, Vivi has a feeling that no one can beat him. Just as Vivi was watching Luffy, someone finally came out of the hallway. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji also pose for a fight. Straw Hat Luffy suddenly visiting my casino and messing up my casino again doesn't seem to make sense. 35. The man walking in front was wearing a fur coat with a plaid suit under it, with a big back and a cigar in his mouth. A line scar runs across the bridge of the nose and a gold hook is worn on the left glove, giving a very vicious feeling. Crocodile glanced at the guests and security guards lying about in the casino and looked at Luffy and the others with fierce eyes. Although they were knocked on the door, they didn't attack Luffy for the first time. Crocodile. He was answered by a roar from Vivi. When Crocodile came out, Vivi looked away from Luffy. Staring at Crocodile with anger, the uncontrollable anger made her roar the name of the man opposite. Isn't this Princess Vivi? Why, as the Princess of Alabasta, actually got together with the pirates, is it to bring shame to Alabasta? 35. It can only be said that he is a man who can sit in the position of 7 warlords of the sea. Madara can be seen in the depths of the city. As the mastermind of the conspiracy to conspire to capture Alabasta, when he saw Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta, he was still able to pretend without changing his face. Crocodile. Mr. Zero is Crocodile. Of those who followed Crocodile, apparently some did not know that their boss was Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Oh boss, your identity has been exposed. Nico Robin, who was standing beside Crocodile, heard the exclamation of Miss Christmas beside him, covered his mouth and chuckled without the slightest sense of being a subordinate. The slim-fitting denim underwear revealed her slender and beautiful figure, and the smiling face also had a different kind of mature beauty. The skin color is not the blackish color of the anime 2 years ago, but the snow white like 2 years later. Ah, isn't this beautiful Miss AI Sunday? 35. Sanji was immediately attracted by Robin's chuckle and didn't care about the situation he was in. Hey, B********* D with curly eyebrows, don't be ashamed here. For Sanji's behavior, Zoro immediately wanted to stop it. Don't talk too much. For Nico Robin's teasing, Crocodile just glanced at her and gave a warning. Apparently he didn't know about the pact between Nico Robin and Luffy. And the fat woman who was originally suspicious of Crocodile's identity stopped speaking under Crocodile's warning. It seems that my plan has been exposed, but do you think you can stop me with just a few of you? Crocodile knew his identity was revealed before he and Nico Robin came out with them. But it's not a big deal anyway. In his opinion, these people will never get out of here alive. Even though Luffy has the strength to compete with Hawkeye, Crocodile still doesn't think that the opponent is his opponent. At most, it's just a little trickier. So, are some famous people so arrogant, even though they have seen someone like Whitebeard, they still feel that they are invincible? 9. Speaking of words, Luffy has never been afraid of anyone, and it is easy to provoke 0.4 anger at the other party when he understands the other party's experience. As for how to know, why explain it to the enemy? Oh, kid, your tone is not small. Although he didn't know how the other party knew about it, Crocodile's expression darkened obviously after Luffy's words. For Whitebeard, Crocodile can be said to be quite hated, but even so, he is not a fledgling kid who can mock at will. I just don't know, is your strength as strong as rumored? If not, you can only die here. 39. Crocodile looked at Luffy and the others with a wicked expression. Obviously, he was really motivated to kill. Princess Vivi, you shouldn't be here. If you go out to sea with Luffy, you might still have a way to survive, but now, your life. I'll take it. Arc Moon Dunes. Crocodile shot directly without notifying his agents. The originally normal arm completely turned into a huge meniscus made of sand and then attacked the four of Luffy in a sweeping manner. Zoro, Sanji, be careful not to get hit by the sand, then you can choose your own opponent and the crocodile will be handed over to me. Luffy explained to Zoro and Sanji, then stepped on and quickly appeared beside Vivi. Zoro and Sanji saw Crocodile, whose arms turned into sand, and immediately understood that the other party was also Logia Demon Fruit Power. Without hesitation, the two quickly spread out to the side and then looked at the four people beside Crocodile. Robin was excluded from the two, and Zoro believed in Luffy's vision. As for Sanji, it may be because of her beauty. The crescent-shaped sand dunes swept across, and Zoro and Sanji each retreated out of the attack range. And Luffy ran out of the casino with Vivi in his arms. 14. The range here is too small, and the Logia Devil Fruit is a large-scale attack, and Vivi is a little dangerous here. It's no use running away. You guys get those two guys out, and I'll go after Vivi in the straw hat. Looking at Luffy and Vivi, who had already run out of the casino, Crocodile turned his head and explained to the five people behind him. Then the lower body turned into a salon scroll, catching up in the direction Luffy and Vivi left. Since the boss has given an order, let's act. Mr. One faithfully fulfilled Crocodile's orders and looked at Zoro and Sanji, who were still in the casino. After seeing the knife on Zoro's waist, he focused his attention on Zoro. Seeing that Mr. One had selected the target, Miss, who was his partner, also stretched his fingernails and looked at Zoro. I'll leave it to you here, I have other things to do. Now that the fight has started, Robin is naturally going to watch the battle outside. After all, this battle can be said to be related to his future destiny. Crocodile is looking for ancient weapon, and as a self who can read the text of history, it may still be useful to him now. But once he got the news or got impatient, it was impossible for him, the one who knew his secret, to be able to leave alive. And if Luffy wins, he'll have his next home. And judging from Luffy's attitude towards Vivi, maybe he can stay on that ship forever. Thinking of this, Robin said a word to the remaining agents without looking back and then left. This woman. The remaining Miss Merry Christmas, an ugly fat woman, glanced at Robin, who was leaving, and then turned to Sanji not far away. Then we don't have a choice, Mr. Four. We'll kill the yellow-haired curly brow. Oh. 35. The same fat man replied slowly. Behind him is a huge metal baseball bat, and at his feet is a strange-looking dog. Hey, 2 on 4, how about it, green algae head? Let's see who can deal with them first. I have an extra dog. Sanji lit a cigarette, looked at himself and Zoro with a clear division of labor, turned his head and proposed to Zoro. If you think you can't beat it, it doesn't matter if you leave it to me. Zoro pulled the 3 knives out of the scabbard and stared at the short-headed man who was also looking at him. I dare to say that I only hope that you won't ask me to help you get revenge when you lose. Sanji replied sarcastically, bit the cigarette in his mouth and looked at the fat duo. At the same time, Luffy, who had already run out of the casino, placed Vivi not far behind him and waited quietly for Crocodile to arrive. As a pirate who has been famous for a long time, there is still some air. The courage is not bad, but I just stood here and waited for me to come. Standing in front of Luffy again, Crocodile looked at Luffy, who had no intention of escaping, and praised him. Don't you know how much you have? To be honest, you are the 7 warlords of the sea and you don't feel threatening at all to me. This is indeed true. Observation Haki can perceive the strength of the enemy, but in Luffy's perception, Crocodile does not have the strength to threaten himself. But Luffy's words undoubtedly stirred Crocodile's anger. What a fiery brat. Crocodile didn't want to continue listening to Luffy's sarcasm, and his right hand turned into gravel again, and it was a vertical strike directly in the direction of Luffy. Desert Sword. A sharp desert blade formed with a large area attack unique to Logia Devil Fruit and slammed into Luffy's direction. Where the desert blade flew over, a deep crack was directly cut into the ground. Luffy didn't mean to dodge, and Vivi was standing behind him. If he avoided it, the desert blade would undoubtedly split Vivi in half. And this is also what Crocodile did intentionally, forcing Luffy to resist his own attack, and if Luffy couldn't bear it, he could even kill him in one hit. Luffy! Vivi, who was staying not far behind Luffy, gave a worried cry. Crocodile's mighty attack made Vivi feel powerless. Can a real 580 face such an attack? Luffy naturally heard Vivi's voice, but there was no need to respond. The battle might be over soon. Unlike Hawkeye's time, the reason why this time will end soon is not because the field is not hard enough. It's Crocodile, which really isn't that strong for a reason. The right fist covered with armament Haki swung towards the swiftly attacking Desert Blade. Even the second and third gears don't need to be opened. The Desert Blade that can easily cut through the ground is directly scattered by Luffy. Seeing this scene, Vivi breathed a sigh of relief, not expecting Luffy to be so strong, to block Crocodile's attack so lightly. Robin, who had just appeared on the roof not far away, happened to see this scene, and his eyes, which had always been calm, were also full of shock at this moment. Unlike Vivi, who was relieved, Crocodile's face was gloomy and his already sinister face was even more vicious at this time. Luffy's strength is much stronger than he imagined, and he knows his own attacks. For a pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million, absolutely no one can take over his desert sword so easily. But Crocodile didn't mean to retreat. Even Whitebeard dared to be reckless, afraid of this new pirate who just came to the Grand Line. I look down on you a little bit. Crocodile looked at Luffy with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that the biggest resistance to his plan was actually a rookie pirate. Look at me, it's better to say that you look down on yourself too much. Logia Devil Fruit is not invincible in this sea. 99. Luffy continued to taunt. In the past, he could only see the enemy taunting the protagonist. Now Luffy always wants to taunt others. For those who don't know Haki, the Logia Demon Fruit power might be tough. But in the eyes of those who can skillfully play the two-color Haki, the Logia Demon Fruit power relies too much on the fruit ability and becomes their biggest shortcoming. Don't tell me you haven't met an enemy who can use Haki. Luffy's tone sounded a little surprised, as if it were an incredible thing. Kid with sharp teeth, let's take a look at the ability of Logia Devil Fruit called a Moving Disaster. I saw Crocodile stretch out his right hand, and a small salon roll formed in his palm. With the continuous rotation of this salon volume, more and more sand was absorbed, and then the originally small salon volume began to grow continuously. Although I really want to see your so-called disaster ability, I don't have the habit of waiting for the enemy to make a big move. Luffy stepped on his feet and his figure disappeared instantly. Crocodile looked around the first time Luffy disappeared, and at the same time, the sand continued to gather into the larger and larger volume of the salon. However, at this moment, Luffy suddenly appeared behind Crocodile. As Crocodile's pupils shrank, the fist-covering armament Haki directly hit his back, which was too late to turn around to defend. Boom! Without any chance of elementalization, Crocodile was directly knocked into the air by Luffy's attack. Crocodile vomited blood and flew out backwards, and even the condensing salon volume collapsed at this moment. Instead of chasing after the victory, Luffy just stood in the position where Crocodile used to be, and now the two of them have completely changed their positions. Cough. Although he was knocked out by Luffy, fortunately, Crocodile's instinct to fight all year round as a pirate is still there. When he was about to land, his body elements turned into sand, preventing him from hitting the ground and causing more serious injuries. After landing, Crocodile reacted instantly. Instead of attacking Luffy, he turned to attack Vivi not far away. At the same time as he got up, Crocodile's right hand turned into gravel again, forming a desert blade and swiping towards Vivi's location. Crocodile's surprise attack didn't surprise Luffy. This is the case in the original book. When I first met Luffy, I was careless because of the difference in strength between the two sides. But when he was forced to a certain extent by Luffy, he tried to kill Luffy by any means. Now Crocodile turned and attacked Vivi as Luffy expected. Facing the sharp desert blade slashing at him, Vivi didn't have the slightest fear in his eyes, just looked at Crocodile with blood on the corner of his mouth in front of him. That peaceful face was in stark contrast to Crocodile's ferocious face at this time. It was still a punch that shattered the desert blade that could split the earth. However, unlike just now, Luffy, who appeared in front of Vivi again, had red skin and steam all over his body. Reciprocity, you can also take me up, Crocodile, don't die. 39. The sudden appearance of Luffy in front of Vivi made Crocodile's eyes go wild. That attitude was completely different from the previous one, which made Crocodile feel extremely dangerous. When Luffy posed a punch, Crocodile's feet turned into a saloon and slammed backwards. Can you escape? This villainy-like statement makes Luffy a little on the edge. However, the movements of his subordinates did not stop because of this. The jet-black armament Haki covered the entire right hand, and a layer of Sakura-colored film flowed on it. Luffy pulled his right fist back, seemingly gathering strength. After using a mission for a period of time, Luffy has been able to use it proficiently. Now, taking advantage of this opportunity, it is time to test the teleportation release. Crocodile, who is constantly moving away, always has a feeling like a on his back which is not weakened by the distance. Finally, Haki's condensation is complete. Feeling the flow of Haki wrapped around his fist, Luffy slammed his drawn right fist in the direction Crocodile flew away. A Sakura-colored pistol flew out from Luffy's right fist and reached Crocodile's back in an instant. Sakura-colored aurora pillars penetrated Crocodile's body without hindrance. Different from the air column emitted by the third gear after this aurora pierced through Crocodile, the power of emission quickly destroyed Crocodile's body. In an instant, the aurora bored through the nearby internal organs and was completely destroyed. And Crocodile, who was still flying, froze suddenly and fell from the air with his eyes wide open. Blood kept dripping from the corners of the mouth and the pierced area. This is not the common problem of observation Haki's Logia demon fruit power. Without being able to accurately predict where and when the attack will arrive, it is impossible to elementalize that area into a hole to avoid Haki attacks. Looking at Crocodile lying motionless on the ground, Luffy sensed it with observation Haki. Although the injury was quite serious, he did not die immediately, but without treatment, death is only a matter of time. This trick is called emission rushed. Luffy is also too lazy to take a dignified name. If this move is used as a close-range attack, it will be even more powerful with the third gear. The double attack of the body Lee Kyan's watch and the body is when this move is most powerful. However, attacking like that is actually no different from a normal attack with Haki except in terms of power. Row. Luffy is Crocodile dead. From the Crocodile attacking himself to Luffy blasting the Sandblade to Luffy shooting down the fleeing Crocodile, it all happened in a fraction of the time. Vivi looked at Crocodile lying on the ground in disbelief. It's not dead yet, but if no one saves it, it's not far from death. Luffy is considering whether to make up for the knife, whether it is more useful for Crocodile to live, or to kill him and bet on Sand Fruit's rebirth. However, Luffy was soon relieved. In observation Haki's perception, a group of Marines were already rushing over. The lead is still the old acquaintance Smoker, but next to him there is an unfamiliar face. You are quite timely. Looking at the group of Marines in front of him, Luffy teased the leading Smoker. To actually beat Crocodile, Hina is curious about you, 35. Before Smoker could speak, the pink-haired Marine next to him looked at Luffy curiously. As Smoker's old partner, he has naturally heard some things about Luffy. And because of Smoker, Hina has heard about how Luffy became a pirate. I just didn't expect to meet for the first time when the other side defeated Crocodile. Oh, curious about me, why don't you come on my ship? It's a good relationship with the Smoker and it's probably not one of those rigid Marines. 5. Because of Marine's presence, Vivi stood behind Luffy for a while and she didn't need to come out and say anything right now. Luffy didn't hate the Marines, so the invitation wasn't a joke. Okay, Straw Hat Luffy, we're not here to argue with you. How about Crocodile leaving it to us, Marine 39? Hina next to him seemed to want to say something but was interrupted by Smoker. When invited by pirates to board the ship or something when there are subordinates present, it is better not to let the other party say too much. Is this for a bargain? Luffy's words obviously made Smoker very upset, but he couldn't find a suitable statement for a while, so he could only smash his teeth and swallow in his stomach. It's not a bargain. After I left, I reported the situation here to the superior. Unhappy and unhappy, Smoker still has to tell the other party what he told him. The world government is very dissatisfied with Crocodile's behavior, so it is decided that after you have fought him, if you can win, you will take his place as 7 warlords of the sea. If it were other pirates, Smoker would not have communicated the fate of the 7 warlords of the sea. But if the target was Straw Hat Crew, Smoker took over the mission. But Smoker doesn't hold out much hope for this. After all, Luffy doesn't seem like the kind of person who can accept world government orders. 7 warlords of the sea. Luffy touched his chin but didn't refuse directly. Unexpectedly, the world government would actually want to make itself the 7 warlords of the sea. Is it because someone inside is pushing, or something else? Oh, how would someone like you be interested in 7 warlords of the sea? Smoker was a little surprised that Luffy didn't refuse. Luffy's previous performance was not like someone who would work for the world government. Luffy, that woman. Seeing that Luffy was thinking and seemed to have plans to agree, Vivi had to remind Luffy. Knowing the existence of Robin from Luffy's mouth, Vivi felt that if the world government had been informed of the news, there might not have been the invitation as it is now. Hearing Vivi's reminder, Luffy was stunned, but he was negligent. However, the existence of Robin is not a big problem. After all, she has not been exposed yet. If she wants to, she can completely hide her existence. Also, becoming the 7 warlords of the sea may be of great help in future operations, especially during the Summit War. But whether the advantages outweigh the disadvantages or the disadvantages outweigh the advantages, Luffy can't tell right now. If you choose to become 7 warlords of the sea, then you will undoubtedly be on the cusp of the storm. Zoro and the others have not fully grown in strength, so they may not be able to withstand it. Smoker, who had been paying attention to Luffy, naturally noticed Vivi's movements but didn't hear what Vivi said. Smoker just wanted to know Luffy's answer right now, he didn't care about the rest. But Crocodile seemed to be dying and Smoker couldn't let him die here. Although it is a good thing to die of a vicious pirate, if sand fruit is obtained by someone with ulterior motives, it may be a crocodile again. The crocodile can be handed over to you, but for the position of the 7 warlords of the sea, you should hire another wise man. In exchange, what will you use in exchange for him? Luffy doesn't have the B of White Hit's workers. If 3 Admiral came at this stage, he may only be able to recognize it by pinching his nose. But just with these people in front of him, he is not qualified to hand over Crocodile for free. Still hesitating about what to do with Crocodile, but now that Marine needs it, Luffy might be able to get some benefits from it. Hina is very puzzled by rejecting Shichibukai's invitation and yet daring to offer conditions. Although Luffy took out Crocodile, could he and Smoker still be unable to beat him? The pink-haired female Marine was a little unconvinced and wanted to continue to say something but was immediately stopped by Smoker. Hina doesn't understand Luffy's strength, how can she not know it? Perhaps the current Marine, unless a Buster Call or Admiral comes out, it is impossible to keep the opponent. Before inviting him to become Marine, Sengoku revealed his strength. And I have personally tried it myself, and it is impossible to beat each other by myself and Hina alone. Don't you Marines hate the Shichibukai system? Why, shouldn't it be a good thing for you guys that I refuse to be a Shichibukai? Not caring about the other party's unconvincing expression, Luffy was a little curious about their attitude. The relatively honest Marines like Smoker seemed to hate the 7 warlords of the sea system in the original book. Why is he now looking forward to becoming the 7 warlords of the sea? Let's ignore this, let's treat Crocodile first. My mission is not to bring back Crocodile's corpse. Smoker stared into Luffy's eyes and said that if the other party refused, he might be ready to die. Smoker didn't believe the other party would let him go over and over again. Yes, but you'd better decide what to exchange for it, or I can crippled Crocodile once and kill him a second time. Even the Marines here have to stay. As Smoker thought, although he still admired them, he couldn't tolerate their provocation again and again. I'll contact Marshal Sengoku right away, and if you want, you can listen in when I call the bug. 35. Seeming to understand what Luffy was saying, Smoker responded quickly. At the same time, he waved his hand and asked the soldiers under him to handcuff the unconscious Crocodile, and then several medical soldiers came out to rescue him on the spot. Judging from the appearance of the handcuffs, it should be sea-stone handcuffs. Smoker and the others know that Crocodile is the power of the Logia demon fruit, and it is impossible to make such a rudimentary mistake. Is it okay to just let them go? Nico Robin, who came down from the roof not far away, looked at Marine who had walked away and Crocodile who had been carried away, and asked Luffy. How I have fulfilled the agreed conditions, how about you? Are you ready to join us? 99. Looking at Nico Robin who was approaching, Luffy did not answer her question but mentioned the agreement between the two. Sure want me to say some oath of allegiance, Captain? Nico Robin answered Luffy without hesitation. Instead of continuing to hide in Tibet to find a hiding place, it is better to agree to Luffy happily, and the strength shown by Luffy is enough to protect himself. You are welcome then, Miss Robin, 35. Seeing Robin agree, a smile appeared on Luffy's face. Luffy, just let Smoker leave, 39. There's nothing unhappy about Vivi's former foe becoming Luffy's sidekick again. It's just that the group of Marines just left only a verbal promise and took away the seriously injured crocodile, which made Vivi a little uneasy. As for the Marines, Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta, should have believed them, but now she has shown distrust of these Marines. It can only be said that what Crocodile of the 7 Warlords of the Sea did, Vivi was completely disappointed by Marine and the world government. Again, if it weren't for Alabasta's princess, Vivi would definitely go out to sea with Luffy. Don't worry, it's only 200 million to 300 million Baileys. Marine should not offend me to death for this, Bailey. Although only a few 100 million Baileys were exchanged for Crocodile, Luffy did not feel that there was any loss. Originally, even if you kill Crocodile yourself, there is a high probability that you will not get sand fruit, so it is better to give him to Marine. Not only did he get Bailey, but maybe Crocodile could help him in some ways in the future, provided that he could escape from the underwater prison. To say that Marine will default on their debts, it can only be said that they have lost their minds, and the mere 200 million to 300 million Baileys are exchanged for the stability of Straw Hat Crew, which is not a loss. It's not that Luffy doesn't want better things, but like devil fruit, Marine basically won't agree, and even if he agrees, it's probably some of the most useless fruits. Instead, ask Bailey from the start. By the way, how are they, Mr. Zoro? When I was interrupted by Marine, I forgot about Sanji and Zoro, who were still in the casino. After Marine left, Vivi suddenly remembered that someone was still in the casino. Zoro and Sanji have already dealt with the enemy, we can just go and find them. Luffy's observation Haki was always on, Zoro and the others Luffy kept an eye on. Facing the powerful enemy in the original book that he fought so hard to defeat, Zoro, who is now able to cut iron, can easily solve the combination of Mr. One and Miss Two Fingers. As for Sanji, although he was a little embarrassed, but with his speed there is no big problem in dealing with Mr. Four and Miss Merry Christmas. But the scene is a bit miserable and the entire casino is now full of potholes. Not only the ground is full of potholes, but even the surrounding buildings were torn apart by artillery bombardment. Then, should we prepare to go to Albana next? Now that Crocodile is settled, as long as the news reaches King Cobra and the rebel leader Kosha, the war should be over. Crocodile has been dealt with, his abilities have failed, and the rain problem in Alabasta should now be dealt with. There is one more question, 35. Robin, who had been listening to the conversation between the two, suddenly spoke up. Luffy and Vivi turned their heads to her at the same time. Crocodile planted a bomb somewhere in Albana, you need to get that out of the way. How come? Vivi was surprised, completely unexpected that Crocodile could do this. When will the bomb explode? Luffy was not too surprised, after all it was in the original book. It's just that Crocodile has been defeated in advance and I don't know when the bomb will explode. According to the plan, it should be 3 days later, but now that Crocodile has been defeated by you, there should be no danger of explosion for the time being. Robin said uncertainly. After all, Crocodile's personality is really unpredictable for Robin. If he left anything behind, Albana might be in danger of being bombed. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKING flowers 0. Anyway, let's go to Albana first. As long as I get there, I can find the location of the bomb. As for how to take it out, I will talk about it later. There's no use rushing here now, and Vivi doesn't have phone bugs. But even if there are telephone bugs, it is estimated that it is difficult to find them with those ordinary soldiers. Luffy didn't know the specific situation of Albana, and just relying on the comics he had read before, there was no way to remotely command. Princess Vivi, Miss Robin. Just when Vivi was still worried about the situation in Albana, Sanji's voice came from not far away. Although the person was supported by Zoro, after seeing Vivi and Robin, people had the illusion that the injury was healed. Hey, B*********D Cook, if you're hurt, go away by yourself. Seeing that Sanji turned into a nympho when he saw a woman, Zoro couldn't help roaring, but he didn't let go of the hand holding Sanji. Sanji didn't quarrel with Zoro this time, seeing that Zoro easily solved the fingers of Mr. One and Miss, but it was very difficult for him, and he even suffered serious injuries to solve the other two. This makes Sanji more eager to become stronger, and it seems that since the two met, he has regarded Zoro as a competitor. It seems that Mr. Swordsman and Mr. Chef are very powerful. The combination of Mr. One and Mr. Four can be said to be the most powerful existence in the Baroque work club other than Crocodile. 99. Seeing that the two people who came back were fine except for Sanji's minor injury, Robin felt that he might be able to stay on this boat a little longer. With the strength that Luffy has just shown, there is obviously still room to deal with Crocodile, and I don't know if there is any chance of winning against Admiral. Thinking of this, Robin couldn't help but look gloomy, and the existence of Aokiji seemed to be his dream. If Luffy knew what Robin was thinking now, he might be angry with Aokiji. If Aokiji really planned to do something, Robin would not be able to live until now. Looking at your appearance, have you joined us? Although everyone on the Merry knew about Luffy and Robin's agreement before, they didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. That's it, we're going to Albana right away. As for this guy. On the Merry, Luffy briefly explained what had happened, and then looked at Von Cray, who had been tied up. Although the ability is good, people should be okay, but this appearance is really a bit unappetizing. Mr. O has been solved by you. Marianu's abilities had been disarmed, and Von Clay's ridiculous face was full of shock after hearing that Luffy had taken out Crocodile. And what's even more surprising is that, listening to Luffy's meaning, the real identity of his own boss, Mr. Zero, is actually the Sand Crocodile. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Can you let the slave family get on your boat? Anyway, the old boss is gone, so just change to a new boss. No, absolutely not. Hearing that Feng 580 Clay actually wanted to join his group, Sanji, who was being treated by Chopper, immediately jumped up. Don't move, Sanji, the wound is about to open again. Sanji's violent movements undoubtedly annoyed Chopper, and he patted directly at the place Sanji had just wrapped up. It hurts, Chopper, you slapped the wound open. Sanji, who didn't feel anything at first, finally couldn't help screaming under Chopper's continuous slaps. Ah, I'm sorry, I'll reband it for you right away. Realizing that something was wrong, Chopper was in a hurry. Does Mr. Sanji hate slaves so much? For Sanji's firm refusal, Von Cray made a heartbroken expression, and when he finished, he gave Sanji a wink. Damn B********D, don't wink casually. Sanji was frantic again, and if it wasn't for Chopper grabbing his hand and wrapping it, he might have kicked it. There are no more people on my ship at the moment. This is the truth. When the capital of 7 waters is reached, Thousand Sunny will have—
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.